When trader, they know how the system works, how education works, how emotional work, they become a good trader.
Start with strong regulations, transparent communications, and also continuous educations, so that investor can trade with confidence, not fear.
Sustainability as traders means not taking crazy risks, but trying to create a sustainable way of trading.
The global forex industry needs to recognize the best industry players that we have.
After years of focused work and continued innovation, WikiFX, WikiGlobal Group has built a series of high-quality product portfolio. And in the future, we will embrace the technology innovation to improve our product and working with all of you to boost the healthy development of this industry. That's all my part today. Thank you. Next is the panel discussion.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause to Alina and Chris for their valuable sharing. Thank you so much. So after Alina and Chris shared for the topic, from transparency to trust, fintech drives the healthy development of the industry. So now moving on, we're going to have the round table. So let's have the round table setting while waiting, and let me introduce for the topic. So for today's, the first roundtable topic is from transparency to trust, how fintech is shaping the future of digital assets investment. And this is a timely conversation for everyone's looking at how finance can grow with stronger market discipline, clearer standards, and more practical cooperation. So for this section, we are going to invite 4 guests with our moderator, Chris. So just getting ready on stage, and we are going to enjoy and listening more from our guests for this topic. 接下来我们本次的原创将围绕数字资产投资透明度标准的定义、金融科技如何推动行业健康发展展开。现在我们准备有请我们的 facilitator 跟我们的 guest on stage， 就是做我们的分享。我们先准备一下我们的舞台。Thank you so much. Thank you, our staffs on stage. So now we would like to invite our guest and moderator on stage. We'll now like to first invite our moderator, Chris, the Chief Growth Officer of WikiFX. Maybe invite our moderator, Chris, on stage, please. We would like to invite our moderator, Chris, on stage. Thank you. And joining us for the discussion, we have Nasser Kadu, AML CFT subject matter expert of ITX compliance. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome our guests. And we have Loretta Joseph, chair of IDAXA consultant, FSC Jamaica. Let's continue to welcome our guests. Welcome. And we have Jamel Ahmed, chief analyst of GTC FX. And Tim Watera, our chief market analyst of KCM Trade, and Forbes Advisor, Australia Advisory Board members. So let's give another big round of applause to all our guests on stage for the first round of roundtable discussion.
Surely when it's our turn.
So now I'm going to pass the time to Chris. Thank you.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. And as we know, today's theme is from transparency to trust. And I think this is the panel that we are really going to dig into that. Luckily, we are joined by 4 excellent panelists here today. They'll be targeting this question with different angles in the market. So, team, how about we do a run-up to, self-introduce yourself and let the people know who you are and what you do. Nashat, you want to kick us off?
So very good morning, everyone. Pleasure being with you here today. My name is Naushad. I'm a former regulator at the FSC Mauritius. I've spent about 12 years there. And I've also been spending a fair amount of time with the group WikiGlobal in a few of the conferences globally. Very happy here to be with my fellow panel members and also to have a chance to exchange some views with you, Chris. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Before we start, my name is Loretta Joseph, but I all want to put your hands together for the Wiki Group because they do an unbelievable event, and this is my ninth. So can everybody please give the Wiki guys a big, big round of applause. So my name's Loretta Joseph. My title up there isn't quite correct. I started writing laws and regulations on crypto in 2017. I wrote the first laws in the world in Bermuda. I've got on to write 19 pieces of legislation on crypto and virtual assets and about 23 pieces of regulation. I work across 43 countries. I'm the lead expert architect on the model laws for the Commonwealth on virtual assets and stable coins, and at the moment on real world assets. So I advise governments, financial intelligence units, legal, crime, law enforcement, central bank governors on the responsible and sensible regulatory and legal frameworks for crypto assets globally.
Thanks, Loretta. Good morning, everyone. Great to see you all here. So my name is Tim Waterer. I'm currently the Chief Market Analyst at KCM Trade. I'm also a member of the Forbes Advisory Board. So I've worked in the industry for about 25 years now. So FX, CFDs, commodities. Previous to my current role, I've worked on a trading desk as head of dealing as well. So very much looking forward to the discussion with my fellow panel members here today and hope everyone has a great day at the event.
Thank you. Good morning, guys, and thank you so much for having me in Hong Kong. My name's Jamil. I'm the Chief Analyst at GTC. A little bit similar to my colleague here, I've been in the industry now for about 2 decades. I started off as a trader, but for the last 10 to 15 years now, I've been a spokesperson appearing on international networks, giving market commentary, the likes of BBC, CGTN, Al Jazeera, and so forth. But today, I'm very thankful to be in Hong Kong and to help provide some education towards what might be happening in world financial markets. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, guys. All seems like we have a dream team coming from regulation, compliance, market analysis, and broker itself. So without further ado, let's get started. Here's our first question. Oh, I skipped those. Here's our first question. In precious metal, forex, and crypto assets, do cross-asset transparency standards actually share common principles? And if so, what are the key similarities? Loretta, given your role as the chair of IDEXA and that you direct and advise on digital asset policy, I would love to get your take on this first. What do you see?
So also, I forgot to tell everyone, in my past life, I've run 3 banks. I've been a derivatives trader for almost 40 years, so I cross the line between financial markets. I've traded every asset class from equities, FX, to crypto, and now regulation and policy. I think it's really important when we're looking across these asset classes that we understand that transparency builds trust. And if you don't have transparency in markets, you don't have price discovery, whether it's crypto, it's FX, it doesn't matter. You've got to just disclosure of risks and market investor confidence. You don't have trust in markets. So market integrity is built around money laundering, terrorism, financing requirements and controls. You've got to have really good surveillance around market abuse, conflicts of interest across all these asset classes. So I don't think it really matters whether it's precious metals, it's FX, it's crypto, it's equities. Governance is the most important thing that I see. And I come from industry, but I also am a policy writer and a regulator. And the biggest example I can give you of that was FTX. Who's heard of the FTX debacle with Sam Bankman-Fried in the Bahamas? That had nothing to do with crypto. That had nothing to do with the asset class. FTX was a total destroying of governance. There was no governance in control by Sam Bankman-Fried. He was a scammer and he should be in jail. But that's the biggest example, is if we don't have trust in markets and we don't have good governance on how we run this stuff, we're all going to have big, big problems. So that's what I'd say. That goes across all asset classes. market integrity, market conduct, AML, CTF controls, and consumer and investor protection to give everybody confidence that we're all doing in industry our jobs correctly.
That's very good framing, Loretta. Tim, from your side of the industry, as more of a market analyst, how do those transparency actually paid out in real practice?
Yeah, I would say that the industry's come a long way in the last couple of decades. Pricing is a lot more tighter now and more transparent, as Loretta was just saying. So retail growth, greater competition, brokers have had to lift their game a lot over the last few decades. I won't say it used to be the Wild West, but I would say that the OTC nature of FX or commodities, CFDs, meant there were more vagaries with the pricing. But with that transparency has come a lot more trust now, and regulations had a big part to play in that. So regulators have caught up to the game now, I would say. So I would point to the example of trade reporting in Australia, for example. Similar practices happen in Hong Kong, Singapore, US and Europe as well. So if you're trading any of these OTC products in those markets, they do need to be reported to licensed trade repositories. So basically there's no way to hide for now for bad actors in the industry. It's all out there in the open. So if there are any price discrepancies, that can be picked up by the regulators. And I think that leads to more trust for the clients in the industry, and that's better for the longer term health as well. So I would point to that more transparent pricing and greater regulatory role, which has really tied together these asset classes in recent years.
That's very good insight. Tim, it seems like that transparency and trust, it all comes down to the very same core principle. All right, let's move to our next question. With fintech evolving so quickly, third-party verification service has become a bigger part of the conversation. So here's the question. Against the backdrop of rapid global financial development, how do third-party verification service like WikiGlobal contribute to improving industry transparency and promoting healthy market development? Nishad, I would like to take your thought first for this one. You spent years with FSC Mauritius. I think you have hands-on experiences, right?
Absolutely, Chris. And one of the things we've noticed over the years at the FSC Mauritius is even when it comes to even brokerage activity, there are a fair number of brokers which operate without a license, and then they go on to close the shop. One day you go in and type the URL and you don't see anything there. The whole service has been white labeled and investors lose out. From my personal experience, I've had the chance using WikiGlobal FX's intelligence database. And the great thing that I can tell you about it as a former regulator with inspections and investigations experience, you go on the website and you get to see the pictures at the office address of those brokers. So it's one of the great ways for you to get to see whether you're dealing with a legitimate broker. That was one example. But also you have access to data that goes on to tell you whether the broker is licensed, if it's licensed, usually in which country. And when you thought sometimes you would go on their address and get to think this is where they're based, you see a totally different side of the story, a more truthful one, through the WikiGlobal FX story. Now, since I left the office of the regulator, I've often been asked by private clients to engage in enhanced due diligence, investigative reports, and the WikiGlobal FX website has been critical for me to get to these solutions and to be able to serve my clients. Now, one of the things we also need to note there is that market segments are not built exclusively on track record. It's also about the aggressivity of the marketing initiatives. And when you have the aggressivity of the marketing initiatives, very often, especially investors who are on the retail side, they tend to lose out. They tend to believe in the marketing adverts. And it's very important, as the previous speaker who was on the stage mentioned, it's important to preserve the trust. When that trust gets eroded, the entire sector loses out. So this is where, once again, I'd like to take a moment to really thank WikiGlobal FX, because the job that they're doing is very, very noble from the perspective of sharing intelligence and data, not only for investigators, but first of all for investors at large.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the insight. I think you're talking directly to my job description here. So if you allow, I think I would like to jump in for a second. Well, because at WikiGlobal and WikiFX and WikiBid, all the brands that we're running, all the things that you say, for example, a license number, a regulatory filing, those to a lawyer or to a compliance officer, those are information. But in our daily practice and operation, we tend to find out that those to a trader with little or no legal or financial background, those are just like noise to them, because they don't know what to look for in that, and they also don't have the capability of telling what's like right or wrong. So this is exactly what we're trying to do in WikiGlobal, is to trying to translate those like legal terms to a easier like terms or clear data for the investors to actually check with easy access, so they can tell right from wrongs. All right.
And Chris, if you just allow me one more minute, one of the things we've noticed, I mean, Loretta, you've worked with so many regulators. Every regulator has its own register of licensees. So if you're an investor, to whose register do you go to? Whereas when you go to the website of the WikiGlobal page, you're directed to a variety of jurisdictions just under one portal and website. And I thought that's one of the best ways to even support regulators in their job and their due diligence.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. And I'm super glad and surprised that it can even help a veteran in the market like you. So thank you for the insight. And Jamel, I don't want you to feel left out. What do you see?
Most certainly, I never feel left out. The tension's here. Look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to promote the event too much because these guys have just done it. We're in a very virtual and digital world, and face-to-face contact is very essential, because your investments is about trust and it's about transparency. So having events like this allows you to meet other service providers. It provides trust. And again, all investments carry a degree of risk. All investments. And this is from somebody who's been in this industry now for 20 years. And I started off as one of you guys, as a trader. So these events are healthy because as competition, we get to see what other service providers are providing to their clients. That helps us keep on top of our games. At the same time, it's about face-to-face relationships. And again, with the developments of the industry and the way things are going, artificial intelligence, automation, the platform's already completely online. Such events are very crucial to begin developing long-term relationships. And that sums it up.
Love that, Jamel. So let's move to our next question. In the context of rapid fintech advancement, new technologies are improving efficiency while also introducing new industry challenges. From the perspective of regulators, brokers, and fintech platforms, what are the main challenges they face, and how should they address them? Roleta, let's start again with you this time.
Okay, so I started my life on the trading floor in 1992 with my hand signals. Come to 2026, markets are automated, they're efficient, they're fast. Technologies have provided market efficiency, speed, transparency, but they're very, very different from the view of me as a regulator and you as the industry players. So when we're looking at broking platforms, other industry players, the challenges that we all face are very, very different. So I'll say from my point of view as a regulator and a policy maker, the challenge for us is to keep pace with the industry, to keep pace with artificial intelligence, blockchain intelligence, all the different technologies we're seeing. But regulation needs to be technology neutral. I've seen in my own country in Australia, which is useless. We've got no regulation, no law. We have laws that are not technology neutral. They do not work. So I think most of the work that I tried to do make sure that laws are technology neutral. They're also now what we call risk-based. In days gone by when we had FX brokers, equity brokers, we as regulators were based on principle-based regulation. What had happened in court? That doesn't work anymore because now we have to take a risk-based approach. So we look at things like AML, CTF. What is the risk to a jurisdiction or a regulator from having an unregulated AML company come into their jurisdiction? And I think we also need to look at what the international standards say. So you may know of the Financial Action Task Force, which is the money laundering terrorism for standard setter, IOSCO, which is the Consumer Investor Protection standard setter, and then we have the Financial Stability Board, which set rules around financial stability. So for brokers and exchanges and players like yourselves, the focus has to be based on international standards. You have to live up to what the international standards are telling you as best practice. And if you don't, you'll either end up in jail or with a very, very large penalty. For brokers and exchanges, you've got to have really strong governance, really good cybersecurity. I've seen some crypto exchanges that don't even know how to handle key management. So you need transparent disclosures, you need to show how you safeguard your client assets, and you need to embed compliance into your business models. You don't treat it any longer as an afterthought. So compliance has to be in your business model. And I think for fintech platforms, your growth depends on trust. Firms will only get investment if people trust you. So if you can embed by design, AML compliance, operational resilience, productive engagement with your regulators, and support responsible long-term adoption and innovation, you're going to succeed.
All right. It seems like we have one of the best problems that a moderator can have. We are running out of time. So because everyone have so much good stuff to say. So let's dive directly into the fourth and our final question. In today's increasingly complex and fast evolving financial markets, what guidance, this is a practical one, what guidance would you give individual investors on identifying reliable information and managing risk? And what best practices should financial institutions follow to strengthen transparency and trust? Jamil, let's start with you on this one.
Thank you. I would always emphasize and continue to emphasize, and again, this is from somebody who started off as a trader 2 decades ago, client education and investing in your own knowledge, it never stops. And all investments carry a degree of risk, all investments. So never invest anything more than you're potentially no longer willing to have. But let's talk about, just briefly, how much the world is changing, specifically in the region where I am situated in the Middle East. Even as an analyst, we're continuing to learn and adapt to new trends in world financial markets. No 2 days in financial markets are ever the same. Let's say, for example, before this unfortunate regional conflict would have broke out, everybody would say, okay, now is a good time to invest in safe havens, such as potentially gold. However, if you look at gold's performance over the past 6 months, actually it's dropped towards 20%. So it's not showing those stereotypical generalizations of a technique of a safe haven. So that's why as an analyst, we are still continuing to learn more. The world's continuing to evolve. So always invest in your own education, rely on reputable sources for financial markets, and keep very up to date on what's happening in the world, because this world is continuing to change, which means our own attempts and methods towards how we analyze financial markets will always continue to adapt.
Thank you, Jamel. So keep learning and keep evolving with the market, because the world is always changing. All right, Tim, from a more hands-on perspective, what exactly are the steps that you would recommend the traders to do?
Thank you. Yes, if I put myself in the shoes of a trader, I'd be sticking with a regulated broker. I'd be using all the tools available to you to verify that broker and double check it. So don't just use one source, use multiple sources for your own peace of mind. And then, as Jamil was saying, very volatile markets at the moment, but with that volatility does come opportunity. Use risk management tools available to you to make the most of that. So diversify your assets, don't put all your eggs in one basket, and basically use your stop loss, take profit orders effectively, and educate yourselves. And just quickly, from the point of view of an institution, I would say embrace regulatory change, be at the forefront of that. Work with regulators to create a better and safer environment for your clients, because that's healthier in the long run in terms of client loyalty and robustness of the sector moving forward. So that would be my piece on that.
Thank you. So I think that sums up our panel discussion. It's a wonderful one. Thank you, guys, for staying with us, and thanks the team. If I can sum it up, I think transparency right now isn't about ticking a box anymore, ticking the checkbox anymore. It all comes down to building a healthy and trustworthy industry also the investor can actually rely on. All right, thank you guys, thank you team. And thank you for the audience to stay with us. Hope you get something out of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and panelists. Thank you so much for their insightful discussion on From Transparency to Trust, how FinTech is shaping the future of digital assets investment. Thank you. And that's concluded for the first roundtable discussion. So now on stage, we're going to getting ready for the next presentation. Thank you so much. And now on the stage, we're going to change the setting from the roundtable back to the presentation. So now just getting our colleagues getting ready on stage. And we are moving from the roundtable to back to the presentation setting. So just let me introduce for the next presentation, the topic is 12 years in tools change, discipline doesn't, growing traders in the AI market. So in a market shaped by technology, regulation, and fast-changing investor expectations, this section will help us connect the topic with real business practice and responsible market development. So 现在接下来本届环节将围绕新跟12载，工具在变，纪律如一。这是在 AI 市场中培育交易员，分享专业观点。So next, we're going to invite our guests from D Prime. We would like to invite the Sia Zhang, Brand Growth Ambassador of D Prime, on stage for the presentation. So shall we now give a big hands and welcome Sia on stage for the presentation.
Hello, thank you so much. Hi everyone. Hello， 现场的我们的各位嘉宾，还有我们的各位交易的同仁，大家上午好，非常开心今天上午能够在这里来跟大家一起共同的来进行探讨。我是来自 D Prime 的品牌大使兰夏 Sia， 那今天非常荣幸在这里跟大家来分享 D Prime 的12年深耕。可以看到今天呢，我的 topic 的主题是12年深耕，工具迭代，坚守准则，在 AI 时代中赋能交易者的成长。所以今天我们主题的关键字是什么？就是 AI 时代。那我相信其实现场啊，包括我们今天在座的所有的参会者，大家都能够去感受 AI 已经彻底的改变了我们的生活。那现在随时随地我们所有的人，所有的交易者都是能够通过 AI 来随时随地的去接收海量的行情的预警，包括信息流，还有我们的这个策略的分析。因为 AI 是能够非常迅猛，在1秒钟就可以为你输出几十份甚至上百份的市场的一个判断，那听上去呢，这是一件好事，非常的好用，对不对？那随之而来呢，其实也有2个问题。第一就是决策超载，也就是说我们的大脑每天要去判断，要去分辨非常多的信息的一个量，非常容易什么？决策疲劳。那么第二呢，就是执行鸿沟，也就是说这个算法必须要非常的稳定AI 呢其实只是一个辅助的一个工具，而我们的交易者如果想要做到长期稳定的盈利，要有的是什么？要有的是清晰稳定的这样的一个交易的准则。所以这也是今天我们的主题12年里，在市场的工具交易的软件不断的推陈出新的当下，我们的 D Prime 也依旧是在坚守，用我们的风控合规陪伴交易者成长。那这个也是我们能够立足全球市场的一个根基。那么有了这样一份根基和初心呢，还要有的就是陪伴我们各位交易者走得更远的实力。那这一页我相信大家非常熟悉，应该大家都会认得是曼联，这个也是我们 D Prime 的全球合作伙伴。曼联，那跟 D Prime 呢，我们 和共同心的携手合作已经有了4年的这样的一个时间。其实说到这样的一个行业的一个品牌内核和初心啊，我觉得我们 DeepRight 和红魔是有着相同的一个内核，就是极致、专业、永不止步。那在足球的赛场上呢，我们的球员讲究的是稳定的一个发挥，还有持之以恒的这样的一个坚持。那么在交易市场也是同样的一个道理，稳定的发挥、长期的布局以及严谨的一个战术。而曼联的全球影响力呢，我觉得不需要过多的赘述，也印证了我们 DeepRight 以信任链接世界的一个品牌理念，能够成为这样的一个顶级足球俱乐部的长期全球合作伙伴，那当然足以证明我们的全球品牌的实力和公信力了。那当然，合作伙伴呢也是信任的一个印证啊。那对于我们的交易者来讲，最看重的是什么？就是数据。所以接下来给大家上数据。那这一份数据里面呢，就是实打实12年我们的步伐累积的数据，这个是非常权威的行业媒体 Finance Magnet 的一个连续3年 Top 5的这样的一个认定。也就是说，在这连续3年里面呢，我们的这个客户的活跃量已经是持续3年都是在前5名。那业务呢是涵盖了190多个国家，然后呢我们是有7万多个 IB 的合作伙伴，全球的活跃用户已经超过了52万，平台的月均交易量是超过了159亿的美元，也是处于一个行业的领先的地位。那这一些数据现在显示在我们的配置上好像非常的简单，但是是12年持续稳定的这样的一个服务才能够累积换来的一个口碑，这个也是我们 DeepRight 搭建4维赋能体系的一个底气。那今天要跟大家讲的我们的4维赋能是哪4维呢？先跟大家讲一下，4维包括了生态、安全、技术、成长。那这4大维度呢，是能够帮助我们的交易者去全面重塑它的成长曲线的。我们先来讲的是，第一个 ecosystem 生态赋能。那首先呢，我们是支持全品类的资产覆盖的，在 DeepRight 有1万多的金融产品，里面包括了金融对、贵金属、大宗商品，还有股指啊、证券啊，还有我们的这个全站的一站式的交易。那并且呢，我们将会在几天后7月26日，我们将会上线的是全新的一个重磅的新品，全新微型黄金 CFD 的一个产品。那这个产品呢，它的特点就是7×12小时，也就是说它支持的是全天候不间断无休止的交易。那这一点呢，也是打破了传统贵金属会在周末休市的这样的一个时间的限制。那么其次呢，我们还会提供一个极低的点差0.0 peps， 还有我们的50毫秒极速的一个订单执行，同时还会专为中国区的国内的交易者来搭建一个中国区的专属的服务通道。那无论你是做量化、做短线还是做我们的波段交易，它都能够提供一个非常稳定的流畅的一个交易环境。说完了我们的生态赋能刚刚跟大家讲到的我们的这个稳定的交易环境，其次呢还有一个就是资金安全。那我相信大家应该都非常注重的就是资金的安全，所以接下来我们会有3层来跟大家逐一说明第一层是合规，那集团呢是依托了有20多家国际权威的监管的牌照，再搭配了20多家全球的运营中心，以及全球的合规网络来进行覆盖的。第2层，资金隔离，所有的客户资金全部都是独立托管于巴克莱、Clearbank 这样的一个国际的知名的大型的银行，和平台的运营资金是完全分割的。那第3层就是保险的一个兜底了。我们是配有专门的一个专业的责任赔偿保险，多重的防护来保障我们交易者的这样的一个担心，以及给大家更好的一个信心。那刚才跟大家讲完了安全的问题，资金方面大家大可以放心，接下来就是要跟大家讲一下每一位交易者都可以用到的专业工具。 在 AI 的时代呢，我们 DeepPrime 把这个机构的专业的工具全面开放了。简单来讲，就是我们给大家显示的这3个，第一个就是全天候的 VPS。更稳定的云端环境，7乘12个小时的不间断的一个运行。第二个就是我们的 AI 智能决策的引擎，它是深度整合了 Trading Central 的一个数据，也就是说能够去零延时的链接同步抓取我们的这个市场的机会，输出分析给我们的。零门槛的或者是新手的这样的一个交易手的一个判断。那么第3个呢，就是一个多元的跟单的系统，能够一键的复制顶尖交易员的策略，也就是能够让我们的普通交易者也能够从更低的门槛来去入手。那么在以上跟大家讲的所有的这个工具呢，我们是全部打包装进了我们 DeepPrime 的 InTrade 的这样的一个 Apps 里面。那在这个里面呢，还给大家升级了专业的K 线图表啊，行情啊，一站式的这样的一个资金管理等等。那在这个里面，包括还会有我们 DeepPrime 的一个会员的积分的商城，这个会员的福利在这个里面也是相当的丰富的。那么这个 Apps 呢，我们是支持苹果和安卓同时都可以下载的，然后呢，能够让你在用手机的时候，就是随时随地可以来进行一个交通。那有了生态安全技术，我们还要帮大家呢，就是持续的把交易的参与感转化为成长动力。所以也是接下来我们要跟大家讲的，我们的日常有非常多的鼓励，包括一系列的薪资激励啊、拍拍乐呀、预测挑战啊、积分商城啊等等。还有接下来我马上要跟大家讲的非常重磅的我们的世界杯的一个赛事，这个也是我们的一个旗舰 IP。Do Trader 交易世界杯100万美金的一个角逐，那这个门槛也是很低的哈。我们有新锐组、波浪组啊，如果你是新手零门槛，我们也可以从新锐组小额起步。那么如果你比较有经验，我们可以参与我们的月赛角逐，也就是说月赛的前3名可以参与到我们的终局赛，去到我们美丽的海岛。有 DeepPrime 全包所有的费用，让你跟我们的世界顶尖的高手来一起共同的来同台来进行 PK。那么去年呢，我们的这个100万的冠军呢 ，Trader X， 他就是一个非常好的例子。他本人呢是没有这个金融的从业的专业的领域的经验，他是一名生物学的博士。但是去年在我们的海岛赛里面，他就是在我们的第1场和第2场1小时预赛、2小时总决赛里面都是获得了第1，收益率是达到了270%和250%，所以他是赢得了我们的这个100万的奖金的。那么今天中午在12点整，在我们 DeepPrime G1的展厅，我们非常荣幸把他请到了现场，同时我们还会请到了交易者说的主持李晓东先生，我们会在 DeepPrime 的展区现场来给大家进行一个100万冠军的对话。那如果大家感兴趣的话呢，也欢迎大家12点准时在我们的展厅来一起共同的聆听。那今天我们现场呢也是给大家准备了福利的，扫描我们屏幕上面的2维码即刻来进行我们的扫码留资，我们会有非常多的周边的礼物哈，包括有999纯金啦、曼联的周边啊等等，也欢迎大家可以到我们的展位来进行了解。今天由于时间的一个关系哈，那么接下来我把我们的客服公众号2维码放在这里，有更多的资讯，我们有中英文的客服来给大家实时的解读，也欢迎大家到我们的 DeepPrime 展区。好，谢谢。
Thank you so much for Xia Zhang for the valuable sharing on 12 years in. Tools change, but discipline doesn't. Going traders in the AI market. So after the presentation, our stage is going to reset for the next round of roundtable sharing. So just to introduce, for this coming round of roundtable, for the topics is the global travel rule puzzle, navigating fermented crypto compliance. This is a timely conversation for everyone looking at how finance can grow with stronger market discipline, clearer standards, and more practical cooperation. So now we would like to invite our moderator and our guest of panelists coming up onto the stage. But before that, our stage is going to be ready to set up for all those settings with the 5 chairs and just getting ready to invite our moderator and guests coming on stage. So now just getting ready and welcome all of them joining us for this round of roundtable discussion. So first of all, we would like to invite our moderator joining us on stage. Let's welcome Adam Viziri Zanjani. Welcome, Adam. And next, we would like to invite all our guests joining us on stage. So Adam is the co-founder of BlockPass. And now we would like to invite Andrew Fay, our partner at King & Wood and adjunct associate professor at the University of Hong Kong. Welcome, Andrew. And we have had Yannis Asiatus, Group Managing Director of Piens Hill and Board Chairman of Vivo's Digital Assets Europe. Welcome. And we have Winnie Zhang, Director of Financial Service Risk Management at Ernst & Young. Welcome, Winnie. And we have Anna Gates, Senior Advisor at Alex Partners and Founding Partner and Managing Director of X Collective. Welcome, Anna. So now, let's give a big round of applause to all our guests, and we'll pass the time to our moderator, Adam.
Thank you, thank you. Hi, everyone, and I hope you can hear us. I know it's a little bit loud, the background noise, but please bear with us. If you can't hear, please come shuffle forward to the front row. Today, we're going to tackle a subject which is compliance related, but it's quite essential to this industry, the crypto industry, which is the travel rule. How many of you have heard of the travel rule before? It's a compliance question. It's no right or wrong answers. Raise your hands if you've heard of the travel rule. Okay, only a few in the audience. Essentially, it is a requirement to transmit information when you do a transfer. When a bank does a transfer, the originating bank has to transfer the information about the originator. And that has existed since the 90s. However, it has only existed in relation to crypto in the last roughly 7 years. But the difference is with crypto is that it is a global system and that there is no protocol like SWIFT is for banks for the transmission of data. And so we talk about the travel rule as being a fragmented issue affecting the crypto industry, whereby you may want to share the data about the originator, but you cannot do so because they are not using the same protocol as you. There is no email for the travel rule at the moment, which is an open protocol. So the industry is fragmented, but the regulations are catching up. And I'm thankful today to say that we are joined by a group of experts on the subject. We have today Anna Gates from X Collective, who is previously the Chief Compliance Officer of Galaxy Digital, who will assess the global adoption and the role of technology in optimizing travel rule compliance. We have Andrew Fay from King & Wood Mallesons, providing the banking and institutional lens in relation to the travel rule. We have Winnie Chun from EY, who will offer a deep dive into the Hong Kong VASP perspective. And we have Janos Ashid-Otis from Revolut, who will share the European perspective on navigating these requirements. So, together we will explore these subjects. The main objective of this panel is hopefully by the end of it, you come out understanding the challenges about the travel rule and what the travel rule is and the impact it may have in relation to your financial business. So let's start off with the success of the adoption of the travel rule. So to that, I would like to ask Anna the question, how successfully, in your opinion, has been the implementation of the travel rule globally? Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much. I think, in my previous role in-house as a Chief Compliance Officer and MLRO, it was extremely challenging implementing the travel rule globally. And also now when I'm advising clients, there are still ongoing challenges. In terms of the FATF travel rule, I'd say globally we've had moderate success around this, but if I was to give it an overall rating, I'd give us a B- overall. And I think there's a huge amount of improvement that can be done. You know, we've implemented it across around 45 jurisdictions, which have either legislation in place or developing legislation in place. However, it's still a huge challenge for the leading VASPs and also the technology providers to actually comply in a way that's also commercial. What we've seen a lot around is there's still some challenges around secure originator and beneficiary data exchanges, and there's still a need for further strengthening of AML CFT controls, which support greater institutional confidence. The challenges remain though, and if you're a board director sitting at a board or a CEO or a chief legal officer or an MLRO or someone within the business, adoption is hard, and particularly we have the sunrise issue that firms are facing globally. There's operational friction, particularly with crypto being 24/7 across global markets. It's hugely challenging. There's also differing levels of thresholds and different enforcement levels as well that are applied. We also have challenges around self-hosted wallets and the requirements across the different requirements across the different regions in terms of this. So really the interoperability is extremely challenging, particularly between protocols. We still see incompleteness there. And with supervision logs in many, many markets, it results in significant compliance gaps with also highly competitive distortions. From a commercial perspective, however, the travel rule is now a baseline requirement for serious market participants, and organisations that exist now and in the future need to ensure and invest in a very robust interoperable solution which is better positioned to help manage the global risks and local risks, and most importantly help unlock those liquidity channels and turn the regulatory obligations into a competitive market network and competitive advantage. While we see the foundation being in place, there's still so much work to do to harmonise this overall, but I'd say it's a work in progress, a B- overall for the regulators, the legal people, and also for the overall market participants.
Thank you, Anna. I mean, that's really interesting to hear. So travel rule has a B-. Okay, well, if travel had a parent, they wouldn't be particularly happy. Winnie, what's your opinion? Do you think it's a B- in terms of the adoption globally? What's your opinion in relation to its adoption? Just briefly, I'd like to get a feel of the room. How would you grade it?
Yeah, sure. Regarding like Hong Kong VATP, the adoptions of technology, I think it's really world class of it, because SFC has actually implemented the travel rule in a very early stage, like a few years ago already. So we see like those VATP, one of the priority to make sure they implement travel, to make sure they choose the right technology service provider. And I agree with Anna for all those challenges travel telecom provider are facing. So that's why when we see the market practice, when VATP choosing a very good travel solution provider, one they're going to consider is the scope coverage. Whether the travel service provider can cover, for example, the implementations for obligated VATPs, and how to handle unhosted wallet, and how to handle like non-obligated VSP. That's one of the consideration. And other one is to make sure the selected travel solution provider they can achieve the real-time verifications and pre-verification. And we do see in the market practice there are some travel service provider they can primarily only support post-verification after VA transfer, and then that may not be the really best practice and comply with the rules as well. And then other consideration which Anna mentioned about the travel service provider, the interoperability and connectivity is increasingly important. In particular, there's a lot of cross-border transfer increasingly. Then how we're going to make sure standardized data, transfer all those beneficiary and originator across jurisdiction. How to make sure they connect with different travel rule system smoothly. That is one consideration. And another one is, of course, the data protection consideration from two dimensions. One is, of course, the travel rule provider. They need to make sure they comply with the GDPR requirements and data protection requirements. And secondly, is the travel provider also need to make sure that counterparty, for example, the beneficiary WikiSP or originating WikiSP, they also need to comply with the relevant data protection requirement as well. Some of the control including end-to-end encryption, or I even see like there are some practice is like that you don't need to exchange the data, but then you can just compare with the hash chain value of the PII information, then you can do verification. This actually helps to make sure the data protection perspective.
So your perspective, Winnie, which is really interesting, is really about what's the situation in Hong Kong, the situation in Hong Kong for VATPs. Do you think for them it's a very clear environment for them to comply? Or do you feel that maybe they don't really know what the requirements are and they feel it like it's a little bit vague for them?
I think Hong Kong, compared to the other jurisdictions, the regulatory requirement is very clear. As I mentioned, SFC starting to implement the travel rule a few years ago, and then to make sure they align with the FATF Recommendation 16 requirements. And the regulatory approach, they have two features. One is not just on the licensing regime, not just focus on setting the rule, but also focus on how you can supervise, monitor, and enforcement as well. So there are lots of dialogues interactively between regulator and the players to see how you can implement effectively. And the other way is, like as mentioned, SFC approach is not really like chatbox, but it's quite practical and also principle-based, comprehensive as well. So compared to the other jurisdiction, due to like early stage development, evolving, and also very clear guideline, I do see VATP actually they know the rules how to follow. But the challenges is more like the rule is very strict, and for example the threshold requirements, and also there are some industry challenges how to handle unhosted wallet like those. Those are the common globally industry challenges VATP need to handle and face.
Okay, well, there you go. You heard it about Hong Kong. It seems like they're handling the situation quite well. But let's have a look at the other part of the world. What about in Europe, Janos? What's your opinion regarding the adoption, and what's been your experience so far as a board member of Revolut in terms of addressing that need in Europe for compliance?
Well, the problem in Europe has been traditionally that you always had the implementation of regulations versus directives, right? So I'm going to go a little bit back. I mean, the travel rule requirement, I mean, if you have any people coming from the AML that come with an AML knowledge or background, emanates from the 16th requirement of the Financial Action Task Force requiring the exchange of information, right? So in the European Union, the travel rule was effectively initially a directive that was bounded to the anti-money laundering requirements. So as part of the directive implementation, you have different interpretations in each of the European Union countries. So up until the 1st of July 2026, basically just 3 weeks ago, in the European Union you have different interpretations of what the travel rule was about, right? So you had different countries, different requirements, but at the end of the day, everybody needed to come together so that by the 1st of July they would have a way to communicate with each other. Now, this was partially achieved 3 weeks ago. However, just like Anna said, you know, you have the sunrise issues, you have a lot of teething problems, you have a lot of differences, because even though the protocol for the capturing of the information is the same, I mean, I don't want to go into technical, but it's a protocol called IVMS 101. The exchange protocol, it's different. It's not like banks that you have the SWIFT system whereby, and you have the MT103. So basically you have a very, very standardized way of capturing and sending information at the same time. So in the European Union, right now, you started having this unified approach. However, in Revolut, just to give you an indication of the troubles that, you know, this fragmentation creates, we didn't allow users to send or receive digital assets in their wallets up until a few weeks ago. Exactly because you have to make sure, especially if you're an international organization, and I'm sure that having all of these people from the compliance background here on the panel could appreciate, you always need to take the highest standard as your benchmark. And when I say highest standard, what do I mean? When we talk about fragmentation, we don't only mean fragmentation from the perspective of technical transmission of information. It's also about the application of the travel rule. In Hong Kong, I think the threshold is $1,000 US equivalent. The same way in VARA in the UAE that we're working with. In VARA, it's also about $1,000. The same with other jurisdictions. However, in the European Union, the threshold is 0. Every single transfer needs to be accompanied by the full information of the sender.
So would you say that, Janos, sorry to interject, would you say that Europe is a stricter implementation of the FATF requirements?
It is a much stricter interpretation, but what makes things even more complicated is that even in the United Arab Emirates, where you have multiple regulators, VARA has a threshold of $1,000 equivalent, whereas the ADGM has a $0 threshold. So even in a single country, you can have different interpretations. So how do you apply it? So there's a lot of considerations that need to be addressed here, right? And again, it's something I'm going to take something that was actually I just overheard from the previous panel. I think that you have to move from the principles-based understanding and implementation of the regulation, perhaps, to a more risk-based approach to interpreting the travel rule and its implementation.
That's very interesting. So you heard it about Europe, how it is in Europe, that potentially it's a stricter implementation of the travel rule. But let's hear about it from the institutional perspective. So if you're an institution such as a bank, how are you dealing with VATPs or VASPs and their obligation to implement the travel rule? Now, Andrew, I believe you have a lot of experience in that respect, so it would be wonderful to hear your perspective of how institutions are facing this.
Yeah, I think so. That's a very important question. So for banks, particularly banks, but other regulated financial institutions, they often have to onboard as customers these crypto firms, so virtual asset service providers, and they also have to either open accounts for these companies, provide all types of financial services, dealing and other trading. So a threshold question for all banks around the world is whether to take on a virtual asset service provider, as a customer. And this is a pretty contentious issue in a lot of jurisdictions, because in many jurisdictions, maybe until recently, a lot of these crypto firms they experience what's known as debanking, which is pretty much that banks generally refuse to open accounts for crypto firms because they are concerned from a reputational perspective, and they're also concerned that if these crypto firms do not properly implement the travel rule or otherwise comply with AML, it could have a knock-on effect for both the bank's reputation and also potentially the bank's liability. So I think it's fair to say that banks around the world, especially the larger banks, are generally still quite cautious when it comes to dealing with especially native crypto firms. So in Hong Kong, the banks generally take a risk-based approach, so there is no rule that says they cannot provide banking services to crypto firms. And quite the contrary, if you look at the guidance from the HKMA, basically it says that you can open accounts for crypto firms and you can deal with them, but you've just got to take a risk-based approach. So what does risk-based approach mean in the context of AML compliance and the travel rule? It really means that the bank itself would need to be satisfied that the crypto firm has a robust compliance framework when it comes to AML, customer due diligence, suspicious activity reporting, and also compliance with the travel rule. Now, as a practical matter, the bank sometimes can take comfort from the fact that if the crypto firm itself is licensed in Hong Kong or in another reputable jurisdiction that has a robust implementation of the travel rule, then the fact that the crypto firm is licensed there and complies with those licenses, that should give the bank a degree of comfort. But if they're dealing with an unlicensed crypto firm or a crypto firm in a jurisdiction that is fairly lightly regulated, then the bank would need to be pretty satisfied by looking at other factors that this crypto firm voluntarily commits to comply with the travel rule, that it's got internal, external audits to confirm that it's complied, and that it has deployed technology, etc., as a practical matter, to make sure that the travel rule is complied with. So that's quite important. And for banks, it's not enough to just tick the box in terms of initial onboarding. In terms of ongoing monitoring, banks are required to, on an ongoing basis, monitor these crypto clients that they have onboarded to make sure that they continue to comply with the travel rule.
That's fascinating. I mean, to a certain extent, for a bank making a decision such as onboarding a crypto firm, it was almost inconceivable, a few years ago. But the fact that we're having a conversation about there may be two paths to open an account, whether you're licensed or not licensed, and they are going to involve more scrutiny, is a positive sign, I suppose. That's wonderful to hear that, Andrew. What I would like to touch on, so we've heard broadly about the adoption of the travel rule and that it gets a B- in terms of its adoption generally. But what I'd like to hear, Anna, is possibly how could technology assist us in accelerating that adoption? What would be the possibility of that occurring in your opinion, Anna? Thank you.
So we're working a lot in terms of AI adoption and some RegTech solutions that will be assisting in the travel rule implementation. And really it's helping, and I've sat in the seat in-house in banking, like Andrew was explaining, as the Chief Compliance Officer and the MLRO onboarding crypto firms. And I've gone to what I call the dark side or the lighter side, which is actually within digital asset firms as the MLRO interacting with the banks to get onboarded. And so I've seen it from both sides. So now while I'm working with technology vendors, we're developing an AI solution or AI solutions to actually assist firms to comply, but make it in a way that is commercial and is scalable globally, taking into account all the rules that Yanis was talking about in the EU and that Winnie was talking about in Hong Kong and more broadly in APAC. But really having the ability to have this automation and interoperability is going to be key for the industry. So we're seeing platforms that are being unified using AI and digital technology solutions that basically help enable seamless, secure, vast data exchanges, real-time 24/7. We're also seeing reduced fragmentation as a result of these types of implementations and really using the AI-powered gateways intelligently to route messages across the protocols and actually give real-time feedback 24/7 in relation to that. We're also seeing really enhanced counterparty identification and due diligence, for example, across wallet distributions, vast discovery, risk scoring, making it faster, real-time, within seconds to verify counterparties and really to be able to handle self-hosted wallets through automated proof of ownership checks, which isn't relying on a human in the first instance, but does rely on a human to then trust but verify what the solution is providing. We're also seeing large-scale regulatory intelligence adaptability, so natural language processing and AI models that basically automatically map and update jurisdictional rules and thresholds. Regulation is changing at such a huge pace globally. People cannot keep up with the pace of regulatory change. So having these solutions is really helping a lot. And really around the scalability and user experience. So real-time automation shortens the processing times of payments and crypto transfers. And this also lowers the cost potentially by 30 to 50+% in mature implementation models. But really by doing all of this, what we're seeing is lowering the barriers to entry, particularly for startups and fintechs and payment providers and solutions that are interacting with digital assets and the traditional finance firms, and really having this ROI and making sure that business is scalable, safe and compliant, I think is the way of the future. But I'd like to hear from Winnie on her opinion on this because I know she's got strong opinions too.
Yeah, Winnie, it would be great to hear what your view is around, in particular, the tension between compliance and the user experience. they're, competing objectives. Be wonderful for you to carry on from there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Actually, this is one of the challenges facing by the WTP every day to make sure there are very smooth customer experiences and also make sure there are strict compliance. Apparently, it looks like conflicting, but actually it can be supplemented because a strong compliance rule and tool can actually help to build up the customer confidence as well. So I think to make it strike balance, there are a few elements to be considered. One is more on technology part. As Anna mentioned, the company need to choose a very strong travel rule solution and then which can be able to fulfill all the FAF rules and requirements and some strong elements including how to achieve the strong connectivity, interoperabilities, and also the scope coverage on it, and also achieve real-time pre-verifications and cover counterparty due diligence and transaction level due diligence. And other dimension to strike a balance on customer experiences for VTP is how to educate the customers and telling them, for example, the importance of compliance and the full transparency and disclosure to telling them the travel is important. And final point is more on the strategic integration. For example, how the travel rule solution, the technology as mentioned by Anna, can also be smoothly integrated to the VTP or the onboarding system when you support the counterparty due diligence, and also integrated to the VA custody system to support the VA transfer, and with the use of automation or even the AI tool adopted by the travel rules solutions provider to make it more real time and to make it without manual intervention. I think those factors are very important to strike a balance more from customer experiences to minimize the intervention and also to make sure the compliance perspective.
That's fascinating. I have to say, when the travel was first implemented, as a user, I found it very clunky. So it's great to see that, there is some hope in making it a little bit better for the user. And it's great to hear, Anna, that technology is actually going to be instrumental in getting our grade up from B+ to maybe A or A+. I hope so. Now, talking about user experience, no other knows better than Revolut in improving the user experience. So, Janos, from your perspective, from a Revolut perspective, how have you managed that tension in practice between compliance of travel and user experience? I know that initially you didn't accept deposits in crypto. Could you maybe talk on that subject? Because you are the king of user experience.
Well, okay. Don't forget that, for Revolut, the idea was to offer the user a platform whereby all of the finance decisions, all of the investing decisions, all of the banking decisions will be gathered in one very, very easy to use interface, right? Now, perhaps exactly because crypto digital assets was the third pillar that was added on this platform, I think that the fragmentation and the difficulties that were imposed by the travel rule were not such a big deal. And I'll explain. Initially, Revolut started as an online bank. Then online investment services were added. And then you had the digital asset services. Initially, as a trading activity, and then slowly but steadily, as a way where a user could have its wallet, where they could store value in digital assets as well. Now, going back to the compliance aspect of things, I was just reading this morning that the new valuation of Revolut is at $115 billion, right?
That's a lot.
That's a lot. And where I'm getting at is that big organizations nowadays have made a very, very conscious decision to take compliance first and everything else second. So even though the user experience is the way that Revolut became what it is right now, it never in a single second put compliance at the back seat for user experience, right? So exactly because big organizations now want to scale, they want to go global, and they want to attract capital, but at the same time, they do not want to attract the negative attention of regulators. They always make sure that regulation is always going to be at the heart of whatever they're doing. So from the perspective of Revolut, the decision was simple. We're just not going to, right? But at the end of the day, though, there are ways that this can be facilitated. And now, getting to the heart of your question, the best way that Revolut found to effectively adhere to the travel rule was to utilize an existing system that was already sitting within the infrastructure, and that was a KYC system, right? So basically, all of this information now were captured at the KYC phase of the client journey. So there was not too many steps that they were required to make the user uncomfortable that there were intrusive questions being asked, right? So by ensuring that the existing systems were adapted to capture the additional information, I think this was the trick that gave some comfort to the users. So in a nutshell, first, Revolut decided not to offer something that it wasn't 100% certain that it could offer safely within the regulatory parameters. And secondly, it was offered utilizing existing systems that they were already utilized and they were already capturing information, so the users didn't feel that they were exposing more information than they should.
Fascinating to get the insight. Well, there's a good insight. Capture the data when you're doing the KYC. That can help. Andrew, I would love to hear, because I believe you're a US qualified lawyer as well, that you can have a kind of dual perspective of Asia and the US. Of course, we've seen the developments in the regulatory side in the US with the stablecoin, Genius Act, etc. How is the US adopting the travel rule, and how is it being implemented in relation to those newly regulated financial institutions? What's your perspective on that?
So I think just some background. So the U.S. has a special financial intelligence unit within the U.S. Treasury that deals with most of these AML issues. And that entity is called the FinCEN. So it sits within the U.S. Treasury, and it largely is in charge of overseeing the AML framework, including the travel rule in the U.S. So well before the Genius Act and Clarity Act and all of that, several years ago, when cryptocurrencies first emerged as a sort of a new asset class, the FinCEN already clarified in its rules that its rules not only apply to money services businesses, but also to what's known as convertible virtual currency. So bitcoins and all of those things, if you're using them as payments or as money, then they will be captured. So for a pretty long time, FinCEN has already incorporated the travel rule for crypto into its compliance framework. And I think it's a pretty robust framework, and I think it's well known that U.S. regulators, U.S. governments are pretty enforcement heavy, right? So they don't hold their punches when it comes to enforcement. And you saw, many of the bigger crypto firms were the subject of enforcement action by the United States, whether it's Treasury or Department of Justice or a combination of regulators. I think the most famous of which, for AML violations is Binance. I think it got fined a record of $4 billion US, and then other fines are in the, always in the orders of hundreds of millions of US dollars. So the US regulators are pretty serious when it comes to AML compliance. So what does it mean now with these new types of regulatory frameworks? So as many of you know, under the Genius Act, it introduces a new category of crypto asset known as payment stablecoins, and payment stablecoin issuers are going to be regulated and licensed in the United States. So those stablecoin issuers, once they are licensed, they are subject to the Bank Secrecy Act in the US, which means that they are going to have to comply with all of the United States AML rules, including the travel rule, just like any other type of financial institution. So stablecoin issuers are going to fall within the travel rule scope of application in the United States. And I think what's important to note is that, you know, in the context of the Genius Act, the U.S. Treasury has already proposed some new rules to implement the AML provisions, in particular, of the Genius Act. And in there, they put quite a lot of emphasis on stablecoin issuers using technology, so taking advantage of blockchain technology and using technology to really help them implement the travel rule. So I think quite a lot of new rulemaking in this area in the U.S.
Well, it's great to hear that intersect between what Anna was saying about, you know, technology, AI is the key to unlocking adoption, and then you giving a practical example in the US of FinCEN encouraging the use of technology. There's one question I'd like to bring to the audience, and this is, I've noticed, and I don't know whether anyone in the audience has, that most exchanges will only accept first-party deposits. So if you're using Kraken and you want to deposit into Kraken, and you're coming from Binance, they will only accept that deposit if you can demonstrate to them that the account with Binance is held by you. In other words, Adam at Binance can transfer to Adam at Kraken. And this seems to be the trend. It seems across exchanges and VASPs that they will only accept first-party deposits. And I believe underpinning that is the issue associated with compliance with the travel rule and all of its complexities and fragmentation that we've explored today. But what I would like to discuss in the last instance of this panel is at what stage can we envisage that third-party deposits may be possible? Because the travel rule as implemented by banks, when you make a transfer, is usually to a third party, you know, via SWIFT. But we haven't achieved that really in relation to crypto and transfers. So first of all, do you consider that is the case, that first-party deposits are a way of reducing travel impact, but also how do we move to an environment of third-party deposits? Anna, your view?
Yeah, I guess with my previous Chief Compliance Officer and MLRO hat on, whenever we heard third-party payment or deposit, generally both in banking but also within the digital asset world, it was not allowed. It was not permitted. It was a risk-based decision that was determined by the board as well as the MLRO to do that. So I think we've got a huge shift that has to take place in order for those to be accepted. I think it is starting to shift, and what we are seeing is really to manage the AML CFT risk, we need to ensure that we can really rely on the originator information and that counterparty information. And using technology and AI and real-time payment solutions will assist us in doing that. But ensuring that we are actually dealing with people that we are comfortable with, so ensuring that we have mature interoperability is really, really important. That we're only dealing with regulated, unified platforms and protocols. So they need to be regulated VASs, for example, in Hong Kong. But there needs to be really a secure and real-time data exchange of information, which also then becomes reliable and low friction. I think we just had FinCEN and the Treasury here, and I just hosted 2 closed-door round tables with them, with the digital asset community about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We had about 50 different players from the industry that had attended those. EY was also at that. So I think with that in mind, you know, regulators are going to be demonstrating globally more enforcement and supervision around these types of markets and VASPs, and regulators really need to also gain confidence that we have, as an industry, robust systems, processes and controls in place. We're protecting consumers, but also regulators, I think, globally will start basically enforcing more potentially in this space. And then the AI and automation maturity. So basically, as we've been talking about, having more advanced tools in place for instant counterparty identification, looking at wallet ownership verification, I mean, any wallets that you don't want to be dealing with, obviously those payments would not be going through at all. And also that we have the risk scoring in place, but really having that essential network effect with critical mass of the major VAS globally working together, I think that's where we may see more relaxation in that space. But I don't see it happening tomorrow. I think it's going to be 27, 28, and noting that in Hong Kong in 2029, 2030, we're going to have the FATF for a visit here and about mutual evaluation. So I think it's a space to watch, but I don't think it's going to happen overnight. And really there has to be a lot of investment in maturity of markets globally, as well as maturity of the risk frameworks, the risk-based approach, and even regulation for both banks to be comfortable with that, but also the digital asset firms. And to be honest, customers and consumers.
Well, that's a very, very good view in the sense that in the beginning, we're going to be somewhat conservative, but then over time, things will relax. What's your view, Winnie, on the subject?
Yeah. I think for the current practice, the WTP only accept like same-name transfer is primarily driven by one, their own risk appetite consideration, and also second is the regulatory expectation. I take Hong Kong as an example. For WTP, if they want to do like third-party payment, they actually need to go through the SFC product authorizations process, and which take time and need very robust control. And for this kind of relaxation, I believe there should be three elements to be considered. One is, of course, Anna mentions about technologies, the use of AI to make the tech travel rules solutions to be more advanced. And also, the travel rule solutions, when they handle different type of counterparty, they have different control verification. For example, when you handle the applied VSP, you need, it's more robust because there are more like strict requirements. You need to do counterparty due diligence, you need to do transaction verifications. But however, if you handle like unhost wallet or non-abided WTP, that's not really like that strict regulatory requirements. Like to handle unhosted wallet, current practices just verify the wallet address and full KYT like scanning, and that's not really like a strict regulatory requirements like those. So I believe there should be relaxation. It's also a little bit step by step. For example, it will start from for allow for party payment, or if there's like a VA transfer with the applied VSP first, but not excluding like unhosted wallets as a step-by-step approach. And other dimension besides technology, I believe is the process automations. Because for VA transfer to third-party payment, similar as traditional wire transfer, the company to establish the specialized workflow, or for example, to consider the relationship between the beneficiary or originator. The purpose of transfer, the checking, and also to a certain extent maybe need to do a light KYB on their third party beneficiary. Well, this allow this kind of relaxation. I believe if the company can implement this kind of control, it can give the confidence and trust to regulator. They are ready to move into this direction. And finally, I believe it's of course the regulatory clarity, not just in Hong Kong but globally. Because during this panel, I also learned a lot that actually a lot of different regulatory expectations from a EU perspective and US perspective, right? So I believe the FATF and also the global regulators need to hand by hand and then to figure out like a very clear guideline and then to set the control expectations on this allowing third-party payment. It takes time, but I agree with Anna. I hope in 1 or 2 years that can be like drastic change in the market.
Okay, so you align on the timeline that Anna was outlining. That's great. Janos, from the point of view of Revolut, you guys didn't even accept first-party deposits for a period of time. Now you do. At what stage do you think you'll be accepting third-party deposits, do you reckon?
Maybe never. I don't know. Well, look, the irony here is that, don't forget that, digital assets, came up as this, they were evangelized as this utopian way that people would be, totally doing away with banks, total decentralization, total P2P finance. And it's so ironic. It's so ironic, right? That now you see that the institutions that were supposed to be the champions of alternative finance and facilitating P2P finance, they don't even allow P2P transactions with other entities. I always find it so ironic. But I mean, from a business perspective, though, don't forget that we go back at what I said at the beginning. You have these big organizations that they had to fight the system, like Revolut, like Kraken, like Coinbase, like Crypto.com, even Capital.com nowadays, BitGet, BitMEX, all of these big organizations. They had to fight the system and become these effectively facilitators for the exchange of digital assets. Fiat to crypto, crypto to crypto, crypto to fiat. These were the the fundamental services that they were offering. Now, these organizations expanded to the point where they transcended towards borders, towards jurisdictions. Now the stakes are too high. Now these players, I think that they have too much at stake to risk it by allowing anything that could put them at risk. And this is what Anna said, this is what Winnie said, right? It's all about compliance, it's all about having a risk-based approach. Should we allow these third-party transfers into the wallets of our clients? But what is the risk? Because don't forget that when you're talking about money laundering, when you're talking about illegal transactions, there's no materiality. There's no threshold, right? So even if we're talking about $1 worth of value, that can be a huge risk for the company. So I don't think that we're going to see that anytime soon. I think that the big players, not even in 27, not even 28, maybe never. I think that they're going to leave a space, perhaps for the smaller exchanges, that again, they're going to be fully regulated, but perhaps they're going to be willing to have a higher risk threshold. So perhaps that's going to be the niche place, the niche market for these smaller exchanges to exist. And perhaps another way that this can be achieved is when the banks will fully embrace the digital assets as a means of exchange across different jurisdictions, as a means of transferring value for corporate clients, let's say. In that case, I think that once institutionalization really gets entrenched into the idea of digital assets in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I don't know when, then perhaps we're going to see the banks taking this role, not necessarily the Krakens and the Revoluts and the Coinbases of this world.
Fascinating. So a little bit more pessimistic due to the fines which, Andrew, you mentioned when you have a X billion-dollar fine from the US, you become a little bit more conservative. What's your view around third-party payments to wrap it up? Thanks.
Yeah, so I think it really depends on the jurisdiction of the crypto firm, and then its sort of risk appetite, and also the regulatory framework. I think sometimes the regulation in a particular jurisdiction, their guidelines can be a little bit more conservative than international standards, and in which case, that kind of accepting third-party deposits may be frowned upon. Other jurisdictions may be more relaxed, so so it really depends on the jurisdiction. But I think the other thing to keep in mind is that the crypto market is quite borderless and global in nature. So they always gotta, not always look for the lowest common denominator, because sometimes you could have the crypto exchange itself, or its senior management could have, nexus to the United States, and then once the U.S. regulators have jurisdiction over your activities, they're not shy about bringing, enforcement action against, offshore crypto exchanges. In fact, not many crypto exchangers are actually based in the U.S. So all of those enforcement actions we talked about earlier are brought against the offshore ones. So I think it's always important to keep in mind. And yes, I think it's a trade-off. So bringing in third-party deposits, maybe it's makes your platform more attractive, more versatile, but you've got to weigh that against the potential of being liable for a pretty big fine. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Yeah, and that's a very good point. You could have a regulator in the United States bringing action not against regulated persons in the US, but abroad too. So compliance is global, the asset is global, and travel rule is a B+ at the moment in terms of global adoption, so it's catching up with the digital asset itself. It was a fascinating panel. I hope you learned a little bit more about travel rule. Raise your hand if you learned a little bit more about the travel rule. Okay, well, I learned a little bit more about the travel rule, so I'm raising my hand. So I thank everyone, the panelists, for your great insights that you're bringing forth, and I hope you guys have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our moderator Adam, and all our guests joining for this roundtable discussion. Thanks a lot. Thank you. I think all of our guests joining us today not just learned a bit, but they enjoyed the sharing just now. Thank you so much. Thank you. So after the roundtable discussion on stage with the topic, the global travel rule puzzle, navigating fragmented crypto compliance, we are going to change back the stage setting from the roundtable back to the presentation. And just now we have concluded the last roundtable discussion right before the lunchtime. And so now we're back to the presentation part. So just to introduce for our next presentation for the topic is AI-enabled market insight tools for investor decision support. So in a market shaped by technology, regulation, and fast-changing investor expectations, these sections will help us connect the topic with real business practice and responsible market development. So we're just getting ready, and we're going to introduce our guests on stage. So for this session, we're so honored to have our guest, Martin Lin, from Asia Pacific Chief Analyst of ATFS, for this sharing. So please join us to welcome Martin on stage for the sharing. Let's welcome Martin.
Hello, thank you, host. Hello everyone, 大家好，我是 ATFX 亚太区首席分析师林明天。ATFX 就是我们公司在全球布局的一个重要的策略，就是提供这个 AI 人工智能的一个工具。我们总共有4个最重要的功能，包括就是全球可以使用的一个交易中心 Trading Central， 还有就是 Support and Resistance。刚刚在2026年发布的 AD DeepSight 就是自贸。这个3个主要的智能工具也是为大家可以更快、更准、更清晰的可以看到市场的一些交易的信息。同时，我们公司推出了一个 ATGo 手机 APP， 这个功能就是可以为大家同时管理账户，同时也可以看到行情，包括有一些 K 线。更重要的，我觉得就是有这个市场研究报告，同时也有一些行情新闻的分析，可以让大家从单一手机里边，不管是交易、转账，或是看行情，以及对于市场的一些重要信息，提供更清晰的一些分享分析，可以让你们更快、更紧、更有效的投资市场。所以今天我为大家介绍就是 ATFX 提供的最新人工智能交易策略。这个不是我们单纯这个分析师提供的一些交易策略，是全球所有一些有分量的分析师提供的行情。他们有几十个分析师同时间看着这个市场的环境，看着市场的新闻以及内容，分析有关这个行情数据带来的一些行情波或是走势，这样可以为我们所有的投资者、机构客户提供更清晰、明确的一些交易的判断。一般来说，投资者他们都会有一个投资的选择的问题。现在行情是多头的，下一步我应该跟随它走多头，还是转方向空头呢？很多时候是因应你的情绪，还有你的经验来判断行情，但是往往70%的投资者以上都会有一个发生的问题，就是行情判断错误。在我过去20多年的一个投资经验来说，我永远告诫我们的投资客户，就是说，在行情出现前就是跑趋势，在行情出现以后，包括重要数据，打比方非农数据、美国联储局议息等等的重要相关的信息出现以后， 往往行情都是反方向的。为什么呢？因为很多的投资者，他们判断的就是图表的分析，行情的好坏分析。但是机构的投资者，大型的机构，他们会怎么判断这些行情呢？重点在于他们在预判有关这个行情发生前应该走的趋势。打比方说，最近美元走强的原因在哪呢？大家可能就是在美元指数100的时候，他觉得这个行情整个趋势都是往下走的。但是为什么突然来到105的时候又来一个反弹？今天已经到达101了。这个行情在于我们不断的观察相关的数据，在观察数据的同时，有一些预测值，预测行情的趋势应该往哪边走。结果出来了，我们才发现，就是相关的行情已经在实践还有数据的结果当中来一个改变。所以这些都是我们为着客户更提供清晰的一些交易判断，提供一些行情。所以我们 ATFX 有3大主要的一些交易策略，从简单到复杂的一些交易策略，提供给我们的客户以及机构来分析行情，包括 Trading Central 交易中心、AT Deep Side 自贸，还有支撑以及阻力指标，最后提供一个移动交易平台。更重点就是支撑与阻力位置，这个就是很简单，对于一些客户来说，就是看支撑位在哪，方向在哪，止损在哪，同时我的目标在哪。很多客户他们就是在交易过程当中没有放好止损带来的风险的管理，同时没有目标价格，所以带来一个比较高的一些投资风险。所以透过这个支撑与阻力这个位置，我们 AT 所有的10多位的分析师提供的内容以及相关的信息，综合来说，找到一些支撑、方向、止损位以及目标价格，让大家可以更清晰的。如果客户更想清楚知道有关这些行情内容以及将会发生什么行情的话，可以利用 Trading Central 以及我们公司推出的 AT 自贸这个领航的功能，为大家分析整体的行情。当然，如果客户觉得太复杂了，我只带一个手机或是平板的话，就用 AT Go 这个软件来看行情数据以及图表，加上一些技术指标就可以了。所以 ATFX 全球市场波动的价值，这些讯息带来一些爆炸性的影响。我们综合就是利用这些智能的工具，为大家减轻轻松的管理好自己的风险，以及在未来交易的一些判断。所以可以为客户带来灵活性、适应性，简单直接的分析将会发生的行情会怎么样。打比方，下个礼拜我们有一个 FOMC 的美国联储局的议息会议，市场怎么判断？市场主有分数，从这个 CMC 里边有一个 Fed Watch， 它也提供的一些预算7月份美联储议息的一些加息以及降息的一些数据。但是对于客户来讲太复杂了，这个复杂来到就是我应该做多做空也没有好好的判断，所以利用这些智能的工具可以为我们预判以及分析有关这些行情，综合为我们找到一个交易的策略，同时放置有关这些止损目标等等。所以这些 AI 的智能交易工具就是为我们从数据的驱动决策带来一些风险的管理，还有投资的回报。这些 AI 驱动的程序就是我们2026年 ATFX 推出以来，为所有的客户提供重要的一些交易信息，提供更多的一些交易功能，以及对于我们可以为客户带来更多的交易信息。这个自贸就是我们公司独有的一个智能工具的交易工具，它提供的实时市场的分析，以及结合技术分析面，来为大家好好的判断有关这个市场的趋势，同时对于支撑位、阻力位、止损位以及目标价格都有一些清晰明确的一些功能提供。所以这个就是我们 ATFX 自贸的一个优势，比别的公司的平台可能有一些区别。 简单来看看这个字幕的话，就是简单可以提供相关的产品、相关的正常价格、目标价格、止损位置，更提供的就是交易信心 confidence。如果它的指标越高的话，让大家可以投资的信心越来越高。它不管有一些全球的指数，更有的就是商品、外汇、ETF 等等，这些可以让客户在数万以上的投资产品当中选择最有优势的一些产品，还有交易的策略。它也有一个筛选的功能，就是让你们选择哪些市场信息、哪些产品等等，提供更清晰的热门交易想法，以及有更多的客户希望就是从形态分析来分析市场的走势，它也会推出这个形态的分析、形态的交易策略，让大家可以找到有关技术分析的交易策略等等。所以它有4个小时、1个小时到30分钟以上的一些交易策略，可以让客户选择。简单来说，就是交易的意向是怎么样，阻力位、支撑位在哪里。更重要，下一个行情在哪里？它的交易想法的表现怎么样，都可以清晰明确看到回撤。同时 ，Trading Central 的话也会综合图标以及行情的意向，为大家提供一些讯息行情等等。在我们的开 Portal 就是客户中心当中就可以下载或是登录有关这些产品。更重要的话，我们推出多年以来的资产阻力位指标，更为客户已经提供更多的清晰指引，提供更多清晰的支撑位、阻力位以及目标价格。最后就是我们 AT 的字头 AT Go， 这个就是可以综合所有的一些交易的策略、交易的机会，都会在这个 AT Go 字头当中提供的一些功能。同时也可以看图加技术指标，最重要就是我刚才说的大行情，最重要就是分析。它里边的研究报告也是一些行情讯息的功能，也会为大家好好的介绍。今天的内容就是在这里，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Martin。我觉得好多现场的观众也是很感兴趣，对你的分享，对的。好，谢谢你。
我们 ATFX 的 booth 里边尝试介绍，我们在大门口一进门就是我们 ATFX 的这个 booth。大家如果想要更多的信息的话，也可以让我们好好的介绍给大家。谢谢，谢谢。
好，谢谢 Martin， 谢谢 ，Thank you。So thank you, Martin, for the sharing on the AI-enabled market, insight tools for investor decision support. So before we go into the next presentation, just want to share that today we have some snacks and coffee just right outside at the reception in the foyer area. So if you, after the presentation, if you want to take some coffee break, you can enjoy the coffee there just right behind the reception area in the foyer. So please enjoy. So next, we are going to have the next presentation with the topic Assets Tokenization in 2026, Rewiring Market Infrastructure at Scale. As tokenization continues to develop, so this session will explore how it may reshape market infrastructure, liquidity, settlement efficiency, and cross-border investment. So now we're just getting ready to invite our guest speaker on stage. Let's give a big hand to welcome Anastasia, Director of Growth of Evident, to the stage. Let's welcome our guests.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. So, 接下来这个演讲是英文的，所以听不懂的话，大家辛苦了。So just a quick introduction about myself, because I just found out there's another stage. So if you did want to switch and go to listen to another talk, you may do so. If you do stick around, I really appreciate that. And, if you don't, then we won't be friends. So today's talk is going to be about the infrastructure in the RWA market. I personally am not the biggest fan of the term RWA, so real-world assets. I think they're just assets on chain. If you met me before, the past 3 years I spent as the head of growth at Defactor and RWA.io. So I've seen the market evolve, and now as part of the Evident group, I've just joined a couple of months ago. We are basically working in the private markets, but at the same time, it's also a tokenization and AI infrastructure firm. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about the market, the infrastructure, and why we are doing things in the private markets. So private markets, think like, Anthropic, SpaceX, pre-IPO, so private equity deals. So to start with, let's have a look at the tokenization overall and the market of assets on chain. What you're seeing is data from RWA.xyz. So RWA.xyz or RWA.io, these are the sources that you can explore to really just dive deeper into the tokenized assets market, because the data has been really fragmented, and I feel like that's pretty much the biggest pain point in the market right now. Everybody's tokenizing assets, but it's all quite scattered around as the data. So the numbers you're seeing on the slide is distributed tokenized assets, which is very important because the overall tokenized assets is close to 350 billion. And why that matters is because anybody can tokenize on the public chain, on the private chain, but then the data just stays there. And if nobody trades it, then, it's not really moving the market anywhere. So that's why we're talking about the distributed value. And as you can see on the slide, it's been a pretty tremendous growth for distributed tokenized assets. However, if we look at the asset classes, there are some of them that took off. U.S. Treasuries, private credit were some of the first ones. And then now we're slowly but surely getting to the more complex markets like real estate. Now, why some of them got tokenized first? Is that because platforms that are distributing treasuries are more familiar with blockchain? Probably not. It's because we as humans did the first thing first is the one that was the easiest. So why real estate, for example, hasn't been tokenized and that wildly accepted as a tokenized asset? Because it's really hard to comprehend the data from the real estate market. The regulators are not on board yet. So are you tokenizing the deed of ownership of your apartment or the house? Or are you tokenizing a fund that is managing a portfolio of real estate? All of that data, price discovery, these are complex processes. And that's why some of the assets are still just now only getting on chain. And some had been, kind of like at the forefront of the industry. So in terms of why people tokenize assets, right? Like there are three main things that people get excited about. So that's liquidity, accessibility, and convenience. For private markets specifically, that's a pain point that we all know. So accessing these assets like the pre-IPO shares is very difficult. That's why we think providing access to a broader range of assets by leveraging tokenization is a real edge. However, one misconception that I keep hearing over the years is that once you tokenize your assets, the liquidity will come, and then, we're all rich. So unfortunately, there's a liquidity gap in the market, and we're tackling it by participating in the assets that we've tokenized and are distributing on our platform. But also, I think the industry overall is making significant steps forward to bring in more liquidity into the tokenized markets. And that's why, at the moment, the distributed value of tokenized assets is roughly 10% of the overall volume of tokenized assets. But I think that's a step forward, and I think the most important thing to remember is that tokenization doesn't equal liquidity and distribution. You still need to treat the asset and still need to look into the asset in the sort of like TradFi Web 2 sense and really evaluate it, as opposed to just believing that once it's tokenized, it brings value and yield, and and that would be, I suppose, like the main misconception in the market so far. So while we are in the private markets, right? Everybody's trading pre-IPO deals and accessing them. That's one pain point, but also having faster settlements, having faster real-time positioning when everything runs on the blockchain as the database. That makes the workflows much easier and the overall market infrastructure and the operations a lot more agile. So that's one. And then also liquidity on demand comes in when you have that infrastructure that essentially enables you to be faster than the other players in the market or players that haven't really offboarded from the dinosaur systems onto the new tech, right? So that's pretty much why we believe that the tokenization infrastructure is going to move the industry forward. However, there are also macro factors that are helping us bring the tokenized assets market forward. I'm sure some of you came to Hong Kong for this conference or for this whole week. And the choice is because, maybe one of the reasons, is because the regulator here has been quite proactive to bring tokenization and assets in general, digital assets in general, forward and increase the adoption of the digital assets market. So Hong Kong has had that support from the regulator, also support from the institutions. So globally, of course, you see BlackRock, Franklin Templeton participating in the digital assets market and the tokenized assets. Also locally, we've had a few years ago, I mean, I've been here 7 years, and I think now is pretty much the most exciting time for digital assets. We used to have a very quiet time for digital assets here. At some point, we had Bitcoin ETF, so that brought a lot of excitement. For now, I think having that support from the regulators, from the big institutions, and then also having faster digital distribution that allows for a smaller ticket to participate, for the faster liquidity injection, that's all moving the market forward. And of course, compliance, because institutions are not going to participate unless it's safe and compliant for their assets and their customers. And so therefore, we are in this space essentially leveraging technologies like blockchain. And also I wanted to mention AI as the system of orchestration that we are leveraging today, not just like most of you guys probably explore ChatGPT and Kimi and DeepSeek, but we're using AI to essentially bring the infrastructure forward and have a much more smooth operational activity in our own firm, and also provide that edge to our clients as well. So that allowed us to tokenize over 40 assets that were all reported to the SFC. We're focusing on these 4 buckets, essentially 4 themes. These are just some of the examples of the assets that we've worked with, that went public, or it was a big infrastructure project that we've tokenized and brought to the investors. And then I suppose I wanted to kind of also point out for you guys what's the difference between being Web 2 TradFi, which we are also still Web 2 TradFi, but on digital rails, right? So digital first workflows, streamlines the processes. You can have on-demand reporting, basically liquidity working a lot more nicely once it's all on blockchain and powered by AI. Unlike the previous talk, you know, our AI use is not really for trading. It's mostly for operations. And then I suppose this infrastructure, you might be wondering, so, okay, like I am using blockchain as the database for my assets. I am using AI for streamlining my processes. The point, I think, that everybody forgets is that the best infrastructure is the one you don't see, and the infrastructure that is actually enabling you to have a better business and to grow your business. So I wanted to finish my talk today with that point, because I think the most important is that the infrastructure will allow you to focus on what you do best, dealing with the assets, issuing the assets, finding your alpha, and finding the right partners. And the infrastructure will power all of these workflows and bring you at the forefront of the market. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thanks again for staying around. And yeah, I think that's it for today.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to Anastasia for the insightful sharing. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Okay. So now we're going to proceed to the next presentation with the topic, Strategic Development Roadmap 2011 to Future. So now we are going to invite our guest on stage. Our guest is coming from Mega Fusion. So we would like to invite our guest, Link, as a Mega Fusion brand ambassador on stage. So let's give a big hand and welcome Link. Let's pass the stage to him. Welcome.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Mega Fusion 的品牌大使，我叫做 Leo。对，那今天想跟大家介绍一下我们 Mega Fusion 安汇的这一家外汇平台。那我们目前的话，这个最基本的货币对，全球的指数 贵金属、大宗商品跟场外股票，这个都是我们的一个主力项目。对，那介绍一下我们 MegaFish 安汇，我们的一个战略发展路线。其实我们从2011年，就一路到现在，那我们前期的话都是在这个澳大利亚的市场，那我们后来深知说在亚洲地区，这个是一个非常重要的一个地方，所以我们一路来到国内，来到香港这一边，那这个是我们的一个历程图。就如同刚才跟各位所说的，我们前面都是在澳大利亚的一个市场，那一路的，从这个澳大利亚的牌照到毛里西斯，到南非，这个我们都陆续的取得，那来到2025年，也就是去年的，差不多也就是这个时期，那个我们同时的进军在亚洲市场。包括说海外的话，其实像是杜拜、马来西亚、英国，这些地方我们都有。那我们也在2025年的7月到12月，在亚洲市场这一边，正式的突破这个万人的一个注册量。那总共目前是来到10万多人。都是我们 MegaFish 安汇的这个用户，对。那以历程来讲啦，因为我们从去年，才开始到现在，所以我觉得我们目前在国内的活动，或者是说香港，这个我们也都来了非常的多次，参与非常的多次了，所以我们非常看重这边。那加上前面的澳大利亚的话，我们总共就是有14年的一个时间。那以及刚才讲的，我们以6个月的时间参与了国内、海外非常多的一个活动。那从全球化的布局到高速的成长，那包括说我们近几个月也都是在做后台跟技术的一个优化。那很多的客户跟我们反馈很多的一些诉求。我们也都希望说能够尽力的去做到达成，对。那这可以看一下，这个是我们 MegaFish 总部的一些照片，不管说总部还是说一些活动，包括说我们之前有在这个新疆地区，也有在这个深圳，那包括说在这个迪拜。还有说这个阿布达比，对，那为什么我们会认为说外汇，这个是一个新形态？因为我们有做过市调，就是说以外汇市场来讲，金融市场这么多的商品来说，有股票有数字货币，但是还是以外汇市场，它的一个日均交易量其实还是最大的。有来到7.5万亿美元的日均交易量，所以我们认为这绝对是非常重要的一块，甚至大过于股票，甚至大过于所谓的数字货币。那相较于说传统股票市场的一个局限，只能够 T+1，甚至说只能交易4个小时，甚至说很容易会受到所谓主力资金和庄家的一个影响。而且只有单方面的一个获利，我想这个其实都是投资市场里面比较局限的一些事情，所以我们希望说来做到外汇这一块，来让大家有一个比较多元性的，比较不那么局限的一个投资机会。那为什么流动性很重要？就是我们刚刚讲的这个毫秒级的成交。以及说规模够大，当一个规模大的时候，其实就没有任何一个单一的一个机构，或者是说个人能够去操控这个市场。那相较于所有的投资者来讲，其实它也是一个比较公平的一个交易环境。那外汇交易的一个核心优势就在于说， T+0的一个机制，就比如我们刚刚讲的股票只能够 T+1，但是在外汇市场的话 ，T+0等于是说你当天就可以去做到买卖，当天就可以看到你自己的一个投资交易成果。好，那另外就是双向交易。好，比起股票市场的一个单一交易，在外汇市场你想要做多，做空，其实都是可以的。好，彻底告别牛短熊长的一个烦恼。好，那以及说在外汇市场这一边，你现在可以透过很多的一个技术量化，或者是说所谓的一个智能交易，来帮助你的交易能够做到更，就是告别你的一个人为的一个因素，就是等于是说你可以透过这个智能交易的一个部分，更理性、更有逻辑性的去做到每一笔单的一个交易判断。好，那甚至是说外汇经纪商的一个新赋能，就是说我们透过这个 CFD 差价合约，你可以去做到无需钱包，那双向操作，以及说资金安全，包括说你可以24小时打破周末的休市限制，是全年无休的。等于是说你想要什么时候做，其实都可以。好，那我们就是好的量化也需要好的交易环境。好，那好的交易环境难道是低点差还是所谓的不滑点吗？这个我想都不是。真正好的交易环境应该是要对接市场，所以我们 WikiFX 安汇保证我们是不平台、不人为介入的，而且不管好与坏，我们都体现真实的一个市场报价。我们都有跟流动商、跟 LP、跟桥去对接所谓的一个真实市场报价。甚至说我们在自己的专场也有展示给所有客户看。其实，在所谓的流动商报价，有时候1秒是可以来到几百笔的报价，甚至说几千笔。所以这个绝对不可能有人为能够去做到一个介入或者是说控制的。至少在我们安汇，我们是能够跟各位保证如此。好不好？对，那以我们交易平台的话，我们也提供了非常多的一个工具给各位，比如说像是 NT4，或者是说 NT5，那以及广泛分析的工具和指标，比如说跟单社区，比如说 Pen。如果说有一些交易的新手或者是说小白，对于自己的一个投资比较没有信心，比较没有一个底气的话，我们透过跟单社区或者是说 Pen， 你可以在上面找到合适的一个跟单者，或合适的高手，你可以选择去跟他们的单，这个都是比较灵活的一种方式，不会说让新手小白觉得自己好像没有办法在这个市场上有所发挥。那透过我们的这些武器、这些工具，你都可以更好的去做到这些事情。OK， 那这个就是我们的一些流动商。OK， 那今天的话时间有限，那我们 WikiFX 安汇这个报告到这里，谢谢大家。
Thank you our guests from WikiFX to share the inspiring concepts. Thank you so much. Thank you for your sharing. For our next presentation, the topic is One Account Global Investment, the cross-asset trading revolution in the UEX era. As global investors look for more efficient assets across asset class, this session will explore how integrated trading infrastructure may reshape market assets, portfolio flexibility, and the future of multi-asset investment. So maybe now invite our guests on stage. Please join me to welcome Louis Huang, our Chief Market Analyst of Biggest, to the stage. Let's welcome Louis on stage. We're just getting ready and looking forward to Louis sharing. Welcome, Louis. And pass the stage to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Louis Huang, came from Big Gate, and it's my pleasure to see you everyone in the Hong Kong market. So today I will show you a very important problem that every traders are understanding. You see, the trading opportunity is global, but often your capital is fragmented. So today we will talk about the capital efficiency and the execution speed in the financial trading market. So let me start with you a very simple question. How many trading apps do you have on your phone? You can open your phone and find your apps. So you have only the one for the crypto, or you can have the one for the CFD forex trading, and you have the one for the stock trading, and another one, I think you have the gold and the commodity. So that is a very, very complicated process if you want to trade the world. So every platform has its own KYC process and has its own wallet and has its own onboarding. So the problem will appear when your trading opportunity appears. For example, you see the Bitcoin have a trading strategy. You find the gold has a spike, or you find the Bitcoin has a really, really high volatility to trade. So in the fragment setup, you have to choose the symbol, choose the currency you want to trade. So the process is very complicated. You have to withdraw your ASA and deposit to another one platform. So I think that is not a trading strategy. That is the obstacle for the traders. So today I will show you why this model has been changing. The market have never overwhelmed opportunities. We see the crypto can trade 24 hours per day, and we think the Forex is the world's largest economic financial market in the world, and we see the gold and the commodity can all respond to the geopolitical event, inflation, or the macroeconomic data, or even a change in the risk settlement. But the traders are unable to trade these markets efficiently. Why? Because their trading infrastructure is fragmented. Yes? So we see the traditional financial market and the crypto asset market is developed in a separate area. We see the traditional financial market is built around, large build before the crypto asset platform. And we see the crypto native platform were built only for the digital asset. So what's the result? The result is if you are a trader and you want to trade the both world of the economy, you have to, one, to manage your crypto account, and the second one, to manage your traditional financial asset. That's very, very complicating and inconvenient for the trader who want to trade the both market. So the fragmentation means the trading is not an easy way for the trader who want to trade the world, right? So fragmentation is not only means inconvenient. It will affect your capital efficiency and your execution speed. For example, if you want to trade and your amount and your capital separate across multiple platforms, so you want to trade, you will ask your question, just like which account has enough money? Yes? And how long will a transfer take? And what the conversion cost? So imagine you see the Bitcoin sell off sharply and you want to rotate into the gold as a macro hedge. In the fragment setup, you have to doing a very long process. For example, sell your ASA, withdraw, and wait for the confirmation. Deposit to another one CFD brokerage, and wait for the confirmation again. And by then, the trading opportunity may be missing. So the infrastructure is very, very terrible. To make the good decision is really hard to execute. It's really hard to take. So what does trader actually need? The trader need not another one app, not another one account, not another one KYC process. They need is only one unified trading environment. So in the big UEX, we can use the one account, one capital pools, and let you trade the world. So this is our core concept behind the big at UEX. So the UEX is means you can bring the crypto asset and the traditional finance in the market all in one account. So that is a very convenient way for the traders who want to trade the both world and they want to get another one trading opportunity. So that is a very important thing for the traders. And the bigger UES let you use the USDT as the collateral to trade the traditional financial market like the Forex, like the gold, like the commodity, or even the global index, all in one account. So that will help you to trade more efficiently and make your capital more flexible and productive. So in the future, we think if we are trading in the financial market and in the UEX, you can focus on the Forex during the central bank mass announcement. You may focus on the gold during the geopolitical event happens, and you may focus on the crypto even in the Donald Trump speaking. So all of this market you can trade only in the one account and didn't need any withdrawal, transfer, and make your capital more flexible. So I think it's very important things for the trader. So if you want to trade the whole world in the one account, one environment, and treating your digital asset and the traditional financial asset all in one platform, the big UES is to solve this problem now. So we talk about not just about the one platform or the one product. We talk about is the border shift across the financial asset industry. So we see the Web3 and the traditional finance have developed in parallel, and each one has its strengths in their sector. For example, we see the Web3 prove its value in the speed, digital asset ownership, and the 24-hour per day liquidity. Yes? And we see the traditional finance prove its value in the market depth, familiar financial products. So if we can trade the Web3 and the traditional financial market all in one account, it's very, very convenient way for the traders. So in the future, we think from our perspective, it's not the one replacing another one. It's just about the convergence. So the question is, are you ready to trade without the borders? Are you ready to trade all in one account? That is a very convenient way for you to trade the world. So the area of the fragmentation is being challenged. The big UES is built around one very clear concept. One account, one capital pool, and let you trade the world. The area of the financial market are breaking down. So the final question is, are you ready to trade the whole world only in the one platform, one account? Thank you, everyone. And I think today we'll have you very knowledge and know about the bigger UES. And if you want to learn more about the bigger UES or the bigger CFD, please feel free to come to talk with us. And thank you, everyone. And hope every day have a happy trading. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Let's give a big hands to Louis. Thank you so much for your sharing. Thank you. I think many people enjoyed. So what's next? So next is a really important, and we have a really distinguished guests joining us today. 今天我们非常荣幸邀请到备受关注的著名经济分析师傅盘先生。刚才已经有很多观众问我，傅先生的分享在哪个时候？现在就是哪个时间已经到了，所以我们现在就准备。So next, we'd like to invite our distinguished speakers, Mr. Fu Peng, on stage. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome Mr. Fu, please. 我们掌声有请傅先生。
好，这个我用中文跟大家去分享一下啊，基本上这个会从几个角度跟大家去聊一下对于这个全球各个市场的一些看法吧。那么第一个呢，想跟大家分享的呢，是从这个流动性层面啊，因为无论是所有的资产，其实到今天为止啊， 包括这个主流的加密资产，它本质上都是跟这个全球的核心流动性层是有关系的。啊，我们08年金融危机之后呢，我们这个08年金融危机之后呢，整个这个全球的流动性呢，应该是说从2008年到2021年，达到了相对的顶峰。那流动性这个东西呢，它其实理解起来呢，应该是由3个维度，大家一定要注意，它不是简单的你看新闻中的加息降息，加息降息只是利率曲线中短端利率的反应。但它不是整个流动性的代表，所以我这儿呢大概放了一个非常简单的图表，也就是说我们整个流动性的观察呢，可以从3个维度，这个游泳池里水的量，游泳池里水的温度，还有游泳池里这个压力的分布，所以说实际上它应该是整个逻辑应该是 P 除以 Q 乘以 G。 那这个话为什么很重要呢？因为大家对于这个流动性的观察呢，这个如果你专业的话，你可以从我们说利率端、利率曲线端，你可以从资产负债表等等美联储的公开市场操作去观察整个流动性的变化。但是呢，其实还有一种更简单的方法，什么方法呢？我们现在呢，在传统的交易中间呢，基本上是把主流的加密资产，比如说比特币，是当成了一个重要的流动性反应。实际上，在去年的11月份，当然到今年年初的一些这个峰会上，我都跟大家讲过，我说今年呢，实际上是全球整个流动性环境收紧的一年，而且呢是重要的收紧的一年。这个重要指的是什么呢？它不仅仅是1年2年的这种流动性的宽松或者紧张，随着这个美联储的凯伦沃什上来之后呢，它其实宣告了整个从2008年金融危机之后，整个这个流动性大宽松的环境的结束。所以在这个今年年初的时候，我跟大家分享，我说凯伦沃什它实际上代表着是中央银行货币政策回归传统、回归保守主义的一种做法。那肯定要对应的是这个过去10几年的这种不保守、不传统，这就是2008年。在08年的次贷危机之后，我们在应对可以说是2战后最重要的全球的经济转型的阶段中，它是需要货币和财政的呵护的。那么在货币端上，它表现出来的就是全球的低利率、流动性的泛滥，以及央行资产负债表的扩张。那么在过去的10年，我相信大家其实除了见证这种传统金融资产的上涨以外，其实还见证了很多非传统资产可能很多都不能叫金融资产了的这种疯狂。我举个例子，比如说2020年疫情之后，大家见到因为疫情的因素，使得我们在一个阶段里，大概1到2年的时间里，又再次的迎接了低利率和极度宽松的资产负债表。那么在那个窗口期里，我们全球的金融资产呢，就呈现了典型的叫垃圾资产疯狂的状态。你比如说当时美国这个美股上面大家见过这个游戏驿站吧？见过这个叫加密资产中间见过很多所谓的垃圾币的疯狂这些现象它本质就是流动性极度宽松的一种表现。你可以理解就是钱多了、水多了，什么东西都可以被炒的。但是当流动性开始整体收缩的时候，那么它就会呈现一种叫缩圈的状态，就是这个资产呢会逐渐的把真假辨别出来。 这个过程大概在21年就已经发生了，21年的下半年。所以说21年的下半年到22年，比如说最典型，你看到加密资产中这个核心当时的比特币大概从这个7万多跌到2万左右。美股里边，我估计很多人都忘了，当时的英伟达在22年一年跌了64%还是65%。那个过程其实就是相当于海绵在挤压里边的水，同时也在挤压泡沫。那么在今年呢，实际上在去年11月份，我们迎来了最重要的一个转折点。就21年呢是资产负债表最大的状态，但是呢去年的年底是流动性加资产负债表收紧最关键的一个点。那这个话怎么理解？这个游泳池里的水啊，它不是说我资产负债表开始收缩，这个流动性就紧张，是我收缩到一定程度的时候，资产负债表会紧张。所以在去年的11月、12月，也就是当时比特币大概在11万左右的时候，我当时这个跟李林见面，我们俩在聊这个话题的时候，我说我给你打个赌，大概在未来的1年呢，我们说加密资产会不会腰斩？如果它腰斩了，将再次的证明它的底层的本质逻辑是一个受流动性影响的资产。那么在去年11月份，你的观察点应该是什么呢？这个答案应该是美联储的 SRF 的市场操作。这个操作呢，是代表着资产负债表收缩到一定程度后，市场已经产生了结构性的压力。你注意啊，比如说银行开始抽贷、收紧流动性的时候，它不是代表着所有人都缺钱。有钱的可能不缺，没钱的杠杆高的可能就缺了。这个流动性的传递，它不是一下子大家流动性都紧，它在结构上会逐层的反应。当它逐层反应的时候呢，我们的资本市场就会出现一个现象，叫缩圈，就是大家呢会把这些最外围的流动性最受影响的资产率先的抛弃掉。然后呢，不断的汇集到那个最核心的资产上。那比如说到今天为止，很多人单纯的，比如说你拿标普500这个指数，你去衡量美股好还是美股坏，其实你会发现不对。过去的半年吧，也就是今年的全部时间，无论是美国市场还是全球市场，你们都会发现一个现象，就是缩圈，也就是说，资本市场正在用极少数的公司在撑着整个指数。你比如说，我这儿给你放几个数据当然干讲的大家就会比较的枯燥比如说我给大家放几个数据那你可以看到这个数据，这个数据呢，实际上是我们从期权市场上去观察美国市场，你就会发现呢，这个期权的低估，也就是大家在期权市场上严重低估了市场风险，就是这个蓝色线。在2021年的10月份，这个数字大概0.28左右吧。我们最新的数据大概已经低于2021年的那个水平。它说明什么？它说明在过去的半年时间里，大家在不断的低估市场潜在的风险这个现象不好的。第二呢，你们会看到这个数字是什么意思呢？就是标普500中对于市场指数贡献能够起到的作用的这个比例非常的低我翻译成通俗话讲，就是少部分公司在撑着指数。那当然了，其实还有数据，比如说你们会看到美股标普500中的波动率，还有它的这个叫 EQ 波动率
也就是等权波动率。这个数字在今年也发生了巨大的偏离。那它告诉你什么意思呢？叫市场看起来很好，但实际上大部分公司已经不好了。实际上我一直说，今年的美股啊，大体上会是一个震荡。如果你看指数，会是一个震荡的行情。如果你看个股，年初他们的采访我已经说过了，我说搞不好有些股票可能跌20%、30%、40%，可能包括这个国内的市场也会出现一些股票可能跌掉60%、70%都会有的。那这个原因呢，实际上就是你在看市场的时候，你一定要把它里边的结构要同步的考虑进去，那么美国的这个不叫美国的市场，流动性层的收缩会带来资产的收缩。那么这个资产呢，大概就是这个圈。这个呢，其实就是过去的7、8年的时间里，全球的核心资产的一个这个图。这个图里边呢，这种分母性资产，它是最容易受到流动性的。也就是换句话说，像比特币啊、Circle 啊、Robinhood 呀、游戏驿站呀、一级市场风险投资啊，它这些东西是最容易受到流动性影响的。所以当大的流动性环境不好的时候，这部分资产是第一个下跌的。你比如说很多加密资产的人，在过去的半年，他经常说，哎呀，大家都不去投加密资产了，都去炒美股了。这个话是非常散户化的讲法，就散户的讲法就是，加密没有行情，不投加密，所以大家都去投美股了。如果稍微的正统点的讲法，它其实是在流动性收缩下，大家率先的把高流动性资产从你的投资组合中剥离出来。比如说钱多人傻的时候去搞垃圾资产，钱少人精的时候搞价值资产，这就叫扩圈和缩圈。所以从去年的11月份到现在，整个所有的资本市场表现特征就是缩圈，美股是在缩，各类资产之间是在缩，缩到哪儿呢？肯定是缩到最确定的价值资产上。这个最确定的价值资产，在过去的10年，就是生产力的进步，也就是这一轮所谓的人工智能的科技进步。那这个缩圈过程中呢，我这儿大概放了一个资产的圈，这个资产的圈中间呢，我们可以看到它有几层，它有几层。那么在人工智能的这环里，其实理解起来特别的简单，你把它理解成是一场固定资产投资的逻辑就清晰了。我这儿给大家举个例子你很容易理解。2001年，20年前，那个时候呢，你讨论的话题呢是中国是否要做大规模的要想富先修路，所以当时是林毅夫和谢国忠在讨论要想富先修路呢，还是我搞了大规模的公路、铁路基础设施投资建设会带来债务。2002年的两会告诉你要想富先修路。2003年中央财政基建项目、土地财政资金全部到位，开始修路，公路、铁路、桥梁基础设施建设开始进入到实务工作量中，也就是大规模的资本支出状态中。2004年，如果在座的有老投资人的话，2004年你应该会投资过3一重工、海螺水泥、宝钢股份等这些基建原材料。 我为什么举这个例子？因为过去的几年，大规模的 CapEx 资本支出投资在 AI 的基建里的逻辑，就是跟投高速公路、铁路桥梁是一模一样的。当你把大规模的资本支出去投数据中心、算力中心的时候，那么数据中心、算力中心相关的水泥、沥青、工程机械，也就是你的光模块、CPU、HBM、机柜、液冷等等这些资产都会受益。这种投资逻辑本质上是贯通的，它不会因为说它的名字叫 AI 时代，它就会发生变化。AI 时代的上半场是通过类似于 ChatGPT 这种应用端，带给了大家愿意去做资本支出的意愿，所以从2023年开始，大家做的就是大规模的基础设施建设，叫数字时代的基建。那么这个投资逻辑呢，就是一样的。既然要做大规模数字基建，那么数字基建拉动的这些原材料就是确定性的答案。三星电子、海力士、台积电等等，其实就是你当年的钢筋、水泥、沥青、3一重工啊。但是今年的2季度是一个非常关键的点，除了刚才我们讲到的流动性带来的这种收缩以外，今年2季度是整个系统上的一个重要的转折点。什么东西？昨天大家看到这个谷歌的财务报表出来，很多人啊，聪明的投资人其实会注意到，它跟过去2-3年的市场逻辑已经不一样了。过去的2-3年市场的逻辑是，所有的互联网大厂，只要你愿意去做 CapEx， 只要你愿意去做基建，愿意去做资本支出，市场就愿意给你估值。但是今年，你们去注意看，所有的大厂财务报表只要出来，大家发现资本支出还需要继续高速增长，股价是跌的。为什么？因为投资人在今年2季度观察到了一个最重要的数据，就是这些主力在全球做 AI 基建资本支出的这些大厂们，它的自由现金流归零了。比如说昨天晚上的所有报表中，其实最重要的一个数字是谷歌的自由现金流转负。所以你会发现很多人还停留在过去2年那个逻辑里，就是哎呀，只要愿意做资本支出，市场就应该是好的。那个时代结束了，23年、24年那个25年那个时代结束了。市场现在进入到，我修了这么多的路，花了这么多的钱，建了这么多的公路、铁路、桥梁，我将来有没有车跑，火车票能不能挣回来？所以说，第1阶段和第2阶段的转折，它的标志性信号就是自己手上没有成本的钱花完了。那么对于我来讲，如果还想在未来的几年继续去做资本支出，我的逻辑就变成了我要去发股票、发债券去进行融资。这个时候，这些资金是有成本的，这些投资人是有偏见的。投资人到底还认不认可烧钱这条路径，还是说你必须要告诉投资人，我现在烧的这个钱未来能挣回来？当然了，我还可以教大家一个更细的数字，这个数字是什么呢？你们可以去观察一下 CapEx 的资本支出和谷歌的云业务的增速，这2者之间的比值。这个比值现在大概是1.9，也就是意味着谷歌现在投入1.9块的基建，只能挣1块钱。这就是资本市场现在无法进一步的买单的原因。 钱在变紧张，大家在过去的半年呢，不断的收缩到最确定的资产上，同时产业上的逻辑在发生变化。当然了，我们在缩圈的这个过程中，一定会经历什么？经历一次风险。我还拿英伟达为例，英伟达的整个产业周期，22年是它的佩雷斯产业生命周期的证明正伪的阶段。所以22年英伟达从万亿跌到1000亿，然后 ChatGPT 时刻出来之后，英伟达走真正的价值阶段。23年、24年，英伟达是非常好的逻辑，业绩的增长、资本支出的投入、订单的增加，然后带来市值1万亿、2万亿、3万亿。更好的是低波动率，也就是说没有什么风险，市值在翻几倍。但是在24年的6月份，我当时在新加坡调研回去以后，我跟各家金融机构说，我说可能要有一个大问题。什么大问题呢？英伟达的公司没有问题，行业没有问题，产业没有问题，但是英伟达的场外金融杠杆有问题。我为什么要强调这一点？因为我们现在很多新进来的新一代的投资人，这些00后们，他们有一个巨大的误区，什么误区呢？他认为金融市场的表现跟基本面应该是吻合的，大错特错。你们一定要记住，资本市场的反应绝对是对的，而资本市场反映的是预期，它会领先于你的基本面。比如到今天为止，很多基本面的讲法是 HBM 的产能释放不出来，还是短缺的。你说对吗？对。但是你想由此得出股价继续上涨是错的。这里边他就犯了一个最典型的错误，就是金融市场反映预期，基本面平衡表反映现实，它远远的滞后。这就是20多年老江湖的 trader 给你们讲的经验。但当年的英伟达在24年的7月份，有多少人有印象？短短的几天，英伟达暴跌，跌了20%。日本股市开盘一天跌了10%。那个时候，很多的做研究员的写报告，日本央行加息，日元套息交易拆仓，导致全球股市大跌。但真正的原因是什么呢？真正的原因其实很简单。当我们在全球的资金在往那个最确定的资产上收缩的时候，它最容易产生一个现象。我可以考一考大家，如果现在咱俩玩扑克牌，你现在知道我手上这张扑克牌是5，你手上扑克牌是6，咱俩来比大小，请问你怎么压注？如果你的扑克牌是6，你不知道我是什么，你的压注会谨慎。但是如果你知道我只有5点，你是6点，请问你怎么压注？这个问题不难回答呀。很多人可能会回答说，那副总我 all in。我告诉你，你不是一个合格的交易员。合格的交易员应该是把老婆孩子都压进去 all in。确定性会滋生贪婪，这句话你们一定要记住。确定性除了创造财富以外，它会滋生贪婪。万事万物它是双面性的，贪婪就是杠杆。也就是说，当你知道英伟达的订单在这一轮资本支出中间是最确定的，你会无限的加杠杆，贪婪的去获得收益，这是交易员的本性。 但是你的贪婪到了临界点的时候，就会创造波动，创造风险。其实到今天为止，这个圈里的某个资产也正在发生同样的事情。行业没有问题，公司没有问题，订单依旧有，业绩依然增长，但股价会天天熔断。思密达的很多小孩是昨天还会所嫩模，今天就跳海了。问题不是三星出问题，也不是海力士出问题，也不是 HBM 产业链出问题，问题是杠杆出问题。这跟24年7月份英伟达的闪崩背后的底层逻辑是一模一样的，就是高度的确定性下滋生了贪婪的杠杆，而杠杆达到一定临界值必崩。这个世界没有说杠杆可以永远玩下去的，它达到一定临界值必崩。当然了，我们说作为投资人来讲，也有个很好的分析方法，就是当你发现，对吧，20多岁大学还没毕业的年轻小孩扛着钱 all in 着说必须站在三星海力士里的时候，你就知道要完蛋了。因为他把不该吸引进来的人吸引进来了，必然出事情。所以这几年呢，整个资本市场在走的逻辑呢，就是收缩状态下，大家都知道那几个确定性资产，但那个确定性资产就在我这张图里，所有人都知道。但是风险不在什么行业基本面上，是在流动性杠杆上，你必须要注意这种风险。所以说，我们这个市场大概到了一个第一阶段的重要临界点，就是当资本支出的故事叙事在今年讲完之后，市场会经历波动，冷静下来。所以今年你要我给美股的答案就是指数能保持横盘就不错了。那有人说了，你看副总3月份美股跌了一波以后，5月份、6月份又涨起来了。你们注意，这就是刚才我给你解释的，5月份、6月份美股的涨起来是非常结构性的，也就只有少部分公司在顶着，它大部分公司已经不涨。这就跟你在最近的1年去看中国的股市，你们也会发现，中国的市场也出现了同样的逻辑，55%的股票是低于3000点的，只有那少部分的，比如说站在广里，站在新里，站在这个 AI 里，只有这少部分的资产在撑着指数。你们去看，这叫结构性市场，它不是总量性市场。流动性收紧，结构性市场，产业链重要的转折点出现。那么对于今年来讲 ，AI 时代还在继续。注意啊，投资人一定要按照标准的产业投资逻辑去思考这个产业链，可千万不能干一件事情，把 AI 变成一种布道传教，那个就完蛋了。它是一个标准的产业链。产业链的每一环，上游、中游、下游，它有产业周期，它有这个标准的，佩雷斯的产业生命周期，它有标准的上中下游的切换，它有标准的窗口期。所以说，很多人问我一句话说：“副总，你看不看好？你是不是不看好 AI 了？”我说你这个话很有问题。因为在过去的10年，大家都已经非常明确，这个生产力的环节就是人工智能，这一点已经毫无质疑了。但是不等于说，只要看好人工智能，我有信仰，我就永远拿着，不是的。英伟达作为上游的核心，它已经走完了它的 佩雷斯产业生命周期的前边的这种确定性成长，它从25年进入到老登谷，所以很多人在去年到今年注意到，哎，这个英伟达涨幅远远的不如其他的股票。恭喜你，你如果关注到这个现象，不是说明英伟达不行了，而是它进入到了成熟阶段。你放心，过2年，要不了2年，三星、海力士也会进入到老登，也就是成熟阶段。这个上游产业链会完全的进入到成熟，然后把成长性给予下游。这个周期大概如果让我说的话，是22年上游核心硬件，然后26年软件层杀估值，然后重塑，然后大概在30年左右应用层杀估值重塑。正常来讲，一个完整的产业周期应该是20到25年，我们现在已经走了10年了。注意 ，AI 时代已经走了10年了。可千万不要以为说 AI 时代刚刚开启，不是的，这个10年就是上游的硬件基建类，而它的下10年就是应用层。但是现在呢是有一个断层的，大家千万不要用程序员的思维去思考产业链。程序员思维觉得说，哎，我现在用 Codex 我去做 coding， 这都是叫做应用，不。这叫工具，这依旧停留在工具层，它不是应用层，它跟应用层的概念是不一样的。所以我们现在大概在10个月到18个月左右的时间里，我们是一个窗口期。这个窗口期正好是产业链这个下游和上游的基建之间的那个窗口。这个窗口里市场的表现。可千万别 all in 梭哈，这个就是一定要注意它的标准的这个产业投资，当然了，我们说你的分析方法，其实我已经跟大家罗列完了，一定要从流动性、市场的微观、产业的中观几层维度叠加在一起去分析。当然了，这2年其实宏观。就至少大家理解的那个宏观其实不重要，比如说，你说我们还需要去分析美国经济吗？不需要，为什么呢？这么大规模的 Capex 资本支出在那儿放着的，居民部门的杠杆从08年已经去掉了。那换句话说，你根本不用分析它的经济，它的经济就2字儿，韧性。所以宏观经济的分析。在这儿会淡化，我们完全的集中到了市场层面和流动性层面，市场层面和流动性层面。而市场层面，你重点集中在了就是人工智能这个主线上。其实全球现在的投资就这一条主线。你们看这个资产中间，大概率将来就是日本、韩国、中国台湾、中国以及美国，没有了。欧洲呢可以把阿斯麦加进去，其他的没啥意义。你比如说现在的韩国股市跟韩国经济有关系吗？没任何关系。那我再问你们一句，现在的日本股市跟日本经济有关系吗？也没关系。你们仔细看看日本股市是不是整个 AI 产业链最上游的这个设备？对吧？你光看着三星、海力士，你看看三星、海力士要买的设备是谁？全是日本的。所以这个其实就是一个链条。中国台湾那边就台积电，没有别的。所以它这个链条就是这个生产力，但是生产力是一个产业投资，注意它是个产业投资，它有它的既定的周期特征。所以我把话就直接放在这儿。Q2季度，当你看到大厂的自由现金流归零的那刻，就是重要的转折点。它前边的逻辑和后边逻辑是不一样的，一定要注意，一定要注意，一定要注意。当然，最后呢，我再回到这个叫 我还是再回到这个流动性的这个维度去跟大家聊一下啊。这大概就是几种分析框架：产业层、经济层、通胀层、流动层、市场层。我们现在不需要太多的去分析经济层，我们更多的就是产业层、流动层、市场层啊。那么我还是最后呢回到这个流动性层面，因为这个东西呢跟大家的其他资产是有关系的，比如说跟大家的这个加密资产呀等等，这些肯定是有关系的啊，大家对这个肯定是感兴趣的。为什么讲这个流动性层？凯伦沃什，也就是新任美联储主席，是一个非常重要的信号。他将宣告着从伯南克08年金融危机后，伯南克开始的中央银行的核心思路框架发生变化。我在1月份写的日记叫“这个代表着中央银行将回归到08年前的路径”。我简单的跟大家解释，就是08年金融危机爆发了，风险出来了。那么我们前面有了29年大萧条的经验，29年大萧条证明完全的自由市场不管不行啊，所以凯恩斯的政策会得到大规模的使用。那么08年之后呢，无论是伯南克、耶伦等等，都是贯穿了这样的一个思路，也就是说，中央银行应该去救助市场。但是啊，大家记住啊，万事万物皆有利和弊。比如说做投资啊，你们很喜欢杠杆，你们记住，成也萧何，败也萧何。杠杆能让你暴富，杠杆也能让你爆仓。任何事情都是双刃剑。那么中央银行的救助可以让市场快速的平息下来，可以让大家避免大萧条，但同时中央银行过度的救助会滋生贪婪和泡沫。大家都知道所谓的美联储期权，就是只要市场出现波动，我就大胆的买入。为什么呢？我赌中央银行一定会救。当所有人都这种想法的时候，市场会不断的这个叫过热、过热、过热、过热。大家所有都基于挣钱是我的，赔钱是中央银行的，那我可以告诉你，这个金融市场的资产会出现严重的高估。那么美联储凯伦沃什的所有演讲就一句话：我要回归到我该做的这个事情和地方。中央银行该做的就是就业和通胀，我应该回归到这种状态。08年之后，我这种行为伴随着现在科技的进步、生产力的提高，我可以退出了。就好像家里的妈妈发现，哎呦，我儿子已经上高中了，已经能自立了，我这时候还能把他变成一个妈宝男吗？不能的。所以当凯伦沃什上来的时候，大部分人在那儿解读什么这个降息缩表，其实这个词中间最重要的是缩表，不是降息，跟这个短端利率的变动没有任何的关系，核心是如何缩表，如何将中央银行回归到08年前的那种状态。这就意味着我们人生啊最重要的一次流动性宽松，从08年到凯伦沃什上来的这一轮流动性宽松，这一轮全世界疯狂的资产广泛性的泡沫化结束了。所以说在座的各位，如果谁还想说未来的5年10年会不会再有那种过去20年啊，就从08年到2226年左右的这种疯狂，不会了。大家会老老实实的回归到真正的价值资产上去，所以这种现象其实是非常重要的一个流动性节点。 它告诉我们，我们的投资策略将从原来的扩圈性、广泛性的资产收缩到核心资产上去。加密市场同样会发生这样变化。那么，甚至很多人都观察到，包括比特币、以太坊，大家都观察到市值稳定了，波动率降下来了，流动性稳定了，参与者机构化了。其实大家在描述的这种现象，就是在经历大浪淘沙筛选之后存活下来资产的典型特征。当然了，到现在为止就不用再去讲以前的那种叙事故事了，那个故事也结束了。所以这个呢，是我们所有金融资产的最上边最重要的一个因子，你必须在今年理解它，然后你再顺着下边的每一个层去看这个资产，你可能就会变得更加的清晰一些了，变得更加清晰一些，当然了，我们说这儿时间有限啊，我这里边不可能把这个每一层我都跟大家分开的去讲得很细，如果大家有兴趣，比如说包括这个 PPT， 你们想去这个拿回去自己琢磨琢磨、研究研究的，我是欢迎的，我本质上还是喜欢大家作为一种我们说这种叫智慧的交流，可能更重要。有的时候呢，这个底层的逻辑方法论你想明白了，再去看市场微观的时候，其实好多事儿就简单了，那就不用再去纠结了，那么这个 PPT 呢，大家如果有想要呢，我这个找我下边我助理，他可以举个手，你们可以找他，到时候想要的话去找他要一下就好了，好吧？那我的时间有限，我在这儿呢就跟大家快速的做这个分享，希望对大家能够有所启发，谢谢。
Thank you. Let's give a big hand to Mr. Fu Peng. 感谢傅鹏先生的精彩分享。Thank you so much. 现在我们就是会到午餐的时间。如果我们的来宾你们持有那个午餐券的话，现在就可以去那个交流区领取午餐。我们下午的舞台分享部分会在下午1时30分继续，到时我们再见。So now we're taking a lunch break. Please enjoy your lunch. Visit the exhibition area and continue connecting with our speakers, exhibitors, sponsors, and industry partners. For guests holding the lunch voucher, you may now proceed to the networking area to redeem your mailbox, which is just right behind the reception area in the foyer area. So you can now enjoy your coffee and tea break, and our program will resume at 1:30 p.m. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again shortly.
motorsport pivots to a new agile 50-50 hybrid era, the math has changed. Backed by Toyota Gazoo Racing's engineering scale, Ayo Komatsu and his TGR Haas F1 team are here to create a winning formula. Hi, Ayo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is an incredible place. You're an engineer-led team principal with a PhD in vehicle dynamics. It is pretty remarkable. And with the regulation changes that have come into effect, it almost feels like this has worked out very nicely in the favor of the team.
You know, this regulation change, the biggest regulation change I've experienced, I've been doing Formula One for 23 years. You know, sometimes we change on the aerodynamic side or chassis side. Sometimes we change on the power unit side. But never I experienced changes both at the same time. So it was a huge, huge challenge.
The 2026 car updates introduce Active Aero to dynamically adjust wing angles for maximum speed, followed by a boost button that allows drivers to deploy custom power unit profiles on demand. The new overtake mode grants an extra 0.5 megajoules of energy to training drivers, while automated recharge maps manage energy recovery to keep the power unit primed for the next attack.
No, it's definitely not tailor-made for us, but I honestly, with the size of the challenge, I expected a lot tougher start to the season, but just a huge credit to everyone in the team.
You talk so much about the people, but coming in from the Toyota side of things with people, pipeline and product, that seems to fit so well together in terms of a framework for the organization.
Formula One is an amazingly competitive international environment, and then that's the best environment, I believe, to grow people. So the core of our partnership, yes, it's a technical partnership. We're doing lots of engineering together, of course, but at the very heart of it is really to develop human beings, the people, who can basically perform to their individual best, because everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses and different capacities.
We're so early into the season, and yet we're seeing the culmination of all of that, the fruition is coming to birth. It's really quite remarkable.
The result is not something you can control. There's no point stressing about it. I believe that you should really focus on what you can control, which is your process, how you approach the tasks in front of you, right? We got to get best out of everyone. Actually, we need to make 1 + 1 more than 2. In order to do that, people cannot be afraid of failure. You know, I said everyone needs to put their opinion on the table. Doesn't matter if I don't agree.
This is a beautiful bird's eye view that we've got here. But tell me a little bit more about the magic that happens here, because obviously with so many people working around each other, teamwork must really be precise.
Teamwork is so important, but also the workflow. You know, at the moment we're still trying to improve it, but how the parts come through the door, the order of the assembly, how it goes out of the door. There's stores actually behind that wall, then the sub-assembly shop there, composite shop down there. So all that workflow needs to come together, and then this would be where the finishing products are made. So all that is very, very important.
What keeps the love going for you?
Well, yeah, just the improvements, and also like people ask me what's the sort of like happiest moment when I do this job. Like if we have a good qualifying or good race, and I can hear my people, like mechanics, engineers in the garage celebrating, right? Then when I turn around from pit wall and see those guys hugging each other, celebrating, that really is an amazing moment.
This is the sound of a 2026 revolution. We're here at Silverstone, the historic heart of motorsports racing, and we join the TGR Haas F1 team for what is going to be an in-depth day on track. This session is designed to sharpen the skills of the elite drivers and world-class personnel that define the team's future. Welcome to the Frontline Formula. How close we actually are. Can you explain to me, where are we, what are we doing, what's this all about?
We're about to start the afternoon session here at Silverstone. We've got Rio jumping in the car now. So for each driver, we have sort of a curriculum and then like what we want to get out of them and how we think they should develop to become a Formula One driver. Rio's quite far through the program, so we're getting to the more advanced stuff with him. So he's going to get in now. He's going to go out on a hard tire to wake himself up.
Where do you think the balance lies between being a great driver but also having the technology, the engineering and a good car to back you up?
Of course, the driver needs to drive fast, but the driver needs to find what the car needs. So this is, of course, engineers can find, but the driver is the only person that the drive and feel.
With a workforce growing from 300 staff in 2023 to over 400 today, the Haas F1 team and Toyota Gazoo Racing partnership focuses on the people, product, pipeline mantra. This initiative aims to develop elite talent, such as drivers and engineers, while leveraging data analysis to build a superior racing team. When we look up at the top screen there, you see the wind and where it's coming from, and it just echoes what Dom was saying about how getting out on track here at Silverstone is so important because it's this real-world experience that you don't get at any other time.
When Rio's out on track, he only hears one voice, and that's Dom.
Yes.
There's a lot of trust there, and Rio has to, Dom has to trust Rio's feedback, and Rio has to trust Dom in what he's telling him and what parameters on the car to change whilst he's out on track. The better relationship he had with your engineer, performance comes with that. You can't underestimate the significance of that relationship and how it actually helps extract the most out of the driver and the engineering team as well.
If there was one thing that you wanted people to know about the TGR Haas F1 team, what is it?
It's going to sound cheesy, but we are like a little family. We are the family team. We've had a few people leave to go to other teams and want to come back. Some have come back, made us a better team. People come back because they miss that kind of camaraderie and that family feeling that you get with a small team, especially when it's driven by someone like Io, who's been here since the start. It's welcoming, but yeah, it's definitely the little family team, I feel.
What's the big dream for you? What is the goal and where do you see the team going short term, but also long term?
We are still on a very steep, let's say, journey of improvement. If we work together, we create a good culture, team spirit that we can be fighting at top of the midfield in 3 to 5 years' time if we grow well. I'd like to think if we get to that point in middle point where we are fighting the midfield towards the top, we can look at, okay, what's the next step? How can we go for the podiums?
It comes back to your whole philosophy of just taking one step at a time.
You got to have a roadmap, right? But farther away from where you are, that roadmap, it's got to be flexible. But that road, the direction, the surface of the road, width of the road, how difficult the terrains are, right? That changes over the years. So that honestly keeps me going to want to do that better.
Motorsport pivots to a new agile 50-50 hybrid era. The math has changed. Backed by Toyota Gazoo Racing's engineering scale, Ayo Komatsu and his TGR Haas F1 team are here to create a winning formula. Hi, Ayo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is an incredible place. You're an engineer-led team principal with a PhD in vehicle dynamics. It is pretty remarkable. With the regulation changes that have come into effect, it almost feels like this has worked out very nicely in the favor of the team.
You know, this regulation change, the biggest regulation change I've experienced, I've been doing Formula One for 23 years. You know, sometimes we change on the aerodynamic side or chassis side. Sometimes we change on the power unit side. But never I experienced changes both at the same time. So it was a huge, huge challenge.
The 2026 car updates introduce active aero to dynamically adjust wing angles for maximum speed, followed by a boost button that allows drivers to deploy custom power unit profiles on demand. The new overtake mode grants an extra 0.5 megajoules of energy to trailing drivers, while automated recharge maps manage energy recovery to keep the power unit primed for the next attack.
No, it's definitely not tailor-made for us. But I honestly, with the size of the challenge, I expected a lot tougher start to the season. But it's just a huge credit to everyone in the team.
You talk so much about the people, but coming in from the Toyota side of things with people, pipeline and product, that seems to fit so well together in terms of a framework for the organization.
Formula One is an amazingly competitive international environment. And then that's the best environment, I believe, to grow people. So the core of our partnership, yes, it's a technical partnership. We're doing lots of engineering together, of course. But at the very heart of it, is really to develop human beings, the people, who can basically perform to their individual best, because everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses and different capacities.
We're so early into the season, and yet we're seeing the culmination of all of that. The fruition is coming to birth. It's really quite remarkable.
The result is not something you can control. There's no point stressing about it. I believe that you should really focus on what you can control, which is your process, how you approach the tasks in front of you, right? We got to get best out of everyone. Actually, we need to make 1 + 1 more than 2. In order to do that, people cannot be afraid of failure. You know, I said everyone needs to put their opinion on the table. Doesn't matter if I don't agree.
This is a beautiful bird's eye view that we've got here. But tell me a little bit more about the magic that happens here, because obviously with so many people working around each other, teamwork must really be precise.
Teamwork is so important, but also the workflow. You know, at the moment we're still trying to improve it, but how the parts come through the door, the order of the assembly, how it goes out of the door. There's the stores actually behind that wall, then the sub-assembly shop there, composite shop down there. So all that workflow needs to come together, and then this would be where the finishing products are made. So all that is very, very important.
What keeps the love going for you?
Well, yeah, just the improvements, and also like people ask me what's the sort of like happiest moment when I do this job. Like if we have a good qualifying or good race, and I can hear my people, like mechanics, engineers in the garage, celebrating, right? Then when I turn around from pit wall and see those guys hugging each other, celebrating, that really is an amazing moment.
This is the sound of a 2026 revolution. We're here at Silverstone, the historic heart of motorsports racing, and we join the TGR Haas F1 team for what is going to be an in-depth day on track. This session is designed to sharpen the skills of the elite drivers and world-class personnel that define the team's future. Welcome to the Frontline Formula. How close we actually are. Can you explain to me, where are we, what are we doing, what's this all about?
We're about to start the afternoon session here at Silverstone. We've got Rio jumping in the car now. So for each driver, we have sort of a curriculum and then like what we want to get out of them and how we think they should develop to become a Formula One driver. Rio's quite far through the program, so we're getting to the more advanced stuff with him. So he's going to get in now. He's going to go out on a hard tire to wake himself up.
Where do you think the balance lies between being a great driver, but also having the technology, the engineering, and a good car to back you up?
Of course, the driver needs to drive fast, but driver needs to find what the car needs. So this is, of course, engineers can find, but the driver is the only person that the drive and feel.
With the workforce growing from 300 staff in 2023 to over 400 today, the Haas F1 team and Toyota Gazoo Racing partnership focuses on the people, product, pipeline mantra. This initiative aims to develop elite talent, such as drivers and engineers, while leveraging data analysis to build a superior racing team. When we look up at the top screen there, you see the wind and where it's coming from, and it just echoes what Dom was saying about how getting out on track here at Silverstone is so important because it's this real-world experience that you don't get at any other time.
When Rio's out on track, he only hears one voice, and that's Dom.
Yes.
There's a lot of trust there, and Rio has to, Dom has to trust Rio's feedback, and Rio has to trust Dom in what he's telling him and what parameters on the car to change whilst he's out on track. The better relationship he had with your engineer, performance comes with that. You can't underestimate the significance of that relationship and how it actually helps extract the most out of the driver and the engineering team as well.
If there was one thing that you wanted people to know about the TGR Haas F1 team, what is it?
It's going to sound cheesy, but we are like a little family. We are the family team. We've had a few people leave to go to other teams and want to come back. Some have come back, made us a better team. People come back because they miss that kind of camaraderie and that family feeling that you get with a small team, especially when it's driven by someone like Io, who's been here since the start. It's welcoming, but yeah, it's definitely the little family team, I feel.
What's the big dream for you? What is the goal and where do you see the team going short term, but also long term?
We are still on a very steep, let's say, journey of improvement. If we work together, we create a good culture, team spirit that we can be fighting at top of the midfield in 3 to 5 years' time if we grow well. I'd like to think if we get to that point in the middle point where we are fighting the midfield towards the top, we can look at, okay, what's the next step? How can we go for the podiums?
It comes back to your whole philosophy of just taking one step at a time.
You got to have a roadmap, right? But farther away from where you are, that roadmap, it's got to be flexible. But that road, the direction, the surface of the road, width of the road, how difficult the terrains are, right? That changes over the years. So that honestly keeps me going to want to do that better.
motorsport pivots to a new agile 50-50 hybrid era, the math has changed. Backed by Toyota Gazoo Racing's engineering scale, Ayo Komatsu and his TGR Haas F1 team are here to create a winning formula. Hi, Ayo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is an incredible place. You're an engineer-led team principal with a PhD in vehicle dynamics. It is pretty remarkable. And with the regulation changes that have come into effect, it almost feels like this has worked out very nicely in the favor of the team.
You know, this regulation change, the biggest regulation change I've experienced, I've been doing Formula One for 23 years. You know, sometimes we change on the aerodynamic side or chassis side. Sometimes we change on the power unit side. But never I experienced changes both at the same time. So it was a huge, huge challenge.
The 2026 car updates introduce active aero to dynamically adjust wing angles for maximum speed, followed by a boost button that allows drivers to deploy custom power unit profiles on demand. The new overtake mode grants an extra 0.5 megajoules of energy to trailing drivers, while automated recharge maps manage energy recovery to keep the power unit primed for the next attack.
No, it's definitely not tailor-made for us. But I honestly, with the size of the challenge, expected a lot tougher start to the season. But it's just a huge credit to everyone in the team.
You talk so much about the people, but coming in from the Toyota side of things with people, pipeline and product, that seems to fit so well together in terms of a framework for the organization.
Formula One is an amazingly competitive international environment. And then that's the best environment, I believe, to grow people. So the core of our partnership, yes, it's a technical partnership. We're doing lots of engineering together, of course. But at the very heart of it is really to develop human beings, the people, who can basically perform to their individual best, because everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses and different capacities.
We're so early into the season, and yet we're seeing the culmination of all of that, the fruition is coming to birth. It's really quite remarkable.
The result is not something you can control. There's no point stressing about it. I believe that you should really focus on what you can control, which is your process, how you approach the tasks in front of you, right? We got to get best out of everyone. Actually, we need to make 1+1 more than 2. In order to do that, people cannot be afraid of failure. You know, I said everyone needs to put their opinion on the table. Doesn't matter if I don't agree.
This is a beautiful bird's eye view that we've got here. But tell me a little bit more about the magic that happens here, because obviously with so many people working around each other, teamwork must really be precise.
Teamwork is so important, but also the workflow. You know, at the moment we're still trying to improve it, but how the parts come through the door, the order of the assembly, how it goes out of the door. You know, there's stores actually behind that wall, then the sub-assembly shop there, composite shop down there. So all that workflow needs to come together, and then this would be where the finishing products are made. So all that is very, very important.
What keeps the love going for you?
Well, yeah, just the improvements, and also like people ask me what's the sort of like happiest moment when I do this job. Like if we have good qualifying or good race, and I can hear my people, like mechanics, engineers in the garage, celebrating, right? Then when I turn around from pit wall and see those guys hugging each other, celebrating, that really is an amazing moment.
This This is the sound of a 2026 revolution. We're here at Silverstone, the historic heart of motorsports racing, and we join the TGR Haas F1 team for what is going to be an in-depth day on track. This session is designed to sharpen the skills of the elite drivers and world-class personnel that define the team's future. Welcome to the Frontline Formula. How close we actually are. Can you explain to me, where are we, what are we doing, what's this all about?
We're about to start the afternoon session here at Silverstone. We've got Rio jumping in the car now. So for each driver, we have sort of a curriculum and then like what we want to get out of them and how we think they should develop to become a Formula One driver. Rio's quite far through the program, so we're getting to the more advanced stuff with him. So he's going to get in now. He's going to go out on a hard tire to wake himself up.
Where do you think the balance lies between being a great driver, but also having the technology, the engineering, and a good car to back you up?
Of course, the driver needs to drive fast, but driver needs to find what the car needs. So this is, of course, engineers can find, but the driver is the only person that drive and feel.
With the workforce growing from 300 staff in 2023 to over 400 today, the Haas F1 team and Toyota Gazoo Racing partnership focuses on the people, product, pipeline mantra. This initiative aims to develop elite talent, such as drivers and engineers, while leveraging data analysis to build a superior racing team. When we look up at the top screen there, you see the wind and where it's coming from, and it just echoes what Dom was saying about how getting out on track here at Silverstone is so important because it's this real-world experience that you don't get at any other time.
When Rio's out on track, he only hears one voice, and that's Dom.
Yes.
There's a lot of trust there, and Rio has to, Dom has to trust Rio's feedback, and Rio has to trust Dom in what he's telling him and what parameters on the car to change whilst he's out on track. The better relationship he had with the engineer, performance comes with that. You can't underestimate the significance of that relationship and how it actually helps extract the most out of the driver and the engineering team as well.
If there was one thing that you wanted people to know about the TGR Haas F1 team, what is it?
It's going to sound cheesy, but we are like a little family. We are the family team. We've had a few people leave to go to other teams and want to come back. Some have come back, made us a better team. People come back because they miss that kind of camaraderie and that family feeling that you get with a small team, especially when it's driven by someone like Io, who's been here since the start. It's welcoming, but yeah, it's definitely the little family team, I feel.
What's the big dream for you? What is the goal and where do you see the team going short term, but also long term?
We are still on a very steep, let's say, journey of improvement. If we work together, we create a good culture, team spirit that we can be fighting at top of the midfield in 3 to 5 years' time if we grow well. I'd like to think if we get to that point in middle point where we are fighting the midfield towards the top, we can look at, okay, what's the next step? How can we go for the podiums?
It comes back to your whole philosophy of just taking one step at a time.
You got to have a roadmap, right? But farther away from where you are, that roadmap, it's got to be flexible. But that road, the direction, the surface of the road, width of the road, how difficult the terrains are, right? That changes over the years. So that honestly keeps me going to want to do that better.
motorsport pivots to a new agile 50-50 hybrid era, the math has changed. Backed by Toyota Gazoo Racing's engineering scale, Ayo Komatsu and his TGR Haas F1 team are here to create a winning formula. Hi, Ayo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is an incredible place. You're an engineer-led team principal with a PhD in vehicle dynamics. It is pretty remarkable. And with the regulation changes that have come into effect, it almost feels like this has worked out very nicely in the favor of the team.
You know, this regulation change, the biggest regulation change I've experienced, I've been doing Formula One for 23 years. You know, sometimes we change on the aerodynamic side or chassis side. Sometimes we change on the power unit side. But never I experienced changes both at the same time. So it was a huge, huge challenge.
The 2026 car updates introduce active aero to dynamically adjust wing angles for maximum speed, followed by a boost button that allows drivers to deploy custom power unit profiles on demand. The new overtake mode grants an extra 0.5 megajoules of energy to training drivers, while automated recharge maps manage energy recovery to keep the power unit primed for the next attack.
No, it's definitely not tailor-made for us. But I honestly, with the size of the challenge, I expected a lot tougher start to the season. But it's just a huge credit to everyone in the team.
You talk so much about the people, but coming in from the Toyota side of things with people, pipeline and product, that seems to fit so well together in terms of a framework for the organization.
Formula One is an amazingly competitive international environment, and then that's the best environment, I believe, to grow people. So the core of our partnership, yes, it's a technical partnership. We're doing lots of engineering together, of course, but at the very heart of it is really to develop human beings, the people, who can basically perform to their individual best, because everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses and different capacities.
We're so early into the season, and yet we're seeing the culmination of all of that, the fruition is coming to birth. It's really quite remarkable.
The result is not something you can control. There's no point stressing about it. I believe that you should really focus on what you can control, which is your process, how you approach the tasks in front of you, right? We got to get best out of everyone. Actually, we need to make 1 + 1 more than 2. In order to do that, people cannot be afraid of failure. You know, I said everyone needs to put their opinion on the table. Doesn't matter if I don't agree.
This is a beautiful bird's eye view that we've got here. But tell me a little bit more about the magic that happens here, because obviously with so many people working around each other, teamwork must really be precise.
Teamwork is so important, but also the workflow. You know, at the moment we're still trying to improve it, but how the parts come through the door, the order of the assembly, how it goes out of the door. There's stores actually behind that wall, then the sub-assembly shop there, composite shop down there. So all that workflow needs to come together, and then this would be where the finishing products are made. So all that is very, very important.
What keeps the love going for you?
Well, yeah, just the improvements, and also like people ask me what's the sort of like happiest moment when I do this job. Like if we have a good qualifying or good race, and I can hear my people, like mechanics, engineers in the garage, celebrating, right? Then when I turn around from pit wall and see those guys hugging each other, celebrating, that really is an amazing moment.
This is the sound of a 2026 revolution. We're here at Silverstone, the historic heart of motorsports racing, and we join the TGR Haas F1 team for what is going to be an in-depth day on track. This session is designed to sharpen the skills of the elite drivers and world-class personnel that define the team's future. Welcome to the Frontline Formula. How close we actually are. Can you explain to me, where are we, what are we doing, what's this all about?
We're about to start the afternoon session here at Silverstone. We've got Rio jumping in the car now. So for each driver, we have sort of a curriculum and then like what we want to get out of them and how we think they should develop to become a Formula One driver. Rio's quite far through the program, so we're getting to the more advanced stuff with him. So he's going to get in now. He's going to go out on a hard tire to wake himself up.
Where do you think the balance lies between being a great driver, but also having the technology, the engineering, and a good car to back you up?
Of course, the driver needs to drive fast, but the driver needs to find what the car needs. So this is, of course, engineers can find, but the driver is the only person that the drive and feel.
With the workforce growing from 300 staff in 2023 to over 400 today, the Haas F1 team and Toyota Gazoo Racing partnership focuses on the people, product, pipeline mantra. This initiative aims to develop elite talent, such as drivers and engineers, while leveraging data analysis to build a superior racing team. When we look up at the top screen there, you see the wind and where it's coming from, and it just echoes what Dom was saying about how getting out on track here at Silverstone is so important because it's this real-world experience that you don't get at any other time.
When Rio's out on track, he only hears one voice, and that's Dom.
Yes.
There's a lot of trust there, and Rio has, Dom has to trust Rio's feedback, and Rio has to trust Dom in what he's telling him and what parameters on the car to change whilst he's out on track. The better relationship he had with your engineer, performance comes with that. You can't underestimate the significance of that relationship and how it actually helps extract the most out of the driver and the engineering team as well.
If there was one thing that you wanted people to know about the TGR Haas F1 team, what is it?
It's going to sound cheesy, but we are like a little family. We are the family team. We've had a few people leave to go to other teams and want to come back. Some have come back, made us a better team. People come back because they miss that kind of camaraderie and that family feeling that you get with a small team, especially when it's driven by someone like Io, who's been here since the start. It's welcoming, but yeah, it's definitely the little family team, I feel.
What's the big dream for you? What is the goal, and where do you see the team going short term, but also long term?
We are still on a very steep, let's say, journey of improvement. If we work together, we create a good culture, team spirit that we can be fighting at top of the midfield in 3 to 5 years' time if we grow well. I'd like to think if we get to that point in middle point where we are fighting the midfield towards the top, we can look at, okay, what's the next step? How can we go for the podiums?
It comes back to your whole philosophy of just taking one step at a time.
You got to have a roadmap, right? But farther away from where you are, that roadmap, it's got to be flexible. But that road, the direction, the surface of the road, width of the road, how difficult the terrains are, right? That changes over the years. So that honestly keeps me going to want to do that better.
motorsport pivots to a new agile 50-50 hybrid era, the math has changed. Backed by Toyota Gazoo Racing's engineering scale, Ayo Komatsu and his TGR Haas F1 team are here to create a winning formula. Hi, Ayo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is an incredible place. You're an engineer-led team principal with a PhD in vehicle dynamics. It is pretty remarkable. And with the regulation changes that have come into effect, it almost feels like this has worked out very nicely in the favor of the team.
You know, this regulation change, the biggest regulation change I've experienced, I've been doing Formula One for 23 years. You know, sometimes we change on the aerodynamic side or chassis side. Sometimes we change on the power unit side. But never I experienced changes both at the same time. So it was a huge, huge challenge.
The 2026 car updates introduce active aero to dynamically adjust wing angles for maximum speed, followed by a boost button that allows drivers to deploy custom power unit profiles on demand. The new overtake mode grants an extra 0.5 megajoules of energy to training drivers, while automated recharge maps manage energy recovery to keep the power unit primed for the next attack.
No, it's definitely not tailor-made for us. But I honestly, with the size of the challenge, expected a lot tougher start to the season. But just a huge credit to everyone in the team.
You talk so much about the people, but coming in from the Toyota side of things with people, pipeline and product, that seems to fit so well together in terms of a framework for the organization.
Formula One is an amazingly competitive international environment. And then that's the best environment, I believe, to grow people. So the core of our partnership, yes, it's a technical partnership. We're doing lots of engineering together, of course. But at the very heart of it, is really to develop human beings, the people, who can basically perform to their individual best, because everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses and different capacities.
We're so early into the season, and yet we're seeing the culmination of all of that, the fruition is coming to birth. It's really quite remarkable.
The result is not something you can control. There's no point stressing about it. I believe that you should really focus on what you can control, which is your process, how you approach the tasks in front of you, right? We got to get best out of everyone. Actually, we need to make 1 + 1 more than 2. In order to do that, people cannot be afraid of failure. You know, I said everyone needs to put their opinion on the table. Doesn't matter if I don't agree.
This is a beautiful bird's eye view that we've got here. But tell me a little bit more about the magic that happens here, because obviously with so many people working around each other, teamwork must really be precise.
Teamwork is so important, but also the workflow. You know, at the moment we're still trying to improve it, but how the parts come through the door, the order of the assembly, how it goes out of the door. There's the stores actually behind that wall, then the sub-assembly shop there, composite shop down there. So all that workflow needs to come together, and then this would be where the finishing products are made. So all that is very, very important.
What keeps the love going for you?
Well, yeah, just the improvements, and also like people ask me what's the sort of like happiest moment when I do this job. Like if we have a good qualifying or good race, and I can hear my people, like mechanics, engineers in the garage, celebrating, right? Then when I turn around from pit wall and see those guys hugging each other, celebrating, that really is an amazing moment.
This is the sound of a 2026 revolution. We're here at Silverstone, the historic heart of motorsports racing, and we join the TGR Haas F1 team for what is going to be an in-depth day on track. This session is designed to sharpen the skills of the elite drivers and world-class personnel that define the team's future. Welcome to the Frontline Formula. How close we actually are. Can you explain to me, where are we, what are we doing, what's this all about?
We're about to start the afternoon session here at Silverstone. We've got Rio jumping in the car now. So for each driver, we have sort of a curriculum and then like what we want to get out of them and how we think they should develop to become a Formula One driver. Rio's quite far through the program, so we're getting to the more advanced stuff with him. So he's going to get in now. He's going to go out on a hard tire to wake himself up.
Where do you think the balance lies between being a great driver, but also having the technology, the engineering, and a good car to back you up?
Of course, the driver needs to drive fast, but driver needs to find what the car needs. So this is, of course, engineers can find, but the driver is the only person that the drive and feel.
With the workforce growing from 300 staff in 2023 to over 400 today, the Haas F1 team and Toyota Gazoo Racing partnership focuses on the people, product, pipeline mantra. This initiative aims to develop elite talent, such as drivers and engineers, while leveraging data analysis to build a superior racing team. When we look up at the top screen there, you see the wind and where it's coming from, and it just echoes what Dom was saying about how getting out on track here at Silverstone is so important because it's this real-world experience that you don't get at any other time.
When Rio's out on track, he only hears one voice, and that's Dom.
Yes.
There's a lot of trust there, and Rio has to, Dom has to trust Rio's feedback, and Rio has to trust Dom in what he's telling him and what parameters on the car to change whilst he's out on track. The better relationship he had with your engineer, performance comes with that. You can't underestimate the significance of that relationship and how it actually helps extract the most out of the driver and the engineering team as well.
If there was one thing that you wanted people to know about the TGR Haas F1 team, what is it?
It's going to sound cheesy, but we are like a little family. We are the family team. We've had a few people leave to go to other teams and want to come back. Some have come back, made us a better team. People come back because they miss that kind of camaraderie and that family feeling that you get with a small team, especially when it's driven by someone like Io, who's been here since the start. It's welcoming, but yeah, it's definitely the little family team, I feel.
What's the big dream for you? What is the goal and where do you see the team going short term, but also long term?
We are still on a very steep, let's say, journey of improvement. If we work together, we create a good culture, team spirit that we can be fighting at top of the midfield in 3 to 5 years' time if we grow well. I'd like to think if we get to that point in middle point where we are fighting the midfield towards the top, we can look at, okay, what's the next step? How can we go for the podiums?
It comes back to your whole philosophy of just taking one step at a time.
You got to have a roadmap, right? But farther away from where you are, that roadmap, it's got to be flexible. But that road, the direction, the surface of the road, width of the road, how difficult the terrains are, right? That changes over the years. So that honestly keeps me going to want to do that better.
Motorsport pivots to a new agile 50-50 hybrid era, the math has changed. Backed by Toyota Gazoo Racing's engineering scale, Ayo Komatsu and his TGR Haas F1 team are here to create a winning formula. Hi, Ayo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is an incredible place. You're an engineer-led team principal with a PhD in vehicle dynamics. It is pretty remarkable. With the regulation changes that have come into effect, it almost feels like this has worked out very nicely in the favor of the team.
You know, this regulation change, the biggest regulation change I've experienced, I've been doing Formula One for 23 years. You know, sometimes we change on the aerodynamic side or chassis side. Sometimes we change on the power unit side. But never I experienced changes both at the same time. So it was a huge, huge challenge.
The 2026 car updates introduce active aero to dynamically adjust wing angles for maximum speed, followed by a boost button that allows drivers to deploy custom power unit profiles on demand. The new overtake mode grants an extra 0.5 megajoules of energy to training drivers, while automated recharge maps manage energy recovery to keep the power unit primed for the next attack.
No, it's definitely not tailor-made for us, but I honestly, with the size of the challenge, expected a lot tougher start to the season, but it's just a huge credit to everyone in the team.
You talk so much about the people, but coming in from the Toyota side of things with people, pipeline and product, that seems to fit so well together in terms of a framework for the organization.
Formula One is an amazingly competitive international environment, and then that's the best environment, I believe, to grow people. So the core of our partnership, yes, it's a technical partnership. We're doing lots of engineering together, of course, but at the very heart of it is really to develop human beings, the people, who can basically perform to their individual best, because everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses and different capacities.
It's so early.
Hello, welcome back everyone. We hope you had an enjoyable lunch break. So now back to the stage, we're going to have the next presentation. For the topics, the future of brokerage, technology, trust and sustainable client value. So for this session, we'll explore how the brokerage industry is moving beyond the price competition and towards trust, technology, client service and long-term value, with practical case sharing from the Malaysian market. So now let's just getting ready to introduce our guest speaker on stage. Let's give a big hands and welcome our guests. We have Isa Sin, Malaysian sales team lead of CXM, to the stage. Pass the time to Isa. Thank you.
Hello, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so let me start with a simple question today. 10 years ago, offering low spread was a competitive advantage. Today is a merely baseline expectation. What truly differentiates one broker from one another? Let's be honest. Every broker claims to offer tight spread, fast execution, and rebates and promotion. And yet, some brokers continue to grow, attract high-quality partners, and retain clients over many years, while others struggle just to survive. The question today is no longer who has the lowest spread. The real question is who can help you build a sustainable business. And that is what exactly I would like to discuss with you today. The brokerage industry has significantly evolved. A few years ago, traders and partners mainly sought competitive trading conditions. Today, expectations have risen dramatically. Clients now expect fast execution, stable and reliable platform, easy seamless deposit and withdrawal, transparent operations, strong security, and responsive support. Let me talk to you about our global presence. When choosing a brokerage partner, one of the most important considerations is trust. A broker's physical presence, operational structure, and ability to support clients across different regions are important indicators of long-term commitment. At CSM, we believe that being a truly global broker is not just about having clients from different countries, it's about being close to the market we serve. Our international offices allow us to better understand the need of our clients and partners across different regions while providing local support and more personalized experience. So with a global foundation in place, the next question is, what is the solution and capabilities that allow us to deliver this experience? Moving forward, I would like to highlight some of our industry recognition that CSM has received. In our industry, provides external validation that a company is delivering on those promises, and these are the awards that we have acquired. This recognition represents our commitment to providing a better trading experience from competitive trading solution, technology, execution quality, and most importantly, the support that we provide to our client. Let's talk about why CSM. In today's brokerage industry, competition is everywhere. But here we are offering you multiple licenses from FCA and Mauritius. We offer a swap-free trading and also best pricing and execution. So when we talk about creating the ecosystem, there are several key pillars that support our vision. The first foundation is our infrastructure. A strong brokerage starts with strong technology and reliable market access. At CSM, we focus on providing the essential element that traders and partners need: competitive trading conditions, reliable execution, access to multiple asset classes, advanced trading technology, and a stable environment that supports traders across different market conditions. However, we believe brokerage is not about technology and product, and the center of our business are the relationships that we build. At CSM, we believe success is much more about the spreads and rebates. We focus on delivering comprehensive ecosystem built around multi-asset trading product. Our mission is straightforward: to empower our partners to build sustainable, profitable business, not just for today, but for the long term. I want to leave you with one last thought. In a market where low spread and rebates are the norm, the true differentiator are no longer prices. It's value. The cutting-edge technology that you provide, the consistent support you deliver, the trust you build, and the partnership you nurture. Because the future of brokerage isn't about competing with spread, it's about building lasting relationship and sustainable growth. Thank you. Enjoy your expo, and we look forward to serve you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Isa, for your valuable sharing. Thank you. So to proceed for the next presentation, for the topic is Tron and the future of global payments. As blockchain technology continues to influence payment infrastructure, digital settlement, and cross-border transactions. For these sessions, we'll share insights on how decentralized networks may contribute to the future development of global payments. We are pleased to feature Justin Sun, founder of Tron, a well-known entrepreneur in the blockchain and digital asset industry. As Mr. Sun is currently engaged in other business commitments, he especially recorded a video presentation to share his perspective with us today. So now, please join us to welcome this video sharing from Justin Sun, founder of Tron. Let's enjoy the video from Justin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me back to WikiEXPO Hong Kong. Every major shift in finance has been driven by infrastructure. Banking networks changed how people stored and accessed money. Card networks changed how people paid. The internet changed how people connected, built businesses, and exchanged information globally. Now, blockchain technology is becoming a core financial infrastructure, creating a shared foundation where payments, stablecoins, tokenized assets, decentralized finance, and new technologies like AI can operate together. This evolution is already visible through the scale and activity taking place across the Tron network. Today, Tron supports more than 390 million user accounts on-chain and over $26 billion in TVL. On average, the network processes nearly 13 million transactions per day, with more than 5 million daily active accounts, an average daily transfer volume exceeding $23 billion. In 2025, Tron Network has generated over $3.4 billion in protocol revenue. Beyond the core network, the ecosystem built around the Tron Network brings the infrastructure to life. Super representatives on Tron play an important role in maintaining the network's decentralization and ensuring its long-term security and governance. Tron's super representative network includes some of the most established names in technology and finance, such as Google Cloud, Binance, Kraken, OKX, Nansen, Luganodes, Kiln, and Abra. In many aspects, Tron has become one of the most active and widely used blockchain networks in the world. One of the key drivers of this activity is stablecoins. Tron is the #1 blockchain for USDT total transaction volume and daily active users. There is around $90 billion in circulating supply of Tether USDT on Tron. USDD is another stablecoin that is growing in use and is built to operate in a fully decentralized way. The total supply of USDD surpassed $1.4 billion USD, with over $2 billion in protocol TVL across Tron, Ethereum, and BNB networks. Additionally, blockchain infrastructures are beginning to support intelligent systems. As AI starts to interact directly with financial networks, it needs more than computing power. It needs settlement. It needs programmable payments. It needs scalable, low-cost, always-on infrastructure. That is where blockchain becomes essential. AI agents will transact. They will settle payments. They will execute smart contracts. They will interact autonomously with financial systems. And when that happens, they will need a network that can handle high frequency, machine-driven activity without friction. Tron is an ideal environment for those activities. BAI is an infrastructure leveraging the Tron blockchain for a future where AI agents can have their own identities, manage their own funds, and make transactions on their own. In that future, BAI is designed to be the core layer connecting AI agents with financial systems, digital services, and computing resources, enabling autonomous agents to participate more seamlessly in the on-chain economy. We are also seeing the development of Bank of AI. This is a financial infrastructure layer that allows AI agents to execute on-chain payments, identity verification, and DeFi interactions on the Tron network and BNB chain. Together, these systems show how blockchain can support new technologies like AI, while also helping connect digital asset networks with the traditional financial systems that have been built over many decades. And as infrastructure grows, trust and security become equally important. A unified financial system must also be a safe and responsible one. In September 2024, Tron, Tether, and TRM Labs launched the T3 Financial Crime Unit. Since launch, T3 FCU analyzed millions of transactions globally, monitored more than $3 billion USD in total volume, and supported the freezing of approximately $500 million USD in illicit assets across 5 continents. This milestone shows that blockchain technology has the power to protect as much as it empowers. Technology evolves quickly, but it is the people building it who ultimately shape its direction. As we look toward a future driven by AI and automation, it is equally important to support the individuals who are designing, developing, and guiding these systems. TronDAO has expanded collaborations with blockchain clubs at Princeton, Columbia, Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge, MIT, Cornell, Imperial College London, and the UC Berkeley. The goal is to give students the tools, mentorship, and opportunities they need to help build the next generation of financial infrastructure. I look forward to seeing how the next generation of innovators contributes to the future. As we look ahead, the most important challenge is building the infrastructure that allows all parts of the financial system to work together. A unified financial system will combine the strength of traditional finance with the openness and efficiency of blockchain networks. It will support global payments, digital commerce, decentralized finance, and new economic activity driven by technologies like AI. And this transformation will not be built by any single company or network. It will be built through collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. 虽然今天 Justin 有其他的项目安排，所以不能够出席我们的活动，可是也是准备这个视频跟他分享了他的专业观点，很谢谢 Justin 的。那现在我们就是会有一个圆桌的分享了。So for next, we're going to have the afternoon round section for the roundtable discussion, and for the topic for this roundtable discussion is tokenization from pilot to mainstream in 2026. The growth of the RWA market and the influence point of institutional adoption. As RWA tokenization continues to gain institutional attention, for this discussion, we will explore how market adoption, regulatory development, and industry collaboration are shaping the next phase of digital finance. So while the stage is getting ready, I can already see that our panel of discussion and with our moderator is just getting ready. So while the stage getting ready, let's just getting ready also to welcome all our guests on stage. So now let me introduce for the moderator of this roundtable discussion. Let's welcome our guest, Joey Lam, Chief Digital Officer of KGI, and then together with our distinguished panelists, including Grace Lau, Founder and CEO of Upwise, Don Ng, Director of Digital Assets of China Asset Management Hong Kong, and we have Giselle Lau, Director and Digital Asset Strategist, Asia Pacific of Fidelity International, and we have Alex Zhang, Director, Asia Pacific of ICMA, International Capital Market Association. So honored for having our guests on stage, and we are going to pass the time to our moderator, Joel. So let's give a big round of applause to all our guests on stage, and pass the time to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Great. I think everyone very excited about this stage now. We're talking about the RWA. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. My name is Joe Lam. I'm the Chief Digital Officer of KGI, which is a financial institution based in Taiwan, in which we are expanding into digital assets space, definitely including RWA. Stay tuned for our product. We're building quite a few. And today, I have the pleasure of moderating this panel, tokenization from pilot to mainstream. We've got a terrific panel today for people who are actually building this, not just talking about it. Let me introduce them first. First, Don Ng, Director of Digital Assets from China AMC. Don's team is already live, a digital money market fund, and more recently, digital gold. So he brings the product and issuer view today. Next, Giselle Lai, Director of Digital Asset Strategies, Asia Pacific from Fidelity International. Giselle sit on the institutional side to see what it takes for large asset managers and their clients to actually adopt this. Then Alex Zhang, Director of Asia Pacific from ICMA, the International Capital Market Association. Alex works right at the market infrastructure and standards layer. The plumbing, everything else has to run on. And Grace Lau, founder and CEO from Artwise. Grace lives at the frontier, the new asset classes and use cases that could define what comes next. So please join me, welcome them. So let me set the scenes. All right. So I think let's start with one number. There's tokenization product out there that give you exposure to NVIDIA. On paper, it's small, about $16 million in asset value. But last month, it did over $230 million in transfer volume. That's roughly 15 times in own site, changing hands on-chain across 60,000+ holders. And it's not a one-off. Across the border, the ecosystem, we've already seen 80,000+ unit on-chain holders and close to $225 million in AUM. Zoom out to tokenized stock overall, roughly $900 million in value, around 200,000 holders. Now, next to traditional capital market, it's still tiny, but I think these numbers tell us something important. Tokenization is no longer just a technology experiment. We're seeing real products, real investors, and real activity on-chain. And the market is clearly broadening, more asset classes, more issuers, more use cases. That's the West side showing us one version of how this can scale. But let's bring it closer to our home. Here in Asia, are we still piloting? Are we already in production? Or are we closer to mainstream than we think? So perhaps the best place to start is simply this. Where are we today? All right, so Don, let me start with you. China AMC is already live, a tokenized money market fund, and more recently, the digital gold as well. So you have passed the experiment already. So my question to you is blunt. Have we generally moved beyond the pilot stage, or does it feel like we're still in the pilot?
Sure. Thanks, Jerry. I think, there's something I want to start off first, right? So I think there's often a thing I think many people often miss, I think, which is that the technology itself has already been ready for quite some years, actually, right? When you look back to 2021, 2022, we already saw multiple DeFi protocols experimenting with outbate collaterals and centralized exchanges piloting their own tokenized products. But what has been missing was never the tech, really, right? It's really the regulatory scaffolding around it. So I think back then, without clear rules, on custody, investor protection, or how a tokenized security actually interacts with the existing securities law, none of those early attempts actually scaled past a niche audience. They stayed interesting, experiments, but never a real financial infrastructure, and we didn't really see much adoption from the traditional side as well. Which is I think, Hong Kong is actually a very great case study of how that has changed. So, we at China AMC were fortunate enough to be one of the earlier movers here. We went through multiple POCs and sandbox programs under the guidance of HKMA, alongside other industry-leading partners working directly with the regulators to shape the product design. And as the market grew, more familiar with the regulatory framework, we moved from sandbox to market. So we launched the Hong Kong's first retail digital money market fund last year in February. It was a Hong Kong dollars denominated money market fund, and then later on expanded to US dollars and renminbi. Then, as Joey mentioned just now, just the past May, we also took it further with our digital gold ETF, giving retail investor gold exposure with an on-chain share class built on Ethereum. So I guess like the arc for us was very literal, right? Sandbox, then regulation, then product for the broader public, not just institutions. And once that legal certainty existed, I don't think it was just us, right? The global TradFi markets actually started moving very fast, which is why I think right now, if you go online and check, I think the on-chain outright market has gone from around $12 billion to over $34 billion in about just 1 year. The tech was actually the easy part. I think the hard part has always been, the legal side. And I think the part just got solved, which is like building the regulatory trust to bring it to everyday investors now.
Great, thanks, Don. Getting product live is one side of it. The other side is whether the institutions are actually showing up. So Giselle, Fidelity has live initiative too from where you sit. Are institutional clients generally moving beyond experimentation, and what does live actually mean on your side of the table?
Sure. Thank you for the question. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here today. And we will take a step back. What Fidelity International believes is there will be more access to move on-chain, especially capital markets will always find a way to bring on more efficiency, and tokenization brings the potential of democratizing financial assets. And with that in mind, Fidelity International has been actively exploring all the live applications when it comes to the financial market, starting with all the pilot and sandbox. So back in 2023, we have been part of the MAS Project Guardians, working with Citibank, for example, to explore use case around FX swaps and tokenized funds. And last year, we will also participate in the EHKD pilot program, for example, working with ANZ, Visa, to explore the use case when it comes to foreign investments to the local Hong Kong money market funds. So all these actually comes along because we need to understand the technology, we need to get confidence around how these flows could work to eventually think through what are the possible pathway for us to come into the actual product. And in fact, Fidelity International this year, we launched our very first tokenized liquidity solution targeting professional investors and institutions to start. To us, it's a big milestone because there's a leapfrog from pilots to commercialization. And that strategy in mind is, okay, how we could design a digital native product that could come with 24/7 ability, round-the-clock trading, and with the acceptance of stablecoins. So I would say we've basically moved past from like pilot to live application. Obviously, a lot of detail to iron out, but I think the industry have more or less kind of have gone through the pilots to now real live applications.
Wow, can imagine a lot of sweat and tear, during the period. I think China AMC and Fidelity are very ready, for the fly in the future. So demand on one side, product on the other, but none of it scale without the plumbing. Alex, from the market infrastructure sits at ICMA, how would you describe where we are? Are the rails, standards, settlement, data actually production ready, or are we still laying back?
Okay, thanks for the question, and very honored to be here joining this distinguished panel. So I think rather than directly answering your question, I would just step back a bit and just to introduce myself for a bit more and talk about my institution and the things that we do. So I'm Alex. I'm actually based in Hong Kong, director for ICMA. So I basically leading the market practice and regulatory policy function for the whole APAC region. So what ICMA does is basically we are leading trade association for the international debt capital markets. So essentially what we are focusing on are three pillars. So one is primary markets, secondary markets, and repo and collateral markets. But of course, fitting in this today's purpose, we're also intersecting that with sustainable finance and also fintech. So from the nature of our institution, we are not launching our commercial product on fintech, but on a global level, we actually run quite a lot of committees, such as on DLT and also AI. So emerging from that industry committee, we have a product called the BDT, the Bond Data Taxonomy. So essentially what it does is it provides a standardized set of key bond data sets, and then to make it actually machine readable, in order to reduce the fragmentation between the systems. So for this product, it's actually technology agnostic. It can be applied within the traditional space and also the tokenized space. And from our experience, we can see that it's actually going beyond the pilot space to actually commercial adaptation. So let me just give you an example. Recently, this year and also last year, the Hong Kong MA has launched 2 digital green bonds. They actually incorporated the bond data taxonomy within the issuance structure. So basically, that's one example. The second example is that the SWIFT is currently developing the digital asset standards platform, which also integrated the BDT into it. And also, in terms of digitalizing the Eurobond markets, the ICSDs, Euroclear, Clearstream, they're also adopting the BDT into it. So from that angle, we can see that from a data level perspective, the industry is coming up with products and actually getting incorporated into the products.
Thank you, Alex. And Grace, I think you are totally from quite a different track actually. I think, but I think RWA is considering a lot of different things, right? Not only financial product, but also really kind of asset can be considered as RWA. So, Grace, we see this from the edge. When new use cases tend to show up first from the frontier, does it feel like we are already in production, or are the most exciting things still experiment? Where are we now, and from where you sit?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think Joel points out a really good point that to diversify myself from the rest of the expertise from the stage, where everyone's sort of in the institution and banking and traditional financing and blockchain system. We are working on a very specific asset class, which is art, fine art, and I think fine art is one of the best asset to turn into RWA. I mean, but that also set us in a really different and unique position in the whole RWA and whole blockchain movement landscape, because what we are doing is we can't just take any, like for example, the money market funds and existing financial products. You can just sort of take it, structure it, and take it to the blockchain. But for art, we have to do all the groundworks from sourcing, origination, provenance checking, due diligence, and that's already a big chunk of the work. So naturally, that sadly, that set us on a slower pace in the whole procedure. So I wouldn't define whether we are at a pilot or at a production stage, because of the nature of the asset. It's challenging for us to launch. I know a lot of other RWA projects, they prefer to launch like an MVP or a pilot project to sort of so-called prove the concept, and I think there's nothing wrong with it. And most of the time it's crucial to test out the flow and everything. However, I think gratefully the infrastructure for RWA now, all the companies and all the tools and partners we have, they're really mature. And as for ArtWise, we focus on assets and asset origination. So we are not going to build our own infrastructure for tokenization from day one. So we partner with the existing big players in the field, and then so instead of launching a pilot project, which in our asset class, somewhere between $1 million to $2 million, that doesn't make sense for us at all, because the expenses from all the groundwork that I've mentioned just now, and all the financial structuring, legal fee, whether launching a $1 million asset or launching a $100 million asset, it's basically the same cost. So it won't justify the cost for us, first of all, and then second of all, from an industry point of view, the art industry are, they're one of those most traditional industries. So we have to sort of launch with noise. So to prove that, this is what we do, we can handle it, it's not just some small art projects, to basically convince that this is really happening, this is a movement. So and for now, gratefully, we are at the stage of we have all the puzzles ready, and we're brewing for hopefully the first big launch. So we, in short, we have skipped the so-called pilot stage.
Cool. Wow. It sounds like product alive now from different type of asset classes, and the interest is real. But being live isn't the same as being adopted, and that's the line I want to push on next. Plenty of initiatives are technically successful and commercially going nowhere. So the real question is, what turns an interesting experiment into something institutions actually use and scale? Giselle, follow with what you just shared to us. You see the client side before an institution move real capitals. What do they need? Is it demand, distribution, operation readiness, or just confidence?
Yeah, I would say it's a combination of many different factors. As we said, POC is the first step, but there are a lot of heavy lifting in order to materialize the product to make it commercially viable. So I would say the first starting point when we formulate a product design is what is the investor demand on a particular product. And when we think about it, one of the commonly asked from institutions is it's not asking about token. It's what the token can deliver more compared to what they can find the existing solutions in the market. And the natural starting point is, okay, tokenized MMF or traditional treasuries can give them yield. What if we can have something that could be round the clock 24/7? So naturally, investor demand and investors ask are our starting point to formulate how this can be delivered to our clients using the technology that we know that could work, but at the same time also fixing or clarifying a lot of areas in order to give the investors confidence when it comes to an investment solutions, from legal finality, from all other sort of research work. The second piece I'll highlight is around the partnership stack. So when we talk about all the POC, it's usually like the two-way form of partnership, looking for how we can test through one of those to prove the technology works. But in reality, for a commercially viable product, you basically need to develop an end-to-end solutions that is fully compatible, resilient, and repeatable. So in the case of fund tokenization, you can imagine there are actually a lot of components, from the digital transfer agency, custodian, connected to the stablecoin, all the regulatory groundwork, and where we issue the token. So all of these actually is a combination on a lot of hard work in order to deliver that mechanism. And finally, I think it's also most importantly, most institutions care the most will be around the credibility and operational resilience. POC, they usually test one transactions or multiple, or at times doing manually behind. But to make a live product that could work continuously, you really need to have a very robust mechanism or process to prove that this can be scaled and this can be governed safely. Therefore, when we designed our product, there are a lot of thoughts put into the governance process, both internally and externally. What are the additional internal governance process we need to set up to make sure that this is robust? And what are the external validation we might need to acquire? For example, external audits around the smart contract, or looking for an external rating assessment to look into how the whole orchestration of the token works. So these are the all extra miles we need to achieve in order to deliver that institutional grade client solutions that investors want.
Wow, you remind all my projects in behind, really tough, really a lot of, unclear stuff. I think especially previously we also mentioned, we are still quite in, fixing the regulations risk. We really want to make things, right? And then we navigate on all these things. It's actually complicated. So, Don, the usual reality, a product launched, and then what? Where does it actually get hard? Liquidity, distribution, investor education?
Yeah, that's not an easy one. But yeah, I think, from our end, right? I think, as I mentioned earlier on, I think with our multiple participations in those POCs and sandboxes, we have not only proven like the tech works already, we're already very comfortable with it. More importantly, I think is that we have proven that we can actually run it on a sustainable, repeatable workflow that is ready to be scaled. And so those were not really any like issue with us, right? But where like I think right now we see the gap sitting, right, is really more on the market, the participants, as well as infrastructure readiness. By that, what I meant is that like tokenized assets in a fully compliant and regulated setting that is open to both retail and institutions are still generally it's still quite young in Hong Kong, right? We were talking about just 1 to 2 years so far, right? But so a lot of surrounding infrastructure and product enhancement is still being built at the same time. So I think because of that, right, market participants and investors right now, they have yet to be able to have the chance to fully experience like all the benefits that tokenization or like assets on chain can actually bring to them. And simply because like the plumbing to deliver all these experiences is still catching up at this very moment. So that said, I think it's worth noting, right, that Hong Kong has seen a very a list of very exciting developments just this year. I think earlier this year we've seen the SFC finally granting the stablecoin license. They also launched a framework to pilot the 24/7 secondary trading of SFC authorized tokenized investment products on licensing platforms. And both regulators have actually been actively promoting the adoption and integration of tokenized deposits. I think together these are actually laying a very strong groundwork for a broader transition toward like a tokenized assets and a tokenized economy. And in the near future, we believe investors will be able to access, hold, and even trade tokenized products around the clock through channels that simply didn't exist for traditional fund like beforehand. But if you ask me what will actually separate, right, the pilots we've done from real lasting adoption, I think is this, right? I think the moment when the cash lake and the asset lake both sit on the same layer simultaneously, that's the piece that's still missing today, right? And I think once it's there, the trading, liquidity, and settlement, stop being incrementally better, but they will actually change fundamentally. And this is where we hope to reach atomic settlements. And once it's reached, I believe it will help to dramatically lower the operational friction and will also allow market participants to have like the creative freedom to build products that legacy infrastructure never let us build. And that's the real dividing line between a good pilot and like the mainstream adoption.
All right, thank you. So sounds like now the tech works, the product go live, institutions are starting to move. So if all of that is true, why aren't we mainstream yet? So Alex, this is your world. ICMA sit right at the infrastructure and standard layer. The bond data, the work with HKMA on tokenized green bonds, the fixed income track under Project Guardian. So from that vantage point, what has to exist in standard in market plumbing before this can generally scale?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the question is very broad. We wouldn't have the time to go to the bottom of it, but from our observation, I can maybe contribute from 3 angles. So I will analyze this problem, in terms of the hurdles to actually get it into mainstream. I will say is, we can think firstly from issuer perspective. Yeah, so down to the bottom of it, we can think about the basic rationale why issuers are going to issue, debt securities. The major consideration for them is from a funding cost perspective and the ability to reach to as many as possible in terms of the investor distribution and all that. So just imagine the case, a high credit rating issuers in Hong Kong that is well known by the markets. The market is already familiar with them. They already have existing channels to issue traditional bonds through perhaps MTN program, and it's easy for them to tap the market. So why would they go beyond that to issue digital bonds? So that's exactly the questions why and the observations why leading digital hubs in Asia, such as Hong Kong and Singapore, are launching out grant schemes to perhaps to subsidize issuance costs for issuing digital issuances. So I guess one of the hurdles is that for for issuers that are relying on existing fully functioning funding channels, it's very hard for them to go beyond that and to look at new ways to issue new digital issuance. And flipping that to the other side of the things is the buy side. So essentially, what buy side is looking at is from a risk-adjusted returns. They want to maximize it, and again, they got the whole universe of traditional securities that they can buy. So again, sometimes it's very hard for them to go into look into new digital asset class, and at the same time, if you're looking beyond institutional investors that are adopting a hold to maturity strategy, if investors are having a trading book, then perhaps, taught by Don already, it actually requires a very liquid secondary market and the ability for them to actually do repo transactions. So I guess looking at the current DLT ecosystem here in APAC, I think in terms of the liquidity and the depth and the breadth of the secondary market, it needs to be improved. This is exactly what ICMA has been doing, and the whole industry is trying to improve on. So ICMA is actually maintaining the GMRA, which is the Global Master Agreement for Repurchase Agreement, which is the most commonly used master agreement for the international repo market. And basically, recently we have launched two NSs. One is the Digital Asset NS, another one is the Digital Bond NS, which provide a standardized framework and key terms for documenting repo transaction using digital assets. So from that angle, the industry and association like us is trying to improve, trying to find ways to improve secondary liquidity of the DLT markets. I would say the third point is on infrastructure. So there is a lack of standardized digital cash within the market. As we all know, in order to reap the true benefits of DLT securities, we need cash on chain. But there are still too many cash on chain options, and it comes with different considerations. So for example, talking about stable coins, it is not interest bearing, but it offers the ability to program and all that. And moving on to perhaps wholesale CBDC, it's still within a pilot and sandbox environments very much across APAC and wider region. And if you're talking about tokenized bank liability, it's still very much the problems of interoperability between private systems and also legacy systems as well. So I think the industry problems of tackling the interoperability problem still needs to be addressed in order for the whole ecosystem to actually upscale.
Thank you, Alex. Giselle, the counterpoint. Let's say the infrastructure is ready tomorrow. Do institutions still hold back? What's the last thing standing between adoption and adoption at scale?
Yeah, I think there are few angles we can look into it. First, from the fund perspective, I think one fundamental change is to basically change the fund structure from issuing on what we call a digital twin model to what we call a digital native model. So digital twin essentially refers to you issue a token that mirror an existing fund structure. It's easy to do as a start, but it doesn't really fundamentally change how the operational process could work. Majority of the issuance we see today when it comes to fund tokenization has been starting with digital twin. This is the reason why when we designed our solutions, we always want to start with digital native, because we believe that having a digital native structure fundamentally could reshape and bring on to all the potential we talk about 24/7, collateral, liquidity, so on and so forth as a start. And I guess the second part, which like the panelists also touched on, is around the secondary market liquidity. So far, most of the tokenized funds has been issued on the primary market. It's really hard to find a secondary market trading, which also limit the capacity for the token to scale. So I think addressing them with the policy, with the market participants will be critical. Finally, it will be around the distribution. The reason why we see tokenized treasuries or tokenized money market fund gain traction at the start is because it addressed an initial pain point from crypto-native institutions. They own all the stable coins which don't earn cash. That's for tokenized treasuries or tokenized money market fund allow them to keep their cash on chain while earning the yield. But to make things scale or to move on to more institutional adoption, you need to have more traditional institutions to join in. To incentivize them to join in, it's not about the token. It's about what extra value they could get from it. Therefore, I also see the fact that we need to move from the hold phase by holding the tokenized assets to how the institutions can use the tokenized assets by, for example, posting them as a collateral to bring on more new utility and eventually foster the adoption.
Totally agree. I think it's kind of like chicken and egg questions. So whether really have the demand there, or we're really having the right product there. So move to the last one. Quick caveat: there is no formal definition of the RWA 1.0 or 2.0. This is just a thought experiment. But say we call today's most successful use case tokenized cash, treasuries, money market fund as a RWA 1.0. Then the fun question is, what does RWA 2.0 looks like? All right, Grace, you live at the frontier. Are we thinking broadly enough about what can become an RWA? What's on your list that most people in the room haven't even considered yet?
So assuming there's no RWA 3.0, so we are at 1.0 now, obviously, and like Joel just mentioned, we're tokenizing money market funds, treasuries. Those are like well understood, ready products from the financial industry, and from my perspective, at least that's what we are building. RWA 2.0 will be focusing on alternative assets, all sort of alternative assets, and private credits, and like art, like what we're doing, or IP, energy, those product that needs a native domain expertise to actually structure into a financial product before even tokenizing. So that's my prediction, and that's actually slowly happening as well. And to add on that, I think that the chance, the whole movement of RWA is not only we're bringing assets onto the chain. It's also a new door to open to different type of assets that that traditionally it's sort of impossible to get into the financial system because of all the gatekeeping or all the already built industry behavior, or we just don't see those things as financial product. But I think RWA opens a really good opportunity for those assets to have their audience as well. And I think for ArtWise, we are taking art as investment has long been a topic in both art industry and the financial industry, but no one has really trying to do it in a real standard, and we have been waiting as well. So for this opportunity, this is what we define as RWA 2.0. I hope.
Great, thanks for the insight, Grace. So Don, here's my challenge to you. China AMC went from the MMF to the digital gold. So would you call those already RWA 2.0, or how would you call the future, as you're established so much, right?
Yeah, sure. I think I'll actually push back a little on calling RWA 1.0 like an MMF or digital gold specifically, right? I think I would say, let's say RWA 1.0. I think it's more of a phase, but not really like a tied in like an asset type. I mean, we've already got a lot of different tokenized products out there, right? Including treasuries, equities, bonds, funds, real estate, private credits, etc. Right? They're all on chain already today. So I argue like all these tokenized products are really just different expression of that the same phase. The common thread of them is that we're basically taking something traditional, put it on chain, allowing it to open it up to a broader base of investors with better accessibility. And it is still very valuable, but I think fundamentally it's a bit similar to few years back when everyone talked about digitalizing like the old school world rather than building something very new. RWA 2.0 to me is more like a structural shift. So I think, it's not really a new asset class. So I think, as I briefly mentioned just now, I think it's like having the cash lake and asset lake on the same chain, on the same layer, so you get true atomic settlements. And right now, I mean, even in many well-built tokenized fund out there, the cash side is often still moves through the old banking rails. And this is why, there's some mismatch between the cash lake and the asset lake, and that's why you may still see some of the tokenized products having T+1 or T+2 behavior on products that technically tokenized, right? But I think, once both lakes are live on the same rail, settlement risk basically disappears. You can achieve instant final trades 24/7. And to make that actually frictionless, I think we'll be seeing digital funds that also invest into tokenized assets directly as holdings. Instead of just wrapping it, right, like old world assets in a token, this will be like a small distinction, but it changes everything underneath. And I think another piece I would just like to get on quickly is that I think, it has to link to agentic finance as well. So, I think, why blockchain is very, matters a lot in here is really that, if you think about what an AI agent actually needs to operate safely and autonomously in finance, right? It needs a deterministic environment where they can, every action has a clear and verifiable outcome. It also needs an auditable trail, so every decision can be traced back. And it needs to be able to execute logic without, waiting on a human to manually intervene. So I think your blockchain and smart contracts specifically, they are actually perfect tools that, AI can live on. And I think, once we have that foundation later on, right, what we can expect to see is that eventually we will see individuals and even treasury companies, they may rely on their own agents sitting on their own book, right, managing the treasury. Once they identify any idle cash or funding, they can then quickly look online, look on chain, and identify the best matching asset to deploy into. And once you have that, coupling with the atomic settlement that we mentioned earlier, it will be a very drastic improvement on the efficiency in the whole market. So so I believe it may be a bit far, but we are getting there.
Thank you, Don. Before we wrap, one sentence each. What is the single most important things that has to happen for tokenization to go from pilot to mainstream? Alex, start first and then down the line.
Okay, I would say, I would just keep it short. I would say continuous collaboration between government, official sector, and the industry is very important.
Thank you. Giselle?
I'll add is the utility that bring new benefits to investors.
I think for me, it's still investor education, letting them know the actual difference between tokenized products and, let's say, the crypto products that they see online.
Grace?
Yeah, I agree with Don. It's the education, because I think most of the investors or asset owners they're not aware of the benefit of RWA. So we have to change their mindset before we move forward.
All right, thank you. So where does that leave us? I think we stop asking whether tokenization works. The debate actually is over. The real question now is whether we can turn these initiatives into scalable markets and eventually into part of the mainstream financial infrastructure we all use without thinking about it. So please join me in thanking our panel, Don, Giselle, Alex, and Grace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our guests for the insightful discussion on stage. And thank you for our moderator. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think many people enjoy for all your sharing. Thank you so much. So after this roundtable discussion, we are now moving back to the presentation part. So for the roundtable discussion just now is about what our guests discussed, and we are now moving back to the stage resetting for that, back to the presentation one. So just to share for the presentation topic, that's Australian expansion without the pitfalls, licensing, compliance, and commercial insights. As more financial and fintech companies explore international growth, Australian presents both strong opportunities and important regulatory considerations. So this section will share practical insights on licensing, compliance, planning, and commercial execution for business looking to expand with greater confidence and responsibility. 所以接下来的这个分享就是澳大利亚矿藏之路许可、合规与商业洞察。现在我们准备邀请我们的嘉宾来到台上分享。So we're just getting ready for the stage for the presentation part. Let me invite our guest on stage, and we're just getting ready to give a big hand to him. So now we'd like to invite our guest, Kevin Fang, General Counsel of Air Prime and Principal Solicitor at Albright Law Australia, to the stage. So we now invite Kevin. Okay, just getting ready. And I think so many people are looking forward to your sharing. Let's welcome Kevin.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Fang, and I am the Principal Solicitor of Albright Law. We are an Australian law firm that specializes in financial services regulation and compliance. Before I start, I'd like to thank the organizers of such a great event, and also especially our client AI Prime that invited me here to speak today. AI Prime has been our long-standing client, and we have been assisting them with various Australian licensing, legal and regulatory matters, helping them to excel in the Australian jurisdiction. In addition to AI Prime, we regularly advise businesses looking to establish into and expand into Australia. Today, I would like to share some of the key licensing and compliance expectations in Australia, the common legal and commercial pitfalls, and most importantly, how you can avoid them. My goal is that by the end of the presentation, you'll have a practical understanding of what it takes to successfully enter the Australian market. So, why Australia? Well, Australia offers a stable legal and regulatory system, a sophisticated financial services sector, and a strong environment for investor confidence. It also is an excellent gateway into the Asia-Pacific region. Many of our clients from Hong Kong, Singapore, and across Asia use Australia as part of their regional expansion strategy. Did you know that today, 1 in 3 of the exhibitors have a subsidiary or related party that hold or are authorized under an Australian financial service license? These advantages create a significant opportunity, but businesses need to understand the regulatory environment before entering into the market. So many businesses assume that ASIC is the only regulator when it comes to financial services in Australia. But in reality, various legislations may apply, with several regulators overseeing various matters. For example, AUSTRAC oversees anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing obligations, while regulators such as the ACCC and the OAIC may also be relevant in the context of consumer protection and privacy matters. Australian regulators actively enforce the law and issue heavy penalties for non-compliance, making compliance and governance critical from day one. So what are some of the licensing requirements for a business looking to expand and undertake financial services in Australia? The first question is simple. What exactly does your business do? That answer determines whether an Australian financial service license, a credit license, or other registrations such as with AUSTRAC, whether it's required with AUSTRAC. Sometimes a license might not even be required. Let me give you a real-life example. We recently acted for international fintech that was preparing to launch into the Australian market. They simply assumed that an AFSL was needed and was ready to begin the licensing process. After we reviewed their business model, corporate structure, and where the actual regulated activities were taking place, we helped redesign the Australian operating model and relied on available exemptions under the Corporations Act. The result was they achieved their commercial objectives without the need to obtain a AFSL. This saves significant time, costs, and regulatory complexity. Sometimes an alternative operating model, class order, or exemptions under the Corporations Act and regulations may be available. So remember, obtaining advice early can save significant time and cost. Now, what are some compliance expectations for those that require to hold an Australian financial service license? First of all, make sure you check and understand your license authorizations and conditions. Make sure you get a license that's relevant to your business. Sometimes holding too many authorizations might not be a good thing. Remember, if you don't use it, ASIC can cancel it. You also need to understand the conditions under your license. It may require you to have an auditor, to have insurance in place, and also membership with complaints authorities. You also need to think about having policies and procedures in place that suit your business and are relevant. Don't think that a template is good enough, because it's not. Also, you need to make sure that you have adequate training and CPD arrangements in place. You need to understand your regulatory reporting obligations and have ongoing compliance and governance arrangements in place, and know your deadlines. We typically advise our clients to maintain a compliance diary so deadlines are not missed. So, what are some of the common pitfalls that we have seen? The most common mistake is that some businesses launch before obtaining relevant regulatory approvals, failing to protect their intellectual property, using inappropriate and very complicated corporate structures, and underestimating compliance and governance requirements. Compliance should be reviewed as an ongoing business function rather than a one-off exercise. For example, we've acted for a licensee that came to us after receiving an ASIC notice requesting detailed information about their overseas group structure, related entities, and how they manage conflicts. By that stage, the regulator was asking very difficult questions. The work became very expensive, more stressful, and time-sensitive than it needed to be. That's why we always tell the clients to be proactive rather than reactive. Now, I have provided a quick and simple market entry checklist for those that are thinking of entering into the Australian market. Think of the market entry as a structured process. Assess your business model. Determine your regulatory and financial obligations. Establish the right corporate structure. Don't make it complicated. Develop a compliance framework that is suitable to your business. Implement governance systems before launching. Businesses that prepare properly experience a much smoother market entry into any jurisdiction, building trust, confidence with their clients, and also the regulator. As I wrap up, I would like to leave you with 3 key takeaways. 1, compliance should enable growth and not hinder it. 2, invest in planning and obtaining advice early. Finally, expansion is more than just obtaining a license. Successful expansion in any jurisdiction requires a clear strategy, strong governance, and decisive execution. I hope this presentation provided a practical overview of the key considerations whilst expanding into Australia. If you'd like to discuss any Australian regulatory matters, please come and see me or my colleague Jack, and we'll be happy to help and discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for your valuable sharing. Thank you so much, and please be seated. Thank you. So for the next presentation, for the topic is about the evolution of Web 3.0 finance and the current market analysis as Web 3.0 continues to reshape digital finance. So this session will explore the latest market trends, industry development, and practical opportunities emerging from the convergence of blockchain, digital assets, and financial innovation. So now we would like to invite our guest speaker, Cynthia, on stage. Cynthia Wu, founding partners and COO of BRT. So just getting ready, and we will now like to invite Cynthia on stage. Let's welcome Cynthia.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Maybe I will use this one. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Wu, founding partner and the Chief Commercial Officer of BIT. So today I'm going to talk about two topics, basically. In this market downturn, we got a lot of questions from our clients and from the market petitioners asking me that, first, where are we now in the Web3 finance cycle, business cycle? Do we still have a chance to bottom out? Secondly, that where are we now in terms of Bitcoin price performance? So today, in my 15 minutes presentation, I'm trying to answer these two questions. And I'm not going to draw the conclusion for you. Instead, I'm going to share some observations and also data which could support you to help you form your own decisions. So where are we now in terms of the So where are we now in terms of the market development? In the traditional finance, there is 400 trillion AUM worth of assets, combining cash, equities, bonds, real estate, precious metal, etc. And currently, if we talk about our crypto native AUMs on chain, we are now standing at less than 1%, which is 2.4 trillion. So we're still very, very early in terms of making things happen on chain. And three data I want to share here with you, because these are the pipes pumping liquidity and asset onto the on-chain ecosystem. The first number to look at is a stablecoin on-chain. In the past 15 years, we have seen exponential growth here, which means that a lot of the US dollar circulating our ecosystem is now circulating on-chain. So 316 billion, that is roughly 1.6% of the US dollar M1 circulation. So I think we're doing a pretty good job there by bringing the dollar on-chain. The second indicator to look at is RWA, right? RWA has been the buzzword for the past 3-4 years. Before 2022, basically, it's almost a non-existence. But in the past 3-4 years, we have seen a lot of US Treasury bills, money market funds, private credits, precious metals, and real estate products being brought on-chain through tokenization. So this is a very interesting and fast-growing area to look at. And the third one is the ETF, Bitcoin Spot ETF. Why this is important? Because it's basically legitimized. This is a product and the watershed moment that basically legitimized our industry's most important asset and building the official institutional pipes to provide easy access and gateway to this asset class. So if we look at the performance and AUM accumulation of Bitcoin ETF, it actually has been one of the most successful ETF launched in the past 2 decades, indicating the institution, retail investors' interest in this asset class. This is my kind of a own creation. I look at the AI 5 layer of cakes for AI that has been created and illustrated by Yansen Huang. I think for our own industry, Web3 finance, I can basically divide our market ecosystem and market structure into these 5 layers as well. And we can talk about each of them, and you can draw your own conclusion of where we are on each of these layers. Let's look at the most bottom part, blockchain infrastructure. So what do we mean by here? These are the infrastructural level of the build out for our industry. We're talking about the public chains. We're talking about the private chains. We're talking about the cross-chain capabilities. We're talking about oracles, right? So these are the most basic building blocks to make blockchain happen. I think in the past 15 years of build-outs here, we have already seen the rise and falls of a lot of layer 1s, layer 2s. But as of today, I think we're doing a pretty good job here by providing a usable and reasonably scalable and cheap infrastructure for our Web3 finance. So I would say for the most of the foundation layer, it is maturing. And on top of the infrastructure, we need to build core applications, right? How do we categorize what is an application? In my opinion, application is anything that provides a utility. For example, in Web3 finance, utility means trading. Trading is a utility. Lending, borrowing is a utility. Taking leverage is a utility. Yield and earning product is a utility. There are many utilities we have already created in the SenFi platforms and also DeFi platform. Of course, custody is also a utility. So I would say that throughout the past few cycles, we have built many functional core applications in DeFi and SenFi that is here to stay, and that can support a lot of the transactions that are happening on chain. So I would say that maybe we are not fully materialized here, but what we build out here is fully functional. And on top of the applications and the infrastructure, we have the liquidity layer, which is the water, right, in the pond. And water is very important. Without water, things cannot flow. So in our industry, the water is a stable coin. Just now, we have already shared that for our stablecoin circulation, it's already 300 billion, which is not small, which is 1.6% of the US dollar M1 supply. But this part is going to be further growing, further expanding, because last year we already have the US already passed the Genius Act. So this year and the coming years in the United States, in Europe, under MiCA, in Asia, in Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, Korea, they're going to be their regulated stable coins coming out of door, right? So these are going to be the additional pipes that's pumping liquidity on chain. So I think this part, we are going to still see a very fast growth. And once we have liquidity, what do we need on top of that is assets. Before RWA really become a thing, what we have to invest on chain are mainly the crypto native assets, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and a lot of these altcoins, which some of them no longer exist today. Why RWA is important is because if we think we are long-term builders here today in this conference, if we think we are building a long-lasting and the next-gen financial infra, then what is really important is that we are able to make this all the major asset class available on chain, and not only making them tokenized and brought them on chain, but also be able to provide better trading experience, better liquidity, fractionalization, 24/7 trading, frictionless settlement and transfer of assets, as well as capital efficiency. So these are the additional utilities we're trying collectively as an industry to build. So I would say this layer is fast expanding. What we need to do is really to make this layer happen. We need to be able to migrate more trading of multiple assets on chain through tokenization and through building out the utility for the tokenized asset. The last layer, in my opinion, is the user interface. Because end of the day, no matter what product, asset, and the utility you have, you need to interact with your clients, right? Traditionally in our industry, the user interface is the Web3 wallets, is the SynFi platforms, is the centralized exchanges, is the asset management platforms. But now with hopefully this year we can see the approval of the Clarity Act. I think once that got approved, we're going to see more interfaces that used to have a lot of TradFi clients are also able to be providing digital asset offerings. For example, the TradFi brokers, the banks, FX platforms. And don't forget about AI. Now we have all the human users, but in the future, I think not only the humans are the user of the blockchain infrastructure and the investor in this network, but also the AI agents. So we need to make our infrastructure, our product, AI agent, agentic inclusive. So I think that kind of summarized my sharing today. Actually, I don't think I have enough time, but if you are interested, there are more data in this. Presentation, and maybe you can ask from our marketing department, or maybe the conference host later today to get access to the other data. Okay, that's my contact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia, for sharing the evolution of Web3. So I think this is really a hot topic, and so many guests coming today have to share. So now we're proceeding to the next sharing. It's a fireside chat section, and the topic is bridging the last mile for institutional adoption of Web3. And so we are so honored for having our guests coming today. We have Livia Wang, our CEO of Group Bitfire, coming on stage. So now let's just get ready, and please join us to welcome Livia for this sharing.
Wait. Hello. OK， 这是一个。OK， 大家下午好啊！我今天的演讲会用中文来进行啊。OK， 那么我是星火的 Bitfire 的 Livio， 我的主题是打通机构进军 Web3 加 AI 的最后1公里啊。其实过去半年我们感受到了非常糟糕的市场环境，对吧？很多人非常焦躁不安啊。那么我们回顾一下。它的原因是什么呢？一个呢是宏观上面，无论是美伊的战火，还是年初的大家预期的流动性释放，就从宽松的预期到紧缩的预期，啊，然后彻底改变了整个这个大环境啊，包括就是今年一整年 AI 的这个吸血啊，给整个市场，应该是所有的资本市场都在失血，啊，然后 AI 一家独大的去吸血。那加密更是了啊，因为加密在24年啊，随着一轮暴涨之后，其实很多人说是不是加密不太行了啊？但我的观点不是啊，因为过去太优秀了啊，从2万多3万，很快的涨到了12万13万。那么所有的成熟的交易者都知道，在这个时候是要落袋为安的啊。碰巧呢赶上了 AI 的这个强势周期啊，所以呢这些因素导致了在过去半年，对吧？这是一个很难熬的一个历史的这个环境，但是呢，最近这个情况可能又有反转了啊。我们看到最近这几周连续的美股的这个 ETF 的净流入，跟前面几个月还是很不一样的。这其实它的背后的原因呢是， AI 呢已经触及了短期的一个峰值啊。我们知道物极必反啊，当 AI 的赔率啊 ，AI 涨到一定的高度之后，存储板块都失去了吸引力，然后它的赔率下降了啊。这个时候呢，加密货币的赔率上升了啊，所以这是一个天平的跷跷板的两端啊。我们看到过去几年的趋势，大量的散户退场，然后大把的这个机构进场了，知名的资管公司、投行、保险、加州办公室，还有上市公司 DAT 等等啊。那么这衍生出了一个新的市场啊。我们预计呢，在未来的2年内，全球的高净值人群会以各种形式来进入到加密行业啊。那么新的这个资金呢，预计会在1万亿左右啊。新的增量资金通过私行来进入到整个市场，所以这衍生出了这个新的群体新的一个市场方向那么高净值群体包括像传统的投资人，然后跨境的贸易公司、家族办公室、传统的这个投资基金，还有这个转型 DAT 的上市公司等等都会以这种方式进来。那么这个群体的问题最大的困扰点就是交易很困难在哪买币，怎么买？现在这个价位是高了是低了？然后托管很困难这个币放到哪都觉得不安全，对吧？我们看到行业有非常多盗币的事件，以及持有币还能不能投资，然后币能不能做下一代的传承所以在过去1年的时间里面星火围绕着这个新的群体的需求，我们设计了一套完整的非常不一样的 Bitfire 这个细节就不说了。那么星火呢，给大家简单介绍一下，是香港的这个最早的 Web3 概念股始于2018年，然后也是香港第一家全牌照的这个虚拟资产的这个资管公司然后我们持有这个香港的149号牌信托牌照，日本的这个交易所牌照以及全球的其他牌照那么这是我们团队在去年8月27号我们做了全新的这个战略转型推出了全球首创的这个数字资产私行级管家那么在香港呢，大家知道一个这个机构户要开户，大概时间在1个月以上在星火呢3天就可以下户所以我们做了很多的新的创新，然后呢，我们还提供了这个创新的跨资产的这个家族信托还有就是数字遗嘱那目的呢都是帮助高净值人群能够更好的管理自己的资产以及传承给下一代那么资管呢是现在星火最重要的业务我们发布了香港首个合规的BTC 本位的这个资管服务那么大家可以看到，就是在历史的这个检验阶段呢，都有很好的回报如果你拿着比特币，那么在星火呢，预期可以获得5%到7%的年化的比特币本位的收益那么如果是这个中性量化如果是 USDT 本位那么大概中性预期大概在15%到17%所以是整个过去几年香港最重要的表现最好的这个加密的资管服务之一那么比特币本位有5%，以太坊有11%左右那么以及我们为客户提供了这个 AI 的投行大家知道 AI 很火，那么加密圈的资金呢很想往 AI 去走，怎么办呢？通过星火做了一个很好的通道，我们可以帮助客户更好的获取1级市场跟2级市场的投资的机会那么过去我们的一些账绩也非常好还有就是其他的一些特别适合用于抄底的因为大家预期到现在这个价格再往下空间有限但是可能会出现新的这个抄底的机会。那么我们提供的结构化的产品可以很好的帮助大家去捕捉这样的机会我们还提供了很多这个创新的服务这个在去年10月份我们就提示了我们的投研提示了市场要出现动荡。那么今年的2月份我们提示了市场进入到高性价比区间那个时候是比特币价格跌破6万的时候然后今年5月份我们又提示就是没有那么高性价比了这个因为当时的比特币价格已经突破8万了所以我们调低了这个预期那么刚好那是一个结构性的高点 啊，那么大宗的这个出入金啊，全网最好的大宗的购买的价格跟滑点啊。那么去年我们推出这套服务到现在呢，大概我们的客户数增长了50倍左右啊。然后虽然币价在跌，但我们的资管规模啊，大概增长了80%啊，根据最新的数据啊。那么实际上刨去一些之前的关联方的一些资管的量的话，我们大概实际增长了5倍左右。那么我们邀请了这个付鹏老师加入了星火啊，这个是今天早上给大家见面了那么我们再来抬眼看行业啊，因为星火通过1年的努力已经成为了过去可能1年前大家并不太了解星火在做什么，但是过去一年呢随着我们的努力呢，我们推出了香港最有特点的加密私行的服务啊，也获得了市场的认可，我们获得了50倍的涨幅。那么接下来我们要解决的一个问题是，大家对加密是否还有信心的问题，啊，所以我们来看过去1年整个市场的一个变化。那么首先是 Poly Market 从一个小众啊，在通过这个世界杯的淬火，走入到了大众的这个眼球底下。那么链上的这个交易呢 ，Hyper Liquid 啊，已经成为了非常大的主流啊，以及最近的这个 Robinhood Chain 啊，这个更是彻底把这个传统的这个券商引入了新的局面啊。虽然说最近它的这个起量很大程度上跟 Mimi 有关啊，但是依然是不可小觑的一个新的势力啊。那么接下来我们预计的 RWA 的爆发啊，前面很多嘉宾都说了，我就不仔细讲了。DeFi 2.0一定会来的啊。我们知道在2021年 DeFi Summer 啊，它是吹动了当年那一轮行情的最重要的因素啊。当时交易的、当时活跃的那些 DeFi 协议都是非常早期的 Crypto Native 的资产跟协议啊。但是 DeFi 2.0，大家交易的标的啊，很可能是现在的美股、美债啊这些传统的资产上链之后啊，一个全新的一个世界啊。所以这个我们预计在未来3年内一定会落地。另外呢，加密支付啊，包括这个 Stablecoin 啊，这都成为了新的这个增长点啊。那么我们看到最近那个 Visa、Mastercard 都联合了全球100多家机构一起发布了一个 OUSD 啊，然后 Swift 发布了它的链上版本啊，这些都是传统世界看懂了区块链的价值，并且主动的拥抱了啊，所以我们会很明确的预测到未来3到5年。Web3 加 AI 将会催生出全新的社会生产关系。那么以及今年下半年可能会有一个大的升级啊，叫以太坊的这个 Amsterdam 啊，它的作用呢，我们可以理解为什么加密区块链在过去几年没有那么多的应用落地，是因为性能还很差。如果我们来对比现在的主流的这个科技行业的话，它大概是2G 网络。那么这个新的以太坊的升级呢，就会让链上的性能进入到3G 网络。啊，我们看到的 Hyper Liquid 跟这个包括最近的这个Robinhood 的这个 Chain， 它都是2.5G 网络。啊，那么接下来很快会有3G 网络，会让很多的性能依赖的这个应用呢，能够真正在链上能够落地了。啊，包括这个 Clarity Act， 啊，这应该最近有很多传言了，有很多人认为过不了8月份，啊，但是呢，最新的消息呢，它又有可能啊会超预期的通过。那一旦通过的话，可能会对整个这个加密的这一轮的技术性反弹啊，会带来一个非常大的一个推动作用。OK， 那另外一个我们不得不提的一个这个大的这个技术变革呢，就 AI 啊。我们知道 AI 是第4代这个人类社会的第4代这个生产力重塑啊，一个新的生产力革命啊，它是比肩蒸汽机，比肩电器啊，比肩这个信息化互联网啊。那么它跟人类的关系啊，接下来几年可能会呈现一个非常微妙的状态啊。那么在第1阶段里面呢 ，AI 是人类的信息工具。啊，就是我们每天问豆包，啊，今天某只股票发生了什么？今天行业发生了什么？它把信息归纳整理提供给我们，这是第1个阶段，啊，它是人类的一个信息助手。那第2个阶段啊，就当它有了独立的身份的时候，啊，链上身份的时候， 他开始要做一个什么事情呢？他成为人类的交易助手。举个例子啊，我明天要飞上海，我让他今天晚上帮我订个票。一旦他发现一个价格，他根据历史的数据回溯，这个价格跌到了一个比较合适的价格的时候，他就自动帮我买了。那我问大家一个问题，包括就是今天有很多做全球跨境贸易的，可能接下来就会用 AI 向全世界报价，也会有很多的 AI agent 帮助大家在全世界寻找这个供应链的合作伙伴，然后下订单。那这个时候 AI agent 他会用什么货币来结算？他会用银行卡吗？应该不会，因为他扫不了脸，对吧？他会用什么？会用加密货币，会用 stablecoin， 会用 Bitcoin。所以这个时候 AI 已经开始操作人类的钱，但他不会用法币，所以这个阶段来临的时候，对我们想就是其实在座各位可能只有一半不到会用自己的这个 on-chain wallet， 因为它很复杂，对吧？你要操作很多东西。但是对于 AI agent 来讲，它天生对应的，它能够处理好的就是各种代码，那么我们的私钥、助记词的保管对它来说都不是问题。所以真正很多人讲，真正 crypto 是谁来用？不是人类，很可能是 AI agent，那到时候成千上万的全球可能诞生几千万、上亿的 AI agent， 他们都在用加密货币的时候，这个时候是真正加密货币的春天那第三个阶段很遗憾就硅基可能会主导碳基生物了，就人类可能会反过来变成了 AI agent， 变成这个硅基生物的附庸品那么现在我们讲这个存储，讲这个光模块其实本质上有点像什么呢？有点像硅基生物的房地产，盖好了房子让硅基生物来住，让它来活动，让它来思考OK， 我们未来就会让这一批智能体很可能控制跟主宰了这个星球。这个时候，人类可能要研究我用什么样的伦理观念，用什么样的宪法来限制他们，而不让他们为所欲为一个崭新的时代即将到来那么星火研究院也预测2027年整个行业会有大的数据上的变化。一个是 ETF 增长到200个 billion， 阿拉贝60个 billion。稳定币到400个billion，然后高净值人群呢，配置加密货币的这个会突破40%然后机构呢会把整个配置提高到从现在的不到1%提高到3%到4%。那么传统的有超过30%的传统头部银行入局这个趋势已经愈发明显了我们会看到一个全新的不一样的世界那也很荣幸我们的星火 Bitfire 能够引领整个香港市场，然后呢，也欢迎大家跟我们一起携手一起成长。谢谢大家。
谢谢 ，Thank you, Livio, for your insightful fireside chat. Thank you so much. So after the fireside chat, so we are now proceeding to the next round of roundtable discussion, and the topic is institutional liquidity and the evolution of crypto markets. As crypto markets continue to mature, institutional liquidity is becoming a key factor in market stability, price discovery, and long-term confidence. For the coming discussion, we'll explore how professional market participants, trading infrastructure, and stronger industry standards are shaping the next phase of digital assets markets. 接下来我们的院创就是围绕机构流动性与加密市场的演变。So we're going to invite our moderators and our panels. So while the stage is getting ready, as we can see on the screen, we're going to invite our guests on stage. So first of all, we would like to invite our moderator for this roundtable discussion. So let me invite our guests one by one. So first of all, let's join us to welcome our moderator for today. We have Kevin Liu, Director of GEL, to the stage. Welcome, Kevin. And joining the discussion, we have Constance Wang, founder of Pacifica. Ming Zhou, co-founder and CEO of Automate Wealth. And we have Louis Huang, Chief Market Analyst of Bigot. and CJ Fong, APAC General Manager of GSR Markets. So now let's give a big hand to welcome all our guests on stage. Let's welcome. And we will now like to pass the time to our moderator, Kevin, to help to facilitate.
Sure. All right, at a risk of looking like a bit of a boomer, I've got a piece of paper. And I know this is about digital assets, institutional liquidity, and evolution of crypto markets, intentionally left quite wide. But the piece of paper allows me to write down some questions as they come fresh to mind. Up on stage, I'm very pleased to welcome core experts and people that have been in the industry for a long time. So here's the place if you want to know about where the market has been, where the market is now, and where the liquidity is going into the future. This is the panel, and this is where you guys need to be. So with that, my name is Kevin Liu. My pleasure to be the moderator today. On stage, we have Constance Wang, we have Ming, Louis Huang, and we have CJ. So without further ado, we've got 40 minutes to be able to do a deep dive on liquidity, on institutional liquidity, retail liquidity. We'll do multi-asset. We'll go through it all. But if we may, Constance, can I just ask you, and we'll go down the line here, just to give a brief background about yourself, about your organization, and just any quick insights about yourself personally before we jump into the meat and bones. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me? Oh,
you just have to be a bit loud.
Yeah. Hi guys, Constance here. I'm the co-founder of Pacifica. We are one of the top perp DEX on the market right now. We process around 1 billion trading volume on daily basis, and we have both crypto and RWA assets. For myself, I've been in crypto since 2017. It's been a long time, seen several cycles, and really great to see this industry keep thriving.
Hi everyone, my name is Ming. I'm the co-founder of Atomic Vaults. We're B2B2C, so we are actually partners. You don't see us, but we're behind the scenes partnering with some of my co-panelists on the stage, and then also some other centralized exchanges that are not on this panel. And we process about 20 billion USD in notional volume per month, doing US markets, Hong Kong markets, and we're just adding Korea, which should be ready in a month, and Taiwan.
Okay, testing. Okay, hello everyone, I'm Louis Huang, and I'm the chief market analyst at BigGate. So in the 2026, BigGate is pioneering the UEX model, so you can see the universal exchange. So from our perspective, you can on our platform trade not only the crypto asset currency pair, but also you can trade the traditional financial asset in our platform. So today I will look forward to talk more about the traditional finance asset. Okay, thank you. Pass to the CJ.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is CJ. I'm the general manager for Asia at GSR. GSR is probably the oldest market maker in Web3 and crypto. We've been around since 2013, fully regulated out of Singapore with a global presence out of London and New York. Been in crypto since 2017, and prior to that, I was based in Hong Kong at Morgan Stanley Nomura.
Great. Okay, so a quick summary for those that are listening. I know it's very loud. So we've got really like institutional core infrastructure. We've got a decentralized DEX. We've got CeFi, centralized exchange. We've got one of the institutional market makers. And also we've got a behind the scenes B2B to C infrastructure getting you access to underlying securities through a US broker dealer through Atomic Settlement. Okay, so maybe we'll actually just start this off and talk about liquidity, right? So perhaps maybe Constance, as we spoke on our prep call, where do you currently see the liquidity? You run a DEX at the moment. Is it crypto native, altcoins, NFTs? That was where the world was. Currently now, you said that we're in RWAs. What do we currently see now for DEX liquidity, both now and potentially in the next 6 to 12 months?
I think the liquidity microstructure has definitely changed on the market. In the past 12 months, we've seen liquidity coming from crypto largely to RWA assets like US stocks. For the past 6 months, people were trading and liquidity were at Korean stocks. And for a lot of DEX and centralized exchanges, we started offering either leveraged markets or spot market, either on-chain or off-chain for RWA markets. we call it other markets because it's not only stocks but also commodities and forex. So during the world breakout in February and March, a lot of people were trading oil, people were trading silver, uranium. Those were the liquidity tracker for that period of time, and then we start seeing liquidity shift to U.S. stocks, especially SpaceX IPO attracted a lot of liquidity into it, either on spot or leverage market as well. So overall, I think that's going to be a trend and probably going to be one of the major trends driving the next bull cycle for crypto.
Great, Constance. CJ, you work with centralized exchanges. You work with DeFi, DEXs. Are you seeing the same thing in terms of being one of the larger liquidity providers?
I think, liquidity is a very interesting concept, right? It depends when and where you compare it to. If you were to compare it to where we were a year ago, liquidity is definitely at much lower levels across the board. A large part of it, as we were discussing, has moved towards traditional markets. It has moved to commodities. It's moved to equities. I think within the world of Web3, where we actually see a lot of liquidity moving towards is the world of stablecoins. Stablecoins is a very, very interesting market right now. I think it is the market and it's the meeting place where a lot more Web2 companies, along with Web3, will start to clash. We are seeing a lot more of that convergence coming through. I think DEXs have their day in the sun, and I think they're doing very, very well, as what we're seeing with Pacifica and a number of others. But fundamentally speaking, the next wave we anticipate will be in that of RWAs, but in a different form. I think right now RWA liquidity sits predominantly in things like perpetuals. But there's also a reason for it. I mean, we spoke about it, right? Fundamentally, what you get with a perpetual, and I don't say this lightly, you have a situation where the regulatory environment for perpetuals is one that is slightly looser than you would for an underlying spot market. But for our industry to really grow, for liquidity to truly come back, we will need to see that liquidity within the spot section, because the problem you have with perpetuals, and this is something to be very wary about, it is the ultimate leverage play. And because of that, that can create shocks to the system, which we're slightly concerned about.
Lewis, you're a CFD expert, right? Before we got on stage, you were talking about your experience and then also having sort of joined BitGet. Thanks for sponsoring today's event. But with that, right, are you seeing also a similar thing in terms of perps? What are you guys actually thinking about doing at BitGet for assets, getting investors access to multi-asset?
For our perspective, I think because BitGet published the UEX, and you can say the Universal Exchange concept this year. So from the liquidity perspective, I think if you are a trader, you want to trade another one market, just like a crypto, just like a forex, or another one brand, just like the gold or a commodity. So you have to open a new account for each one symbols, and unless it's a very terrible experience to the users. So from our perspective, I think the liquidity has evaluated from the separate silos into the seamless integration. So I think our UES concept is to help the user to focus on the trade the world and using the one account. So that is our perspective. So if you want to trade the world and using the one account, one capital pool, you don't want to open any one account. I think the UEX is the best way for the user to trade the world. Yeah.
So you're ultimately bringing everyone to a unified account, improving the UI, UX, and having the liquidity all within one account, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess for atomic settlements, atomic vaults, Ming, have you, given that you sit, especially also this crowd, maybe it's a little bit retail, but you're very familiar with it because you help your business partners service that. Where you see the liquidity currently and now and in the future?
So our job, I guess, is that we think of it as we need to be one step ahead of the curve, because things in the TradFi world, because we're regulated, we do the infrastructure, we need time to get any extra licenses that we don't have. We need extra time to get certain registrations in place, and then our hope is by the time someone like a BitGet comes to us, yes, we just say, yep, you guys want it tomorrow, we got it tomorrow. And so as opposed to, we haven't set that up yet, takes another 3 months, data licensing takes at least 90 days and blah, blah, blah. And so for us, we should be doing more of, talking to retail investors, doing surveys and getting data on what they want. And then oftentimes we take as kind of a canary in the coal mine, look to institutional because whatever institutional is trading, probably 6 months down the line, retail will also be trading. And so we also use that as an indicator for where we should go next, like what sort of setup work do we need to do so that our clients who are the sexes and dexes can kind of get it like the minute that they want a new product.
Got it. Ming, I'm going to hold you and go try dig a little bit deeper. Can you, as much as you can, subject to NDA, talk about how you work with BitGet and how you get access to back-end compliance opportunities? Maybe that the audience would be interested in that.
Yeah, certainly. So I guess us and BitGet, we have a regulated broker-dealer license in the U.S. BitGet actually also has a regulated broker-dealer license.
Yes.
And so when a retail investor has an account with BitGet, when you open up your app and you trade, when you click the buy button, really you're sending an order to BitGet's regulated entity. BitGet's regulated entity sends it to our regulated entity, and then we have a custodian behind us where the funds are ultimately stored, and you can put in stablecoin, they can send us in stablecoin. We ultimately custody, we translate it into USD and custody the USD in basically like DTCC coffers, you can think of it. And then as for the trade, so once you have funding, then we talk about the trade. So once the trade comes in, or the order rather, once the order comes in, we send it to one of the 18 national exchanges on the U.S. If it's U.S. stocks, we send it to a Hong Kong exchange if it's a Hong Kong stock, etc. And then it goes into the liquidity book of the centralized TradFi exchanges. And then we could go deeper into settlement, but basically the key difference between crypto and the TradFi markets is settlement happens 1 day later for U.S. stocks, 2 days later for most Asian stocks. And so then you might see, you'll get a buying credit immediately when you've sold your stock, but really it takes 2 days behind the scenes, like we're doing the work behind the scenes to actually settle your trade.
And just where does the fractionalization, tokenization, if any, in this instance, actually come? Does it come at your level, at Atomic Vaults, or does it come at BitGet's level when they're facing the investors?
Yeah, so tokenization is at the BitGet level, fractionalization is at our level. And so the industry has had, fractional stocks for a while, so it's just the same as whole stocks. It's just that you're buying a piece, and when we settle at the end of the day, we basically aggregate the little pieces and we settle as a whole. And then I guess I'll let CJ talk about the tokenization part.
Yeah, did you want to happy to talk about the tokenization part?
Sorry, I was let Louis talk about the tokenization.
Yeah, on our platform, I think the tokenization is a very popular trading symbol in our platform. So collaborate with another company to help us to deliver the USDT, to deliver our demand to the company and help us to supply the liquidity. I think it's very important things for our platform, because in our platform we all have to need the user can trade the world. So cooperation with the RWA, cooperation with the traditional financial brokerage, and supply the liquidity is the most important thing for the exchange. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to come up to the concept of leverage right there, but I'll let you guys off the hook, and I'm going to come to Constance. Constance, I guess from what you guys are building at Pacifica, I mean, what are the client types that you're looking at the moment and are servicing? You mentioned AI, Korea stocks, you mentioned US stocks. Who's showing interest in this, and where's the liquidity coming from in this kind of borderless fashion?
I think it changes from time to time based on what the market is looking for. There's definitely a lot of liquidity coming from Korea, because Korea has a pretty strict crypto leverage trading rule. So a lot of Korean users are trading on DEXs or perp DEXs, especially all the DEXs currently are trying to offer Korean stocks as well. So that's definitely one of the major liquidity. And also the other part is the people that are interested in the pre-IPO settlement for all those AI companies. So when SpaceX went IPO, they actually included XAI, which increased its valuation overall, and there's a significant amount of interest on the market for acquiring OpenAI and Anthropic shares pre-IPO on the market. So that's also another place that is a little bit under the same, but we see a lot of liquidity moving towards that place that I think a lot of companies are trying to set up trading infrastructures for that right now. But overall, like CG mentioned, for the past 6 months, the liquidity on crypto market has not really been great, but the activities and inflow of liquidity into the RWA infrastructure and markets are definitely increasing significantly.
Right, and then before we move on to CJ, because this question will lean into what he's doing, but when people come to trade on the DEX, are they looking actually just at access, or are they also able to kind of get leverage? And because leverage also can be a precursor to generate liquidity as well, because of capital efficiency.
Yep. So a majority of the demand on the perp DEXs right now are leveraged, because perp is a leveraged instrument. But of course, there are also spot markets, which I don't think so far have significant volume yet. But I'd say majority or most of the market liquidity on the DEX side is on perp DEX, which is on leverage trading.
Got it. CJ, any comments on that from what you've heard from the 3 other panelists?
No, I think what we're witnessing here and what we have with my 3 co-panelists is the dawn of where we're headed towards. I think this is a very early stage. It's very nascent. And I think it's the right way to iterate. I think the one thing I've learned about Web3, and I've been in this space for almost 10 years, is the iterative pace of innovation within this sector is beyond whatever you experience out there. We take weeks to iterate what months and years would happen in a traditional sense. I think what Ming is working on at Atomic Vaults along with BitGet, this whole process becomes more efficient 3 months from now, just by virtue of the fact when people understand it better, get more involved. I think Constance's ability to open up new markets, it's going to force traditional guys to think about how can we make sure we don't entirely lose a lot of that flow, where can we step in. However, the thing that will stand amongst, and I think this is something that as panelists and as part of the industry we should always be worried about, is fundamentally how do you protect retail with all of this? Because I think retail is the one thing that if you burn them, that's where the regulators come after you. And the difference between having retail trade Bitcoin and Ethereum and having them trade a perpetual on a Tesla stock is very, very different. The reason why is because Bitcoin and Ethereum has been classified as non-securities. They are more akin to commodities. But you are now letting them play in a world where your underlying is a security. They do have the ability and ramifications to go after you. So it's an area that I think it's a lot more of a delicate balancing act than historical, but I think it's an area that excites me because it shows the innovation and hunger of this space, understanding where can we improve global markets in whole.
I'll echo that briefly. I think I definitely agree that what crypto is moving towards forces TradFi to move towards that direction as well. You saw earlier this year, CME was trying to announce they're trying to support 24/7 trading, and without crypto, I don't think they're gonna move that way. And also, a lot of the perp DEXs offering RWA markets essentially is blurring the jurisdiction border for TradFi, because in TradFi, if you want to trade US stocks, you have to open an account that would allow you to trade in that jurisdiction, and you have to file tax and things like that. So I think what crypto is moving towards actually is a step forward for the entire finance industry. I'm not saying that just because I'm doing crypto. I think it is indeed a more advanced, a more convenient, a more user-friendly way for compared to the traditional markets.
Absolutely. So in essence, CJ, same business, same risk, right? Digital Bitcoin, Ethereum, digital commodity. But when you're entering a security, no matter where you go, same business, same risk, it's a security, right?
Definitely. I mean, look, it's the same thing, right? If you want to play the game and you want to play with the big boys, you have to understand what the rules are. You can't just, unless you want to go play off on your side. And the thing is that if you think about crypto from the years of 2016, 2017 to 2022, we've played on the side. We've had our own little area, we've played our little bits. We were so excited when different institutions came in and said, oh, I may consider allocating part of my balance sheet to Bitcoin. That was a landmark thing. Well, now the floodgates have opened. Now, if you look at the largest institutions in the world, they are either offering crypto products, they are either involved in tokenization, or they are looking at this space actively. What this means then is that as an industry, we need to grow up to be able to counter it, to work with them. Otherwise, they have the budgets and the ability to completely steamroll it.
Fair enough. Okay, so I think we're coming to the last 12 minutes of this panel. Some burning questions, I guess, maybe just leveraging off Constance's last note is for Min. You know, in the sense that if you have to open up like various brokerage accounts to get access to say US equities, are you guys actually seeing any other pushes outside of equities? Is it commodities? I mean, we're seeing now geopolitical risks occurring on the weekends. How are you guys effectively helping guys like BitGet facilitate that kind of exposure on out-of-market, 24/7 settlements, et cetera, et cetera? If not now, when? For you, yeah.
You can do it
That's
together.
for me.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think for a long time, like we primarily serviced TradFi brokers, and their asks are very simple. They just wanted equities, and that's it. And then 5 years later, they still want equities, just equities. And then we come to crypto, and first month of integration, they want equities. 2 weeks later, they want options. 2 weeks after that, they're like, why are options not 24 hours tradable? We want 24 hours. They're like, oh, but what about weekends? Now we also want weekends. Oh, but I want to cross margin with the commodities, with the oil. Can you cross margin? Oh, I also want to cross margin with Bitcoin. Can you do that too? And then we're behind the scenes. We're like, okay, now we got to find a bank. We got to find a custodian. We got to be able to like post the collateral for the Bitcoin and the oil and get back USDT or USD and then use that and then just give it as buying power and kind of like do a bunch of scrambling behind the scenes. So definitely feel the pressure. A lot of, but it's ultimately it's such a good thing. It's like you work nonstop and you're like always scrambling, but it's good to be alive. Like it's bad to be retired, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think every trader like the trade whole day or 24 hour per day trading, and on the weekend and only focus on the gold. And let's say we get a client said, yes, I want to trade the gold during the weekend, and they want to trade the whole day, not only the gold, but also they have including the global index or another one symbol. So I think the 24 hour per day trading and focus on the weekend is an industry trend, but we need the liquidity provider to help us to provide the best trading opportunity and the trading environment to our clients. But I think it's a very popular thing in the world these days because the trend in the gold is have a very high volatility in these days. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So perhaps maybe as we move to sort of closing, it would be remiss of me not to kind of bring in what is, some feel is sucking out the oxygen out of the room, which is AI, because it's impacting everything we do in our personal lives, in our professional lives. And I guess maybe, Constance, just starting with you, how is Pacifica thinking about AI, how it's impacting liquidity for your platform, for the markets? Any specific thoughts there about where it's going?
Yeah, sure. When I founded Pacifica, I actually had this vision of I want to build this together with AI. So it's not just a decentralized platform, but it's also integrated deeply and natively with AI web tooling. So we have been spending the past year building different sorts of AI agent or AI infrastructure for our user to build whatever they want to trade. So I'll give you guys one interesting example. So we have an infrastructure for people to set up market maker bots as a retail who do not know anything about coding and have just common sense about trading in general. It's like basically it's not a pro, but they were able to use AI to run market making bot, which essentially they are providing liquidity to the order book and to the markets, and users are happy because they now have that option to do that with AI. But previously they can't do it at all because they have either have to learn coding or have to learn what market making and how to market make is. So I think these are some of the use cases for AI, and also we see a lot more when people using AI to make trading decisions, which is simplifying and significantly reducing the research time, which convert to more trading activity, at least on our platform.
I look forward to seeing and hearing when that gets released. Maybe in terms of liquidity, CJ, as an institution, AI, how's that impacting you guys, either like externally from the market or internally from a cost efficiency?
No, I love the way you've put it. I think AI, you have to look at both sides of the equation, right? On the external front, we've covered already, right? AI has sucked a lot of liquidity from this industry, but it's more because of thematic rather than anything else. I think in terms of the use case, I'm going to be the cynic and a bit of unpopular opinion. I think the valuations we see in AI right now don't make sense. I think it feels like a bubble. I don't think it's going to pop yet, but the reason why is fundamentally, what is AI? AI is nothing more than the enablement layer for data that has always existed, right? It has the ability to do one thing. I mean, Constance mentioned it. Actually, if you dig down to it, what the person who coded that market-making bot really did was they saved time. And ultimately speaking, that is what AI is about. It's about saving time. It's about making organizations more efficient. Internally, we're using it. We're using AI across the board for, it makes everybody a coder now. Claude Code allows people to code. And that makes engineering more efficient. It makes, in a business decision, can it make your day-to-day operations much more efficient? Yes, it can. But the one thing, and I think Jensen Huang said it, which actually I fully agree with his statement, is AI is not going to replace humans. It is humans who know how to use AI are going to replace humans. And the reason why is it's just an efficiency and a scalable layer. What this means for industries in general is the ability to scale industries now becomes a lot lower barriers than it used to be. So even at GSR, we are using it. Now, do I see a world where AI comes in and takes away our jobs because it does the trading for us? Not yet. And the reason why is I think there was a guy who wrote a very good article about it. There is a lot of trading which is built on intuition, and AI does not have that yet. It has the ability, you feed it thousands of megabytes of data, gigabytes of data, and it can rationalize what trade should look like. But sometimes it's intuition. It's understanding when emotion comes into equation versus no emotion. It's understanding what this particular subset equates towards. So I don't think it will replace that. But for now, AI is a really good subservient butler to have in the room with you. It's great to have in your corner, and we see it too.
Lewis, how's it affecting BitGet? And any specific projects you guys got going on?
Yes, at BigGate, we cooperate with the AI with the service we call the Get Cloud. The Get Cloud is in our platform, so you can talk with he and they can help you to analyze the macroeconomic data, help you to find the trend about the macro global index. And I think the most important things in our exchange is the AI can help you to generate your trading strategy for yourself. So if you want to trade, but you don't know how to trade, how to use the indicator, how to use the trend, trading strategy, so you can ask the AI, ask the Get Cloud, and find the trading strategy for yourself. So I think it will help the users lower the barrier to entry the position or entry the market. So it will help us participant more smart, more convenient and more smarter in the trading strategy and want to trade the whole world. Yes?
Ming?
I think I have mixed feelings about AI, similar to what CJ said earlier, because I think to me, you can imagine one very extreme version of the world where it's the AI is smarter than humans, and therefore, if the primary goal is to make money, then maybe you would prefer to just have your AI agent trade on your behalf, and then there's like no human in the loop at all, and like everyone decides to do that. That's like a very extreme version of the world. But I think there's also like a lot of a human component to it, where people trade also to kind of like understand the world, because they want to they read about companies, they want to trade the companies that they like, they want to like put your money where your mouth is, I guess, and like it's almost like throw a support ticket for the companies
backed by
that you
fundamentals,
like.
your conviction.
Yeah, the fundamentals. Right, yeah. And so I think that there's always a balance, and both will exist there, because if you're trading fundamentals, then I think that's something where you don't really just want to hand it to a black box, where the transformer model just takes so many different parameters across the world of data and just crunches it together, and there's sigmoid functions that kind of like figure out what decision to make at the end of the day, and you don't really know like how it's processing all of those decision making, and which is very different from the way that a human brain processes the information. And so I think there obviously will be both. I think that folks will. I think my cautionary advice is like maybe put a small amount of money on the AI agent bot and see how it does, and if you can kind of figure out like why, like what it's thinking, and then if it's just not working, like obviously don't put more money into it, but I think there will always be a human component to it.
Please, Constance.
Yeah, I actually want to chime in here a little. So Ming mentioned about AI making decisions and things like that. So we actually went through this journey. So when we first launched our agent for our users, we allowed the AI to make decisions for them. And then we quickly realized AI has been hallucinating majority of the time during decision-making process, not exactly during analytical process. So then we have to kill the decision making for AI and only allow AI to have conversational analytical content with users. And then when it is at the final decision making process, the AI would be preparing all the actions, basically filling the trade, filling the leverage and everything needed according to the conversation and research. But the human, the user, has to make the decision by clicking a button. Okay, sure, I confirm I want to run this strategy. I confirm I want to place this trade. I confirm I want to put this information at a certain given time of every day. So that the decision making has to be with human, so that either their funds or their entire trading strategies are safe and according to their will. Otherwise, AI could easily fall into a loop that they know they are wrong and they are trying to do things that that just prove that their mistake is not really a mistake.
Got it. Okay. So I think we've actually just got a little bit of extra time, right? So if as we think to wrap up, when we think about, when we speak about people in this audience and hall, CJ, and then we'll go down here, what do people actually need to come speak to you about at GSR? What are the key elements and BitGet, Atomic Vaults, and for Pacifica?
So that's a dangerous thing, right? Because if most of the audience are retail, that's what I get thrown into jail for. No, fundamentally, maybe it's to explain what we do and where we're going from here, right? And how do we fit in this ecosystem. GSR has pivoted to become technically the Web3 investment bank. Say in the Web3 investment bank, it means we have the business lines or verticals where one of it's advisory, very similar, akin to investment banking. This is origination advisory. We work with startup, we work with founders who want to build businesses, and we help them with that 0 to 0.5, 0 to 1 part. We then have the global markets business. This is the part where it's institutional trading. We work with a lot of accredited investors, family offices, institutions. We provide liquidity not only in crypto actually, but we also have best-in-class FX. So this is a business that's been introduced. We're doing a lot more in the FX space, and even more so now in stablecoins. There's a lot of stablecoin flows in the region. The last part of our business, which I guess could move towards what the audience would look at, is asset management. We have an asset management arm where we run strategies. I'm not going to say the strategy is crazy right now. I don't think now's the time to be a bit too aggressive, but that's kind of where we sit. However, I think that's probably the way I would talk to it, and I think that's the right way of doing it, to be on the safe side.
And then, please, Lewis, what's BitGet's focus? What should people come speak to you about today?
I think, in my former perspective, I think that everyone trader, if you want to trade the world, so during my experience before, I trade the gold, I trade the forex, I trade the global market index, and at another one platform. But I think it's a very difficult way for us to transfer our money or transfer our asset, and that wastes the time. And when your money arrives, and you will see the opportunities appear. So we publish the UES concept is to help the users to trade all the market all in one platform, all in one account. So I think that is a very convenient for all traders. So I think everybody knows the BitGet is the leading global crypto exchange. But now we want to tell the market that BitGet is not only trade the crypto, but we can trade the whole world. You're about the RWA or about US stocks, about the CFD, about the gold, about the global index. So if you want to trade the world, I think the BitGet is the best opportunity for you to trade and join us.
Yeah, absolutely. The world's going from multi-asset trade, centralized exchanges, just crypto exchanges, going from crypto exchanges to exchanges of everything, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So, and I guess for you, Ming, what do people, I mean, I know the audience perhaps maybe is not tailored to you. but ideally, if there's anyone here, what should they come speak to you about? You know, what would be your measure of success for today?
I guess we. Well, I would like to hear what everyone wants that is not on, you know, not easily accessible today. Like in other words, like we say, you know, you can trade the world on BitGet. But is there anything that you guys want that they don't have because that it's work for me, because I will need to go scramble and I will need to get that ready so that they can have it. So I want to know.
So any traders, family offices?
Yeah. So basically, if there's something that you want that's not on the platforms, talk to me, because I need to do the groundwork first so that you can have it on their platforms.
All right, message heard. And Constance, for Pacifica.
So for us, it's basically three things. So firstly, people want better liquidity. They always want better liquidity because that would mean better pricing, better performance, and lower slippage. And the second thing is more markets available. And that previously was just Bitcoin and altcoins. And now people coming to us ask, we want US stocks, we want Korean stocks, we want Japanese stocks, Taiwan stocks, even, you know, Chinese and Hong Kong stocks. So I think the asset class really has been widened this year. And the third thing, surprisingly, is AI. So a lot of people, especially retailers, they do not really know how to properly use AI. So for us, when we are building AI infrastructure for the users, we need to really think about how we walk through people so they know how to use it. Otherwise, they will be coming to an agent interface. They do not know what they want. But if you have like prompts, examples everywhere, people would know that, okay, let me click that and then see how the bot's running. Okay, now I can set up a workflow. And also, one really important thing is the models. So for AI, the competition in different AI companies is how fast they iterate and upgrade their models right now. So what we spent a lot of time on is to test the latest model that is on the market. For example, yesterday, Kimi released a new model. We have to get on top right away and test it.
Right? It's really upsetting the whole US markets about how efficient...
Right.
Yeah.
It is actually, I think the Chinese models, including Kimi, Minimax, and GML, actually are getting really good. That's what we want to bring in front of user as well. So they not only could try using Anthropic's cloud and Codex, but they also could have an understanding that not everything needs to be executed by Codex or cloud. For repetitive execution-driven tasks, they can actually use Minimax, which save 20x of the cost overall. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think we're basically going to move to wrap up here. So in summary, as moderator, it's been my pleasure to host such experts, OGs of the space. So in summary, in asset class, we've got crypto native altcoins. Market hasn't been so great, but it's now moving very fast paced into the RWA multi-asset space, 24/7, fractionalization, but increasingly also the infrastructure supporting this move is all becoming hyper-institutional and regulated. So with that, please give a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you very much, guys. We learned a lot today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our moderator and panelists for the insightful discussion. Thank you so much, and please be seated. Thank you. So after the roundtable discussion, I think the stage needs to be reset because we are returning to the presentation part. So for the upcoming presentation, for the topics, it will be the trust-oriented brand positioning in financial services. So in today's financial service landscape, trust has become one of the most important foundations of long-term business growth. So for the coming section, our speaker will help to explore how financial brands can build stronger credibility through clear positioning and responsible communication, client confidence, and sustainable market reputation. So now, after the stage is reset, we are going to invite our presenter on stage. So 接下来这个环节就是金融服务中的可信品牌定位。我们这次会邀请我们的 speaker Damon 来到舞台下跟我们分享。 So now we're getting ready, and we would now like to invite our guest speaker, Damon Z, Chief Executive Officer of Top Wealth Trading, to the stage and for this sharing. Let's give a big hands and let's welcome Damon for the sharing. Okay, let's just getting ready. I think we need the pointer, although nowadays we got so many like the AI, but still we need the microphone and the pointer for the sharing part. Thanks, Damon.
各位嘉宾，大家好，我是 Top Wealth Trading 的 CEO， 我叫 Damon。今天很荣幸在这里跟大家介绍一下，我们公司是带着一个什么理念进入这个行业。这几年我们听到很多关于 AI 相关的话题，多到一个程度，让我开始怀疑，我家里面的那台咖啡机是不是也是 AI 做的？ 因为我每天早上上班之前都有一杯咖啡弄好放在桌上，究竟是 AI 未来弄咖啡的机器人还是我老婆弄的，这都不重要 ，It doesn't matter。最重要的是，他知不知道你想要什么？今天我想跟大家分享一个关键词：智能交易生态。在 TWT。 我们需要打造的是一个符合客户、智能稳定的交易生态。稳定的交易，稳定的交易系统，在公平公正的交易环境体验、清晰透明的交易条件，新一代的 broker 核心的概念是要把 客户的体验、交易、服务和 AI 连成一体，成为客户长期的合作伙伴。From Australia to the world， 我们来自于澳洲，服务全球。我们提供的不仅仅是一个交易账号，而是一个智能交易生态。 让我们的客户在这个生态里可以获得实在的利益。我们集团在澳洲有超过15年的持续发展经验，包括了金融业务、投资管理、投资顾问、资产管理。 还有澳洲本地的基金，活跃的客户已经超过4000。另外，我们有我们的房地产业务，涵盖了澳洲3大城市：悉尼、墨尔本、布里斯班。房地产的项目非常多，包括了很多不同的住房和商用物业项目。还有我们在澳洲持有商业放贷执照。 我们处理的金额已经达到了8.5个亿澳币。这些经验的累积，打造了 TWT 资金安全、长期投入的能力。我们管理的能力、项目执行的能力、风险管控的能力。 我刚才说到的智能交易生态，那很多人就会问我，我们怎样去打造这样的一个交易生态？要打造一个稳定可靠的交易生态，必须得从交易的前、中、后3个关键的场景，把这3个关键的场景都放进去同一个 AI 的大脑里面。TWT App 将会是你最好的助手。 他了解你的需求，解决你的问题，实现你的目标。它不仅仅是一个 CRM 的系统，不仅仅是一个行情分析的工具，一个管理的后台，一个聊天的聊天室，聊天的IG。 它更像是一个长期的投资合作伙伴。AI 不是一个简单的工具，更不是一个空洞的口号，它是一种能力，一个能够针对不同场景、不同个体、不同习惯，真正能够生根落地的能力。目前我们从3个方向去推动这项能力的落地。第一，大规模的数据处理。信息的挖掘，通过对情绪新闻的实时的监控，我们能够快速的抓住重大新闻和市场情绪的转折点。第二，风险管理和场景模拟，我们 focus 在我们的尾部风险，还有压力测试。它们之间相关的变化性，让我们的客户可以精准的在行情波动当中调整他们的持仓，还有他们的避险策略。第三，自动化交易与执行，我们利用了最低延迟演算法来减少在交易过程当中有机会出现滑点的机会。实时的结合流动性信息分析，把我们的成本降到最低。为了让我们的技术、我们的研究成果可以落地、可实现、可验证、可合规，我们今年年初的时候跟悉尼墨尔本大学 UTS 展开了合作，把我们的研究的概念转化成可以落地的实际能力。我们建立了很多模拟的迭代模型、AI 管控模型、信息处理模型。这意味着我们不仅仅是追求功能上的上限，我们更关注的是这个智能交易生态它稳不稳定、可不可靠、能不能用，它的风险边界在哪里，确保在激烈的行情波动当中，让我们的客户可以拿到最好、最可靠的分析结果。回到我们的初衷，建立一个能让客户长期获得实在利益的智能交易环境。TWT 从研究出发，把一个交易账号升级为一个结合 AI 服务风控的完整流程的一个系统。加上我们15年的资管、房地产、商业放贷业务，打造了 TWT 的资金安全和长期投入的能力。同时，我们也在悉尼开展了很多不同的业务，希望大家日后可以多多关注 TWT。在这里，我也想再次感谢一下今天的主办方 WikiFX， 我们的展位就在大家的右手边，欢迎大家过来多多交流，谢谢大家。
谢谢 ，Thank you, Damon, for your inspiring sharing. So after Damon's presentation, we are going to change the stage setting again, as we are now moving to the next round of roundtable discussion. So for this round of roundtable discussion, for the topic, that's about a new era of programmable payments, the convergence of blockchain, stablecoins, and AI in hyper-personalization. As payment infrastructure continues to evolve, blockchain, stablecoins, and AI are opening new possibilities for faster settlement, smarter financial service, and more personalized user experience. So for the upcoming discussion, the guest speakers will explore how these technologies can work together to support innovation, efficiency, and trust in the future of payments. So now, while the stage is getting ready, I can also see that our guests also getting ready. So we are going to first introduce our moderator for this roundtable discussion, and then invite all our guests coming up, joining us on stage. So first of all, we'd like to introduce our moderator. We are honored to have Daniel Lee, our CEO of Cactus Custody, on stage. Can we have Daniel? Let's welcome. And also we have all our guests joining the discussion. We have Alice Trump, Vice President and Head of Digital Assets APAC of Nuvei. And we have Justin Zhong, Associate Partner of Quinlan and Associates. Then we have Jamie Ammon, Asian Pacific Strategy of Hyperlayer, and we have Wyndham Zhang, Head of Partnership of Obita. So may we now invite our guests for this roundtable discussion joining us on stage. Apart from the sharing, apart from the discussion, I think it's also important to make some new friends. So don't miss out any opportunity to share the time, spend the time, try to exchange the name card and get more friends here from this forum. And now it's with the time. Let's give a big round of applause to all our guests on stage. Let's welcome them together. Thank you so much. And I would like to pass the time to our moderator.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. We have this wonderful panel here. We are going to talk a lot about programmable payments. Before that, I'll just give a little bit of introduction. So for myself, my day job is not as a moderator, obviously. I'm the CEO of Cactus Custody, which is part of the BIT group. And then I'm going to leave it to some of my fellow panels. So just introduce herself first. Alice, you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Alice, and I work for Nuvei. We are one of the top 10 payment processors in the world. We are processing around $500 billion annually, and our top clients are the top security brokers such as Plus 500s or e-commerce platforms such as Shein and Temu. And I handle the digital asset adoption for Nuvei, from the strategy to the partnerships in APAC regions.
Can everyone hear? I think so, right? Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Justin. I'm an associate partner at a consultancy called Quinlan and Associates. We provide advice to regulators, stablecoin issuers, the crypto exchanges, the custody providers, and more. So we cover broadly financial services, but one of the areas that we focus on is Web3. So hopefully I can provide a bit more of a cross-industry perspective with the fellow guests over here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jamal, and I'm from Hyperlayer. Hyperlayer provide a programmable rules engine to hyper-personalize money for Tier 1 financial institutions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wyndham, currently leading the partnership team in Obita, a hybrid payment company focusing on B2B trading and service trade, and with a hybrid of stablecoin and fiat. I had experience in traditional finance for more than 20 years, and very happy to join the panel today.
Okay, let's jump in. So we have been talking about programmable payments for actually a few years now. It's sort of becoming some sort of a buzzword. So like payments actually has been digital for a long time, right? We have been doing e-payments for a long time. So what actually has changed in recent times that programmable payments is becoming so interesting, right? So maybe I'm going to ask our friend Justin to just give us an overview first, and then the rest can jump in.
Okay, so I joined the Web3 industry back in 2015. Like, my first intro was 2013, and I joined the Web3 industry like directly in 2017. So I've been working here for about like 10 years. One thing I have been seeing is the concept of programmable payment first came out when the smart contract from Ethereum came out. And it has been talked about on, oh, this can be used for the PvP angle, the DVP angle. It has been a buzzword for a very, very long time. However, I think with the introduction of the agentic AI these days, I think the programmable payment is now being revisited. Because now with the power of AI that is working on your behalf, it's not only programmable, meaning there is a payment that goes through a conditional after fulfilling certain conditions. Now you have an agent acting on your behalf, not just in a very simple manner, but more dynamically, right? So last year, I think we've seen a lot of the stablecoin issuers coming out because of all the licensing regimes being updated. But now this year's topic is really AI and agentic AI. So combining those two together, I think it's going to make a big difference when it comes to programmable AI, just from the theory now into the practice.
Who want to take the next question? Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
you want to add something? Yep.
Yeah, I think on programmable payments, from our perspective, we see it actually as a customer demand, and so your money sits in your account, and you choose when to spend it using your card. Whereas Hyperlayer's view is actually the demand now for programmable money is from the customer, and it's from the financial institutions who are saying, I want my money to be working when I am not using it. I want conditions set around my money. I want rules applied to my money so that time, amount, duration, conditions, events are all factored into what currently are just static accounts holding value. And that is the dynamic environment that we're seeing changing, and it's being driven by the customer who, as you talked about, Justin, the development of AI is triggering this, but the customer is demanding more from their money than just sitting in one single account.
Anyone has anything else to add before I move to the next question?
Well, I think I will just add in some examples of the programmable money. Yes, it was a buzzword before because people don't know how to use it or people don't actually understand what it means. But it literally just, for example, if you are going to the bank today and you want to get for a loan, or you are buying a house, or you are renting a house, you have to go through a lot of agency, a lot of steps involved into it. But if you have something programmable and it's digital, and then you can eliminate the middlemen. And that is the power of programmable money and programmable finance, I would say. So to make it very simple and easy for people to understand the powers and also the benefit of it.
Windham, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just would like to, in my opinion, I think programmability is not something new. In the traditional financial world, we did have standing instructions. We have direct debit. We have limit orders in the traditional FS and the security trading world. And we had it for so long time. So I think the programmability, all we call the programmable payment, is not something really new. But thanks to the stablecoin, thanks to the blockchain, thanks to the AI, a lot of things change. So the stablecoin provide software native pay settlement, and the blockchain provided like a shared and verifiable environment. And AI, of course, make all the decisions around the money executable. So that's why I think it's a new thing, but based on the long-time existing thing.
I think it's very important to divide this into a different layer. So you have a programmability at the protocol or the network layer, which is on the blockchain. Then you have a programmability that is on the subset, which is on asset level, stablecoin, let's say the CBDCs or whatnot. Then now you have another layer of programmability, which needs to be discussed on the agentic AI level too. So depending on which aspect or which layer we're talking about very different things. Yeah. But all of it really come together, and going back to J. Mao's point, it goes back to fulfilling what customer really wants. Just address their pain points. I think it's going to make a big impact in the industry.
Yeah. Okay, so the next question I'm going to talk about, and I'm actually quite neutral on this, because there are tokenized deposit that runs on permission chain, and then you have stable coins that runs on permissionless chain. Yeah. Okay, I've issued a stable coin before. Yuri, the first bank issued stablecoin, and I've also done a tokenized deposit that's used by Ant Group. So I'm neutral on this side, but from programmability perspective, do you think that we need to that a permissionless blockchain would dominate, or the permissionless blockchain or the permissionless blockchain like that's used by stablecoins would dominate, or the permission chains that banks are using for tokenized deposit would dominate for programmability.
Is that question to me or?
You want to take?
Well, I think every product has its own market, for sure. So it really depends on the adoption and the use cases and the users' benefit. That either you are using a public chain or private chain or permission or permissionless. I don't think there will be one taking over another. I think it will be supplementing each other for the financial and economical benefit of a nation.
Okay, so in my perspective, so we've worked with, and this is a public, so I can disclose it, we've worked with the HKMA before around basically the adoption of DLT, which includes like the stablecoin CBDCs and whatnot. We've also worked with BIS on the same topic. So every year when we work and reach out to these financial institutions on their preference on, do you want to have this on a private blockchain or the public blockchain, it diverges. There is no single answer any up to this point. This topic has been out there for at least half a decade, but still there is no industry convergence on what works best. So it doesn't even depend on the size of the institution. Some big institution originally who said they want everything to be done on private because they want control, some of them are actually doing this on a public chain because they see utility is going to be a trade-off on the level of control they have. So as a very consultant type of answer, it really depends, and industry is still figuring out what works best. But I think as adding on to Alice's point, it will be a hybrid of some sort. There will be coexistence of different structures per se.
I think I want to add on one small thing here before the fellow panelists. Programmable monies or permissionless or permissions, blockchain, they were built for a world that did not exist in the past. We built a product, we built blockchain, we built all of these fancy projects for a world that didn't really exist. So there was a very tiny early adoption back then, but it cannot last long. That's the reason why. And that's the reason why there's a lot of discussion and white paper, and the government really need to make sure that anything that they're issuing or using today is going to last for like decades after, right? And that's the reason why I said that it will be different products, right? For retail end users and also for the government using.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think long in short, I would just like to echo the opinion from Alice and Justin. I think it's too early to judge at this moment, and but in my opinion, nothing will dominate the market in the future.
Okay, so I do agree with the view that it's going to be hybrid. I personally have worked a lot with permission chain, having launched like security tokens when I was in DBS, and then I've done tokenized deposit, and then I've done a lot of crypto-related stuff, right? And I think that if you even look at JP Morgan doing their tokenized deposit, they had to move to a new product that's called deposit token, which is actually sort of a hybrid where it allows people that are not in the system to actually access it. So eventually, I think banks would have to do some sort of a bridge to the permissionless world as well.
That's right.
Like I said, the world it's not exist yet. So you need to build the world first, and you need to build the demand before you build the product.
So I think the next part we want to move to is agentic commerce, AI agentic commerce, right? So like now, AI agents are beginning to shop, to negotiate, to pay, right? So that is what agentic payment is. Obviously, a bot is not a human person, a legal person, and cannot own a bank account. So there's various solutions that's coming out, right? Like Visa has TAP to do that, right? So I just want to open this up to the floor on what you think would be the way of doing it. Would the traditional rails like Visa dominate, or would then stablecoin plays a role?
Yeah, I'm happy to kick this off. I think the way we look at it is one of the biggest risks from the agentic commerce is the banks will be liable for the money that is spent when the transaction goes wrong. So the example that we like to use is if you set your agentic commerce agent up to go and buy you crocodile shoes, when your agent goes and buys you crocodile shoes, what you don't want turning up at your door is a crocodile and a pair of shoes. And that risk, if that happens, will be on the banks to pay for that. And so from our side, in answer to your question, I think it will still be done on payment rails. What's required is a rules engine, something that's sitting between your agent and the transaction that verifies what is happening, making sure that the source of the outlet that you are going to, the merchant, the product is all verified. And that piece is the big gap that is currently sitting between the agent consumer and the back-end payment rails to ensure there's a verification process.
I totally agree. That's a very big gap as well. At Nuvei, we already have the payment with agentic AI. So the end user can just let the AI buy a product with them using our payment gateway. And the question is, who is going to be the one to be KYC, right? Is it going to be the agent? Is it going to be the human? The regulation is there for the EU AI policy is already there, but there is a gap between putting it into practice and also the merchant adoption as well, because all of the merchants need to update and upgrade their infrastructure to ensure that they are adhering to the regulations.
You want
Yeah, so from the B2B world, so our company is mainly providing the payment service to corporate. So I don't think we will ever consider the AI is our client. So the KYC is always on the client itself instead of the AI agent. Then who will be reliable on the transaction sent to us? No matter it's sent via the system or AI agent or the instructions sent from the AI agent, we will always consider it's instructed by the client. So the KYC, everything will still be on the client.
Just speaking of the harness, it's really about the policies and rules and instruction that you put into the AI to get your work done. So one thing I'm constantly seeing from the market, from across the financial services industry, is they're being a bit careful when it comes to the agentic AI because there's a lot of risk that's associated with what they're going to get after the agent does something on your behalf, including the payments. I think one thing that is really stopping the mass adoption is just the level of education, where people actually don't know how to engineer the harness or provide the relevant context or prompt it correctly to the point they get the result exactly how they want. That's what is really stopping the adoption, not the technology by itself. So again, I think it's going to take time for people to get used to and adjusted to the new form of doing things. Essentially, everyone will become a manager of some sort because you're managing an intern who's essentially the agent itself, right? Yeah.
So in that case, let me ask you this. So you have an autonomous agent. They can make all kinds of decisions. What happens if they make a mistake, a fraudulent transaction? Who then is liable?
The bank.
Yeah. Okay, the
bank. This will be the underlying issue that we'll face.
So you treat it like credit card fraud. That's how you were treated.
It is currently how the regulation is treating it. Yeah. So in the UK, this is one of the big conversations we're having with the regulator and tier one banks. Is as the front end is being developed on the conversational banking tools and the payment rails exist, there is the risk that when the agent goes wrong, makes a transaction, because what the agent isn't doing, right, is when you say, okay, we're going to say to the agent, go and buy me crocodile shoes. When it goes and buys you crocodile shoes, it doesn't use search engine optimization. It doesn't go to Google and pick the first two merchants, which could be Amazon and another reliable source. It looks at the internet in entirety and will choose based on your preferences, which could be, I want this size or this price or below this amount with this offer. It will then go to any merchant. Now, as you touched on, the KYC falls on the banks, and the banks will then be liable for that piece. So is that merchant acceptable? Now, if the merchant passes, but the product is not what the customer wanted, the bank will be liable for refunding that money.
Okay. That would be the position if that AI agent is provided by the bank. But the AI agent could also be provided downstream, payment companies. The bank is only acting as clearer or a correspondent bank relationship, right? So in those cases, the bank might not necessarily be reliable. Just the one that's proposed in UK, that is specific to a bank, right? Okay.
So in our outlook, in maybe 5 years, let's say 5 years, because technology grows very fast, all of the providers in the process of doing this agentic AI payment, including us, acquirers, are going to be somewhat responsible for any mistake or any fraud or scam. Because we have the responsibility and ability to KYA the agent. So we build up the payment platform. We need to make sure that everything is connected. All of the different AI with different languages need to talk to each other. And we need to also transforming ourselves to be more in terms of like KYC, KYA regulations. Yeah. So every single supplier in the process, in the chain, is going to take somewhat liability.
Yeah. I think I can take example within a payment company for better understanding. Say, if we launch a new product and every department contribute to their own part and proactively use AI to process the business, then there are two actually unhappy cases or potential risk. One, of course, is the system-wise. Then the tech team need to be reliable on any, if the requirement is not well executed, then of course the liability will be on the tech team. But if, say, I'm the risk team, I forgot to set up some rules in the system, then the liability must be on our side, right? Then if we look at the broader ecosystem, it will be the same. Who forget to set up the rule to limit the AI's authority, then the error or mistake is generated from, then that party need to bear the liability.
So just, I think to sum it up, it's basically, if you get a product out of the box, and that's responsibility of the company. But if you decide to take it apart, upgrade it yourself so that the product works better for you, there in the actually warranty card, they say, if you dismantle and you upgrade it yourself, guarantee is not there anymore, right? So it depends on the situation. Again, if it's just an out-of-the-box solution that has a problem, then it's a company's fault. But if, like what you said, Daniel, if I want to upgrade this product to better work for me, then it should be on me than the company.
Yeah, so that's why I say, to me, even though I'm a big fan of stable coins, right? I think that there is actually a role for traditional rails when it comes to agentic payments. You basically you take your Visa and Master chargeback framework, which has been working for decades, right? That would actually be very helpful in such circumstances. But in a stablecoin transfer, it's irreversible. Right? Want to add something else?
Are you referring it to like how agentic AI is going to use the payment? Yeah. So Justin already did mention that stablecoin is not only one of them, not only the only value that they can use, right? With us as a payment company, we are working with the schemes, any Visa, MasterCard, Amex, or JCB. Everything is already tokenized. Yeah. Even your user ID, your card, everything is grabbed together as a unique tokenized number, and you can actually use that to transact. Of course, the merchant will not receive the settlement instantly because the traditional fiat rail. But if you are using agentic AI today and using your tokenized identity, you can already buy something without even using a stablecoin. Is that right, Justin?
That's right. So I think, adding on to Alice's point, I think stablecoin is one of the options. You can also program, let's say, the direct debit authorization in Hong Kong. That's also technically a bit of a programming angle to it, but you're linking that to your bank account, right? If there is a stablecoin option, sure, that can be used as the programmable payments, but it can be just one of the options. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think eventually what will come down to is what customer wants. So if stablecoin is charging me additional 1% to get it processed, but let's say if the bank transfer is free of charge, naturally the customer will choose bank transfer. But if stablecoin is giving me more benefit, like for example, spend, let's say 3,000 Hong Kong dollar with stablecoin, you're going to get $100 to actually invest in Bitcoin, or you're going to get $100 worth of Bitcoin, then maybe that can be a trigger for people to use stablecoin. But stablecoin will be, again, an option. One of the options where people can choose is not going to be the dominant one. That's my view. Yeah, that's my conservative view.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I strongly echo what Justin just shared. I think the stablecoin is not everything. Of course, it's important, and of course, currency is under such a big hype, right? And so that's why, for me, my attitude towards stablecoin, blockchain, and also AI is actually the same. It's just a tool instead of the purpose. Just like our client portfolio. Actually, a lot of our clients request to receive or pay in stablecoin. But there are many more. They don't want to touch stablecoin. It's not like it's not safe, but just they don't have the requirement. They still need to receive or pay in local fiat currency in their local bank account. Yeah. But stablecoin could be a very good invisible tool for within our system or in our service to, for have like a better efficiency, lower cost, and of course 24/7, availability.
So I can give you an insight and also like secret-ish. No, not so secret anymore because already published. So that's the reason why we have open standard stablecoin. And that's the reason why all of the big institutions, including the banks and the Visa and MasterCard and all of the big companies in different countries join in the open standard stablecoin network. Because if you are connecting all of the dots together, yes, stablecoin is only one kind of tools, right? And as you already mentioned, why do I have to use stablecoin when it's issued by a third-party company? If I use a stablecoin issuing by me, a cohort of all of my partners together, it is going to be part of our product. It's not an added features anymore. I say today, at Nuvei, we are doing stablecoin settlement for our merchant, but it's an added value service. It's not really something that we are actively pursuing unless the merchant really asking for it. But if we are going to use the OpenUSD, which is the stablecoin that we join in, and we are part of it, it makes a lot more sense because we can control somewhat the process, and also the profit is going to be returned back to us and also to our merchant.
Okay, now we are going to move to the next section on hyper-personalization. Well, I'd like to thank Jamal for actually bringing it up to add this interesting topic into this space. It wasn't in our original title, but Jamal brought this in.
I like it.
So maybe not everyone understands what's hyper-personalization. So I'm just going to ask Jamal to just give us a little bit of overview about hyper-personalization in payments.
Yeah, sure. So Hyperlayer focuses on, as you touched on, Wyndham, we look at currency as an agnostic sort of store of value. So stablecoin, pounds, Hong Kong dollar, rewards, loyalty, miles, in the Hyperlayer world, that is just a store of value, which with tier one banks, we virtualize those so that they are all seen as agnostic. Now, the hyper-personalization piece comes in where you say to a customer and you say to the bank and the merchant, so those three, do whatever you want with it. And that is literally hyper-personalization. So the example we use, the condition we use is, if this, then what? So if I go into 7-Eleven and I spend 100 Hong Kong dollars, then what? And the then what is the hyper-personalization. It is then saying, I want to use my Cathay Miles, I want to use my stablecoin, and I want to use my savings account, for example, and enabling that hyper-personalization for a third of the payment to come from each. Now, you can hyper-personalize to a huge degree of levels. So you could say, based on time, amount, duration, at the end of the month, any spare money I have in my account, move it to Tesla stocks if Tesla stocks have dropped in value by 15%. Now, to be able to do that is a lot of work. That is checking my account balance, is it below a certain amount, going and checking Tesla stock, is it dropped 10%, creating a savings account and doing it. In the hyperlayer world, what we do with banks is we enable that hyper-personalization. So the customer can now think up any scenario they want, and is now possible to do it, and we're doing it with tier 1 banks. So hyper-personalization is about bringing the innovation back to the customer, allowing the bank and the customer to innovate again, when innovation was and is currently being stagnated by old core banking systems.
So so one of the things I want to say, so in my own experience, right, I go to a hotel and then they see me and says, oh, Mr. Lee, welcome back. I know that you prefer, instead of the buffet breakfast, you want the Japanese breakfast together with this salted salmon egg. So I'm saying, like, you're very happy about that. But what it does is that they actually are storing my personal data in order to get that. Knowing what kind of breakfast I like, that's very benign. But in order to do hyper-personalization, privacy becomes an important thing, right? Because you take a lot of personal data, right? So what do you all think about this?
There is always an issue, right, with our own privacy policy thing. That's why there's a lot of privacy policies out there that restricted the collection of personal data. Like GDPR, for example, is very strict in Europe. That's the reason why we need to have a regulation and to control all of these companies that farming the data from our own personal information. But I also think that there is a perfect opportunity for blockchain to come in. If everybody know about like zero knowledge proof, that could potentially help in censoring sensitive data. And I think it should be converged together with the regulation. If you are using agentic AI, blockchain, hyper-personalization, you should have that kind of technology in it to make sure that you are collecting the enough information for yourself, but at the same time, protecting the privacy of the end user.
So my personal take on the data privacy issue on the AI is there's a long way to go, to be honest. The reason why I'm saying this is some people have a very conservative view when it comes to using AI. So I don't want to feed in all my personal information in there, but the trade-off of that is I can't get the personalized or more tailored output from the AI. So I'm naturally going to fall outside of, let's say, the hyper-personalized financial services because I don't want to provide my so-called all the personal informations or stories and my preferences into the AI. But I do think there's a huge market for this area because I have seen many of the people that I know who is feeding in already on GPT, on Claude, their personal preferences, what they like. They're even asking, what does my boyfriend think when I say this? You know, what should I get present for my pregnant friend? They do all of these personal information into like GPT and Claude and thinking this is okay. And for those people with a higher risk tolerance, I think they will be the target market for, let's say, the banks or the fintech companies to really give the personalized services because they have a higher bandwidth. But there is also some segments like myself who is really, really like, oh, I don't want to get involved in this at all.
Okay, so I just learned something from Justin. When my wife asks me a question, I have to run it to Claude.
Well, people will almost like, take my data, right?
Exactly.
Pretty much, yeah.
Exactly.
That's the reason why we need to have regulations from like, all of those authority, knowing that the company is not just getting your data for free.
So I think hyper-personalization is really possible with the LLMs these days because they really excel in analyzing the unstructured data. So the financial institution is using right now on, for example, understanding all the big data, unstructured data, the metadata behind the data using the AI. If they do that on the customer level, not on the business operational data, they can get the hyper-personalization services done. But I think only thing that is really holding behind is they're responsible for these data privacy and cybersecurity issues, and hence they're taking a lot more cautious step when it comes to ingesting the client data in so that they can provide the personalized services back to them.
And there is a question about how much personal data do you need to hyper-personalize, right? So the way we look at hyper-personalization is this is about using previous expenditure insights, geolocation insights, and patterns to basically say, as a merchant, if you're a merchant or you're a bank, what are the offers that I want to present to a customer based on these sets of behaviors, which doesn't then need personal data. So you have a customer in your bank that likes to save a lot of money for long periods of time. So you hyper-personalize and offer them a tiered interest rate, a different interest rate to those people that spend more money. And a merchant might say, I have a regular spender in 7-Eleven, so you hyper-personalize the offers for them, which is every time they walk past the 7-Eleven, you ping them a $10 cashback on any purchase. That for us is hyper-personalization, which doesn't require personal data like addresses, phone books, date of birth. It just requires a pattern of behavioral analysis.
So in that case, you think it translates to better services? Because what you're telling me is sort of like a regular consumer in the bank getting private banking services. Do you think that's the case?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So, because you see, what happens is, what you have been saying is like a regular consumer of a bank is getting a private bank type service.
Oh, 100%.
Right? Yeah.
This is exactly where traditional banking is moving to.
Okay.
It is moving to the retail customer having higher demands for the service they get.
Okay.
And that doesn't just have to come from fintechs. That can come from tier one banks now too.
So I just had a lady waving that flag at me that says there's only 5 minutes left. So I think what we can do is that I'll give everyone just 1 minute to just talk about what they think about this space going forward. You want to start off?
Maybe let William start
Okay,
first.
sure. Sorry. Okay, so just take a minute to talk about what's the future of payments and what would you think about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I think as I mentioned, I think the stablecoin is, for sure, is a very promising tool instead of destination. And I think the payment feature will be very hybrid. No matter the fiat, the stablecoin, or perhaps one day after 1 year or 2 years, there is a new instrument coming into our world. And as a service provider, our goal is just to meet the requirement from our client instead of like pushing something proactively to them they don't need. So, and of course, I think behind that saying, a lot of things we need to do, not only just the stablecoin thing, but the connection among each parties in the ecosystems between the stablecoin and the traditional rail, and also to provide a seamless service to our client. This is, I think, not only our company, but all the fintechs in the industry are working at.
For us, I think the future is returning to innovation. What we're seeing is that there is a stagnation, there's a paralysis, because 80% of us, if not 90%, are in traditional old legacy banking systems, which don't enable innovation. And what we need to be doing is moving to an innovative platform that doesn't need a change to core banking systems. And then what you need to, as you said, is not push it onto the customer. It's just have the capability there so that when the customer wants it, when the customer wants to innovate and thinks up an idea or a condition or a rule, they can put it in place. That for us is the innovation, returning that back to the banks and returning it to the customer.
My answer is very similar to J-Mouse. So I think one core thing the institution really has to watch out is cars should never come before the horses. So what we see is usually there's a big hype around programmable payment, hyper-personalization, all of these different buzzwords, and people are getting a bit afraid. We got to do something so that we don't fall behind. So the technology comes first, and they're trying to figure out what that technology can do for the customer, not the other way around somehow. I think that's one thing they really have to look out in this big changes coming up. And yeah, strategy always first.
For me, it's very simple. In the future, and even now, we are already missing a lot of bridges to connect us. Like I mentioned to you before, like technology we are building now is for the world that does not yet exist. We're living in utopia right now with all of those agentic AI and programmable money, all of those buzzwords, when our traditional finance is still here. So we need a lot of bridges, and we need builders who build those bridges. The fintech company like your company or like you. So we need to have a lot of those bridges. And learning from the experience of crypto and blockchain, I would say people are always following the shiny object things, when what they really should be resolving is the bridges. And that is something that I hope that in the future, maybe in next year or 5 years, we have a lot more bridges so that we can upscale our economy.
Okay, thank you. I think we have run out of time. Thank you to everyone who have attended us, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give a big hands to our guests on stage for this roundtable sharing section. Thank you, our guests on stage, and please be seated. Thank you so much. So thank you for our moderator and panelists for the insightful discussion. So let's do the selfie on stage. So before we proceed to the next step, I think the stage will require for a reset. After this round of roundtable discussion, we are now proceeding to the next presentation. So the stage needs to be reset by our staffs here. So just to preview for our presentation, the next topic, it will be about strengthening investor education and market literacy. As financial products, digital platforms, and market information become increasingly complex, investor education plays a vital role in building confidence and to improving decision-making and supporting a healthier market environment. So for this coming section, our guest speaker will explore how stronger financial literacy can help investors better understand opportunities, managing risks, and participate in the market more responsibly. And for this part, our guest speaker, he is Caden, the founder of TP Academy. So let's just get ready after the stage is reset. And it will be time for Caden's sharing. I think the stage is ready. So now, just getting ready to welcome Caden.
We are instinct, focus, precision. In every market condition, we remain calm. We act with conviction. We endure with purpose. We wait with discipline. Powered by order flow data, we trade with a God's eye view. TP Trader, forging superior traders.
Hello， 大家下午好。OK， 我叫 Caden。那今天来到香港的这个 Wiki 的展会呢，我代表的是 TP Trader 商学院。你们看到 Wiki 下面的 logo 就是我们学院的。OK， 我们是一家做交易培训的商学院。OK， 那今天在这里呢，要跟大家分享的一个概念就是订单流交易。OK， 因为我不确定今天坐在现场的大概有多少个人是有习惯去 trade 去做交易的。那我们发现市场当中有一个比较容易拿到收益的一种交易的玩法，就订单流。因为订单流它研究的是大资金到底在干嘛，订单流它研究的是市场真正的方向在哪里。OK， 那我们在过去的2年里面，在马来西亚，我们有一个课程叫黄金猎人。这个课程呢，我们是目前做到了全马来西亚的第1位，黄金赛道第1。OK， 2年时间里面，我们也算是全马成长速度最快的一个商学院。那在这个里面，24年当时黄金还没有真正起飞的时候，我们已经开始在慢慢的布局了。 当时其实整个全网还没有人去敢讲黄金接下来会有很大的行情，我们是敢讲的。我们也是确实带着我们的学员们，确实踩中了这一波黄金飞涨的风口。那24年9月份我们开始开第一期课程，到现在26年的7月份，我们目前的学员的人数到目前为止啊，已经交付过的学员啊是超过2000位。如果加上线上的一些课程，包括线下event的话呢，辐射的人是超过15000位。OK， 所以这个是我们目前拿到的结果。那今天在这里要跟大家分享的是，黄金交易呢是有诀窍的。OK， 黄金的交易的诀窍体现在哪里呢？因为我知道，到目前为止，绝大多数的人还在学什么，比如说 MACD、RSI、布林带、KDJ 很多的指标，甚至画很多形态。我甚至走了一圈，我发现好像还没有人在疯狂的在推荐订单流交易的这套体系。OK， 所以这个是绝大多数散户喜欢玩的一套理论。那黄金它的真实的走势一般是由什么决定呢？一个实物黄金的买盘，第二个电子期货盘的电子盘的黄金价格走势。OK， 那实物黄金价格呢，它是用来干嘛呢？在我们的分析理论里面，我们认为实物黄金主要是要靠全球的中央银行他们的一个买盘量，以及大的机构的一个买盘量，他们是来托底的。这个代表是黄金的一个长期的一个走势方向。那如果我们作为交易者，我们要交易的是短期的，甚至是中期的交易的话呢，要关注什么呢？要关注电子盘的价格走势。比如我们会去看，现在很多市场用户呢不会去看这个数据，比如说我们会去看哪些数据呢？看一些期权的数据，看一些期货的数据，看一些机构的持仓的数据，它们代表的是短期价格真实的走势方向。你会发现最近黄金的价格已经开始慢慢的脱离美债收益率以及美元走势了，这个其实是一个很不正的现象。那我们看期货、看期权的话呢，主要看什么呢？甚至除了这个以外，如果是你此时此刻是做日内交易的，或者是波段交易的，我强烈建议大家要来去研究一下足迹图。足迹图看的是订单、看筹码、看挂单。你比如说，我举个案例，很多散户看的什么呢？像这个形态，很多人把它当成双底 double 底，对吧？第二条腿出来了，这个是我刚接触交易，包括很多人刚接触交易的时候，一开始接触一套体系，对吧？形态、道氏理论。那突破颈线呢，很多人会选择买，但后面走势干嘛呢？暴跌了。可是如果我们把图拆开去看里面的订单的话，你会发现，在它突破的那一瞬间，很多人疯狂的在买进，订单是在买进的。这个市场大家记住啊，这个市场它是一个流动性扫单的市场。如果在它没有扫流动性之前，它很难走出真实的反应。你看扫完流动性，大量追多的人套在那个位置之后，就开始价格下跌了。这个是我们发现最容易做的方式。所以如果你未来想要做交易的话，最好的方式就是研究被套订单，这个最简单的，而且门槛非常低。OK， 那你比如说这个位置，很多人会画支撑阻力吧，压力位一突破，很多人会选择价格来了。的趋势来了，要追涨了，可是你会发现后面又是暴跌的。在一突破的瞬间，市场有很多的散户都在积极的买进，因为他们认为压力被突破了，要大涨了，后面又大跌。所以只要确认被套订单，你在里面刷是非常容易拿到行情的。OK， 你看后面的行情。OK， 所以我们 TP Trade 的愿景是什么呢？今天为什么站在香港呢？其实我们的愿景是要把机构用的这套方法推广到全球去。甚至我们现在也有英文类的课程在策划 ，OK， 已经开始在马来西亚已经在教学了。那我主要是负责华语市场的 ，OK。那如果说今天现场，比如说你有香港、台湾，还有中国内地的，对吧？你们手里面有大量用户资源的，我们可以来一起来推广订单流，因为在我认为，未来一定是订单流的年代，未来3到5年一定是订单流交易的年代。OK， 我们如果还在拿着指标、支撑、阻力、形态再去做交易的话，我觉得真的你会很难在市场里面活下去的，好不好？你看我们之前做的一些线下的一些大型的在马来西亚的课程 ，OK， 这都是我们大型线程的。我们有机构策略班，都是讲订单流的，这个是我们的。就如果说未来大家想要跟我们一起去推广订单流交易这套体系的，上面呢有我们这个课程助理的。这个 Telegram 的联系方式，你们可以拍个照，好吧？欢迎你们能够跟我们一起来洽谈，因为 散户做交易是很吃亏的，甚至是如果你们今天现场有做社区的、有做平台的，你们还跟一些传统的市场推广者在合作的话，其实很容易被淘汰掉，好不好？所以我希望大家走在市场前面，感谢大家。
Thank you, Kaden. So I think you got a lot of fans here today. Okay. So after Kaden's sharing, so we are proceeding to the final presentation for today. So for the next presentation, for the topics, is about how the HM app supports traders in today's global market environment. So for this section, we explore how the HM app helps traders access information, understand the market movements, and strengthen the risk awareness and make more disciplined decisions. So just getting ready for our presenter, we are going to invite Jack Lee, Chief Operating Officer of HM EduTech, on stage. Let's welcome Jack on stage.
Okay, hi, good evening everybody. My name is Jack and today I'll be representing HM EduTech to let you guys know how we can connect each other through AI and through our platforms. So please allow me to continue my sessions in Chinese. OK， 大家傍晚好，我的名字是 Jack。那么今天我将代表HM EduTech 这个公司呢，来去跟大家去呈现一下我们 HM EduTech 怎么可以以这个科技的武能和世界去接轨。那么其实呢，我们 HM EduTech 是在稍等一下哈。对，我们是在2025年的时候，在马来西亚成立的一家这个金融的教育还有科技的一个平台。那么我们其实公司呢，都在这个金融的领域，把自己定义为金融、教育、科技的这个系统整合三大这个核心的能力。那其实，在 HM EduTech 呢，我们最主要的这个业务是在教育、人才孵化，还有这一个科技的产品。那我们在短短的1年多里面，我们其实已经组建了一个超过15位专业认证的这一个讲师的团队啊，我们的这一个活跃的社区会员，其实也已经超过了5000多名交易员。再来就是我们的这个经纪人。我相信大家今天来到这个 WikiFX 的这一个展览会 ，OK， 大多数都是我们看到的比较多是券商或者是刚才 TP Trader 这一类的这个商学院。那么其实我们自己本身的自家的经纪人呢，已经有超过50多位了。那其实我们在市场上，我发现到我们的这个在金融界的这个行业里面，都会多多少少有一些的这个缺口或者这个痛点。那这些痛点是什么呢？我相信大家都会有遇到一个问题，就是我们交易员、散户在做交易，可能经验不够，或者是说信息我们得不到一个对称的信息。那么再来就是我们的教育体系。我相信如果你们在这个亚太区，你们要去寻找一个非常专业，或者是我说合格的这个商学院来去得到这个教育系统的话，也是有相当的这个难度。那么再来呢，就是中介的这个数值的这个参差，对不对？然后我们的工具获取的这个闭店，那么在这里呢，我相信我们可以看到这里其实有很多的这个技能或者是科技 AI， 我看到有一些提供 bot trading、copy trade 这样子的一些技术给人家，对不对？那其实我们 HM EduTech 最主要做的东西就是把这些东西都整合起来。那么交易员或者是说散户，当他们来找到我们的时候，他们可以透过我们的这个平台得到他们一体性的这个东西。那如果你说你是在做这市场的话呢，我们也有专门做这一个经纪人的这个孵化。因为其实我在这个市场已经有11年，我做这一个社区已经有8年的经验。那么我自己本身也是从一名交易员开始，慢慢的在这个金融领域上面去成长。好，那所以在这里的话呢，我们其实有一套的系统，可以去把你从一个非常优质的这个交易员孵化成今天一个打个比方说一个社区长，或者是你有你自己的这个带团队的这个方式，我们都可以帮你去做这个孵化。当然，最主要的是我们的这一个自研的这个工具 AI 的这个工具。那么我相信大家可能都有在用这 AI 在做教育，或者是哪一些参数，又或者是做一些 coding 的东西。所以我们自己本身呢，就研发了自己的一个这个 AI 的程序，来去提供更好的服务给我们的这些交易员。好 ，So 在这里给大家看一下，这个是我们 HM 的3大的这一个核心的业务。刚才我提到的教育社区、专业经纪人孵化系统，还有就是我们的这个 HM Trading Desk。那么我们的战略伙伴呢，第一位就是我们的RS Finance，OK， 我们的长期战略经济合作伙伴上，大家应该也有看到，就在我们的这个前台那里有我们的这一个RS Finance 的这一个sponsor 这个赞助商，还有在金融教育这个领域呢，我们是跟刚才 K 的老师 TP Trader Academy 的 founder， 我们有一个合作，所以在教育的这个研发呢，还有老师们。专业的老师们的这一个课件都是由 TP Trader Academy 去设计出来给我们的这个学员的。那当然，我们的这个 Trading Desk， 刚才我提到说我们做这个 AI 的这个程序嘛，对不对？就是我们跟 Nasdaq 在这个 Nasdaq 板块的 SAGT， 他们是专门研发这个AI 软件的这个公司去合作。那我们其实在这里。我们的 HM Trading Desk， 我们是可以有这个实时行情的这个分析，当然包括我们的订单流，也就是刚才 Kaden 所说的这个订单流，可以提供更准确的信息给散户有一个另外一个视角，机构的视角去做交易。我们的这个 Trading Desk 也有 AI 的这个预测建模，还有这个智能交易系统。那这个是我们的网站，然后。这个是接下来，如果你们有去看我们的这个 HM Trading Desk 的这个程序的话，它就会是有一个这样子的这个画面。那今天我就不在这里跟大家去多说，好不好 ？OK， 那么透过这个 Trading Desk 的话呢，我觉得我们可以提供到市场的一些机会，就是在市场持续广大的时候，我们可以有这个突破点去突破这个市场。再来就是在教育供给不足的时候，我们的这个教育的体系可以提供给一个更好的这个教育服务给我们的学生。还有在数字化参透加速的情况下，我们的这个 HM Trading Tab 的这个订单流的这个数据，可以给到交易员一个更好的一些信号，去提升他们的这个交易的这个数值。还有我们的这个监管，带来的这个洗牌机会啊，在这个行业里面，我们有这个现在的其实监管都越来越紧。那我们在这里有一个非常专业的这个机构的这个团队。那我们就可以给这个市场一个头部专业平台的这个加速，一起去集中这一个市场。当然，如果今天你们说，哎，我也是做 AI 的，我也是做程序，或者我是做 IT， 哦，你也是可以跟我们这个HM EduTech 去合作。那如果说，哎，你是一个券商，你需要一些关于到教育知识点，或者是说教育的这个系统的话呢，我们这边也有办法提供。那如果你是说你是一个交易员，或者你说你是今天是在发展市场的话，你需要一些这个系统或者是一些 marketing tools， that 你可以让自己的这个团队或者是你的公司去发展，有一个更好的发展的话，我相信今天在 HM EduTech 这里，如果你跟我们是有一个同样的一个构思，或者是同样的一个方向的发展的这个思路，那我觉得我们可以去在这个东南亚的这个专业金融交易生态圈创造一个奇迹。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Jack, for the inspiring sharing. Thank you so much. And this also concludes all the presentations on stage today. Wow, and good to have my partner return. Mei-Ning, so how is your day?
Hi everyone, this is Mei-Ling again. I'm very happy to see you here. And I just did a lot of interviews downstairs with our exhibitors, speakers, and a lot of dear guests. And wow, a very inspiring day actually. So, 非常感谢我们各位贵宾，还有合作伙伴，还有业界的朋友们，大家下午好。我们非常感谢大家今天呢参与到我们这个 WikiFinance Expo， 还有就是有大家的支持，今天都是非常的顺利去举行。那么现在呢，我们会进行 进入一个大家都期待已久的时刻。大家知道是什么吗？我见到我们有很多的展商或者是朋友们已经围绕着这个场了。Alvin, what's going on next?
就是我刚刚就是跑下去看一下，这个是很重要的部分，就是我们今天的。So we're going to have our award presentation ceremony for today.
Wow.
Let's get ready. So this awards honor the organization and individuals whose innovation, professionalism, service excellence, and industry commitment contribute to the healthy development of the trading and financial service community. And the award recognizes not only achievement, but also the dedication behind strong platforms, safety system, better client support, financial education, responsible technology, and meaningful industry process.
Oh, wow. To every nominee and award recipients, thank you for setting up high the standards and helping advance a more dynamic and constructive industry. Let's give yourself a big round of applause. 掌声为努力在这个金融科技行业的朋友们做出贡献的朋友们，给一些掌声他们好不好？ Big round of applause to the one sitting next to you also.
Wow. And so before we begin, it's our pleasure to introduce today's award presenter. With her professional experience and commitment to the industry, we are very proud to invite Alina, Senior Team Lead of WikiFX, to come on stage for the award presentation. Let's welcome.
掌声欢迎我们今天的颁奖嘉宾 WikiFX 高级团队主管 Elena， 请来到我们舞台的中间位置，谢谢。
中间就是最重要的位置，
对，
都会有我们的 award presentation.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, our distinction recognizes outstanding forex trading experience global 全球卓越外汇交易体验奖。不知道得奖者是谁呢？
This honor goes to D Prime. Congratulations! We invite our representative to join us on stage for the trophy presentation. And then the official photo. Please see D Prime.
恭喜 Congratulations to D Prime. This award recognizes D Prime's commitment to delivering the seamless, transparent, and reliable trading services across the global markets. Congratulations again.
And next, we now move to an award that celebrates excellence in leading forex broker Asia. 亚洲领先外汇交易商。
Please give a warm round of applause to AI Prime. Congratulations. May we invite the representative of AI Prime to come forward to receive the trophy and to capture this proud moment with us. May I have some hands from AI Prime that I know that you are here ready to come on stage?
Congratulations.
Oh, congrats.
And for AI Prime, they has been recognized for their transparent pricing models and exceptional execution speeds. Congratulations to AI Prime.
恭喜恭喜 AI Prime， 知道他们一直都很努力去做不同的产品服务，感谢你们。Alright, Alvin, we're going to recognize the other awardees' commitment and dedication, and that is the leading forex broker Asia, 亚洲领先外汇交易商。
And congratulations to ATFX. We would like to invite the winning representative to the stage. Please welcome them. 有请 ATFX， 恭喜！
恭喜恭喜 ATFX！ 我们的代表来到舞台中间的位置，看向我们前方摄影师的镜头，来张合影。ATFX has been a trailblazer in the forex trading space, combining cutting-edge technology with deep market insights. Thank you， 感谢这边有请，感谢。
So next, we're going to recognize the honors team helping to raise the standards across our industry, and that's the leading forex customer service Asia.
亚洲领先外汇客户服务长。The recipient is Mega Fusion 安慧。
Congratulations, Mega Fusion！
恭喜恭喜安慧的所有员工代表，感谢你们。Please join us on stage for the presentation, the photo moments, and the well-preserved applause. Thank you. Congrats to the Mega Fusion again.
Wow, Mei-Ling, so we're going to the 5th award.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our next distinction recognizes leading metals trading broker Asia, 亚洲领先贵金属交易商。
And this honor goes to CXM. Congratulations. This is CXM. We invite your representative to join us on stage for the trophy presentation and the official photo.
恭喜恭喜 CXM!
So CXM has established itself as a powerhouse in metals trading, offering unparalleled access to precious metals markets. 恭喜 CXM!
好，感谢两位代表 ，Thank you, congratulations again. Alvin, we are going to present the 6th award.
Yeah, and for this one, this award that celebrates excellence in leading forex trading system.
领先外汇交易系统。Please give a warm applause to GTCFX. Congratulations!
So let's invite our representative from GTCFX coming forward to receive the trophy and of course to capture this precious moment with us.
GTCFX. So we will have our representative come forward to take this award on behalf of them, and later on we will give them the award. 有请我们的代表可以来到我们的舞台中央的位置。好，
我看得到，这边上来了。
Okay, thank
Congratulations. The GTCFX has developed one of the most sophisticated trading systems in this industry, so known for its stability and speed. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. We will send this award to our representative from the GTCFX later on.
Wow, now the 7th one.
Yeah, coming up next, the award highlights leadership, dedication, and forward-looking contribution is the leading forex trading system Asia, 亚洲领先外汇交易系统。
And the award goes to Infinos. Congratulations! We'll now like to invite the winning representative team to come up onto the stage to receive the award.
Okay, everyone, I know that we have a lot of exhibitors today and they are busy working and chatting with the potential clients at their booth. So we have our representative here to get the award for them.
Mei-Ling, and one important point.
Yes.
For our award recipients, please look at the cameraman.
Please look at the official camera standing on the small stage on opposite. Thank you,
Perfect.
thank you.
Congratulations. So now we go to the 8th award. The next recognition honors a team helping to raise standards across our industry. And that's the leading innovative trading platform Asia.
亚洲领先创新教育平台 and the recipient is Top Wealth Trading. 恭喜通富。
So please join on stage for the presentation and also the photo moment.
Let's give them a big round of applause to invite their representative on stage. All right, I can see the representatives from Top Wealth Trading are coming. Am I right?
Yeah, we got a long queue there. They're just all waiting for...
They are waiting for the other awards, right? Okay, so maybe we can invite our representative. Could you please come forward? All right, thank you. Congrats to Top Wealth Trading.
Congratulations.
Top Wealth Trading has redefined what a trading platform can be, integrating cutting-edge features with an intuitive user experience. Once again, we would like to remind every awardees on stage, please look at the official camera over there, just right opposite of the stage.
Okay, and then now we're going to the 9th award, Mei Ling.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our next distinction recognizes Leading Forex Trading Experience Asia, 亚洲领先创新交易平台。
And the honor goes to ETO Markets. Congratulations!
恭喜 ETO Markets， 恭喜你们！
So when our award recipients coming on the stage, let's standing in the middle point and look at the cameraman. Top in the middle.
也有请我们所有的得奖者来到舞台上面的时候，看看对面的那个我们大会摄影师。感谢，感谢，谢谢。
谢谢，恭喜 ETO Markets. So now we move to an award that celebrates the excellence in leading payment solution provider.
领先支付解决方案提供商。Please give a warm applause to Vesera. May we invite the representative from Vesera to come on stage and receive this award.
Congratulations!
Congrats! And a lot of online fans and customers and partners and your colleagues celebrating this greatest moment.
So now it's a photo time. Let's look at the photographer in the middle.
对，我们看看后排举手的那位大会摄影师的镜头。非常感谢 ，Thank you，
谢谢 ，Congratulations to Vesera，
谢谢你。And the next award highlights leadership, dedication, and forward-looking contribution again. And it's the Leading Forex Customer Service Asia 亚洲领先外汇客户服务奖。
And congratulations to Golden Grove, congratulations！
恭喜高地集团。We invite a winning representative to the stage. Everyone, please give them a big, big round of applause.
So Golden Grove has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to client satisfaction through responsive and knowledge support. So let's invite our representative joining us on stage and receive this award. Congratulations!
Congratulations! Good to see you here again. 好，两位请一起看着后方我们大会摄影师的镜头，感谢，谢谢你们 ，Thank you.
And the next recognition honors a team helping to raise standards across our industry, and that's the Leading Forex Trading Experience.
领先外汇交易体验 ，and the recipient is Moneta Markets. Please join us on stage for the presentation of the award. Please enjoy your moment.
After receiving this award, it's very important for the photo time. Let's look at the photographer in the middle.
我们看看后方的大会摄影师镜头。Moneta Markets has created a trading environment that is both powerful and intuitive, resonating with traders globally. Thank you and congratulations again. So everyone, our next distinction recognizes innovation in trading safety Asia. 亚洲交易安全创新贡献奖。
And the honor goes to Armless. Congratulations! Let me invite a representative for Armless to come up on the stage to receive a trophy presentation with the official photo. Congratulations!
恭喜安麦国际，恭喜你！ MLS has been at the forefront of developing innovative safety solutions that protect traders' assets and personal information. Congratulations again on receiving this award. 感谢，谢谢。
And next, we are going to move to the next award that celebrates the excellence in leading affiliates program Asia.
亚洲领先联盟合作计划。Please give a warm applause to General Markets. Congratulations to General Markets. May we invite a representative from General Markets to come on stage now and to receive the award for your
company. And Junior Markets has developed one of the most successful and well-structured affiliates programs in the industry. Congratulations. And the photo time. Smiling face.
That's right. It's always good to see a lot of people here gathering because of one main ad. Okay, thank you. The next award highlights again the leadership, dedication, and forward-looking contribution, and it's the Asia leading AI-powered trading platform. 亚洲领先 AI 赋能交易平台。
And the award goes to Answer Capital. Congratulations.
恭喜昂首资本，有请我们的代表来到舞台上面，有请。
So we're honored to invite the representative joining us on stage to receive this award, and of course the photo time. Congratulations.
好，两位可以一起看看后方摄影师的镜头，感谢两位。Thank you， 谢谢。
And next, the recognition honors a team helping to raise standards across our industry, and that's the Global Outstanding Multi-Asset Liquidity Provider.
全球卓越多资产流动性提供商 ，and the awardee is CBCX. Congratulations to CBCX.
So we're now inviting the representative joining us on stage to receive the award. And this prize goes to CBCX. And they have established itself as a premier liquidity provider across multiple asset classes to institutions worldwide. Congratulations to CBCX.
谢谢我们的代表。今天呢，我们现场有很多的专家，我们的展商，还有我们的两位，请看看后方的摄影师镜头来张合影。对，所以他们在忙碌中，他们在接待客户，非常重要的一个场合。Okay, it goes to our next award, Alvin.
That's a 17th one.
So it's the leading forex broker Asia 亚洲领先外汇交易商。
And the honor goes to the team.
Congratulations to that team！ 恭喜万腾，有请万腾的代表来到舞台上面。
Congratulations！
接受属于您的奖项，属于你们的奖项。然后两位可以一起看着最后方的大会摄影师镜头。
The team has emerged as a leading force in the Asian forex market, known for their competitive trading conditions and robust platforms. Congratulations.
谢谢。So we now move on to the 18th award.
So now this award celebrates excellence in the best Millennium Broker.
最佳贵金属交易商。Congratulations to WCG. May we invite the representative from WCG to come on stage.
Now the time to receive the trophy. With the photo taking time. Congratulations! So WCG has distinguished themselves as a premier bullion broker in competitive pricing and efficient execution.
Congratulations! And the next one is leading metals trading broker Asia 亚洲领先贵金属交易商。
And congratulations to Emporia Financial Service Group. Congratulations!
Congratulations to Emperor Financial Services Group. 恭喜英皇金融集团，有请英皇金融集团的代表来到舞台上面，接受属于你的荣耀。
So their service group has been a cornerstone of the financial industry with deep expertise in precious metals. Congratulations!
Yeah, congratulations. May we invite our representative to come on stage to receive the award on behalf of them, and then we will send them the award later on. 感谢两位，可以一起看着后方镜头来张合影。
Okay. Very nice.
谢谢 ，Thank you.
And the next recognition is the leading innovative trading platform, Asia.
亚洲领先创新交易平台 ，and the awardee goes to Axie. Congratulations to Axie.
So Axie has built a reputation for delivering innovative trading solutions that combine powerful technology with intuitive user experience. Congratulations!
非常感谢，有请两位可以看着我们后方摄影师镜头。谢谢，谢谢。So ladies and gentlemen, our next destination recognizes innovation in trading safety Asia 亚洲交易安全创新贡献奖。
And the honor goes to CWG. Congratulations!
Congrats to CWG. May we invite the representative from CWG to come forward.
Enjoying the moment with taking the precious photo.
灿烂的笑容，我们看着后方摄影师的镜头，感谢感谢。
So next, we are going to have an award that celebrates the excellence in leading Forex EZN STP broker Asia.
And the award goes to MH Markets. Congratulations to MH Markets.
有请 MH Market 的代表来到台上。Wow, congratulations! So MH Markets offer direct access to interbank liquidity with transparent pricing and fast execution. Congratulations!
恭喜恭喜！记得刚才访问的时候，他们说他们是要与众不同的，所以有一个 think out of the box. Okay, the next award highlights also the leadership dedication and forward-looking contribution, and it is the Excellent Forex Broker Hong Kong, 香港杰出外汇经纪商。
And the award goes to MC Prime. Congratulations!
恭喜恭喜 MC Prime， 请代表来到我们舞台上面，接受属于你的奖项。
So we would like to invite a representative from MC Prime coming up onto stage to receive the trophy and also the photo time.
两位可以一起看着后方镜头。
MC Prime has established itself as a leading forex broker in Hong Kong, known for their professional service and robust platforms.
And the next one, what is it?
That's the 24th one, and this honors a team for the leading forex broker Asia.
亚洲领先外汇交易商 and the award goes to Chait Ha. Congratulations to Chait Ha. Please come forward and to enjoy the moment. You know it.
Receiving the trophy and important for the photo time. Trayvon has emerged as a dynamic force in the Asian forex market, offering innovative products and services. Congratulations!
恭喜恭喜，谢谢你。So everyone, our next distinction recognizes the best trading experience broker Hong Kong, 香港最佳交易体验经纪商。
And this honor goes to Uranus. Congratulations! We invite the team having the representative on stage to receive the trophy.
恭喜例会，恭喜恭喜。
And the team has earned this award through their unwavering focus on delivering an exceptional trading experience.
继续保持你们最自信的眼神，还有灿烂的笑容。谢谢，谢谢，恭喜你。
So next, we are moving to an award that celebrates for the innovation in trading safety Hong Kong.
香港交易安全创新贡献奖。And it goes to DLSM. Congratulations!
And we now invite the representative from DLSM coming up on the stage to receive the trophy.
对，慢慢不用跑啊。这个奖项一定是属于你们，还有一个可爱的小伙伴。对，来，两位一起看着镜头，先看看镜头，来上合影啊！
恭喜 DLSM!
Congratulations! Congrats! And the next one is the excellent Fintech broker Hong Kong, 香港杰出金融科技交易商。
And the awards goes to Goose Marquez. Congratulations! 恭喜 Goose Marquez. We now invite a representative from team joining us on stage to receive Chris's trophy.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Again, this is not just a conference. This is a networking, learning, and trust building platform that we especially designed for all of you. And now we are here to honor the commitment and dedication to our exhibitors and also everyone who has been trying their best in this industry. So the next one, Alvin.
Next one, that's the STA Financial Leader of the Year 2026.
2026年度东南亚金融领袖 and award goes to Jailer Wang. Congratulations to Jailer.
Congratulations.
Come forward.
So Jailer Wang has demonstrated exceptional leadership and vision in Southeast Asia's financial sector. Congratulations to Jailer.
This is the greatest moment and hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much. 恭喜恭喜 And ladies and gentlemen, the next award is Leading Strategy Provider 领先策略服务提供商
And this honor goes to Star Activation. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Star Activation. 现在有请 Star Activation 的代表来到我们舞台上面接受奖项。这个奖项不简单。The Star Activation has established themselves as a primary strategy provider, delivering actionable insights and trading strategies. 感谢，再一次恭喜你们 ，Congratulations!
Oh, meaning so we are now reaching the 30th prize.
Wow!
And this award is the Excellence Forex Broker Hong Kong.
香港杰出外汇经纪商。And let's give a big round of applause to FX Trading. 恭喜哥伦外汇，有请 FX Trading 的代表。Congratulations to you.
And FX Trading has earned this recognition through consistent delivery of high-quality forex brokerage service. Congratulations to FX Trading.
This is the moment to celebrate, to honor, and to appreciate. Thank you. Congratulations. The next award highlights also the leadership dedication and the contribution, and it is the just the precious metals broker, 值得信赖贵金属交易商。
And this award goes to Hong Kong Jinxiang International Limited.
Congratulations to Hong Kong 金祥 International Limited， 有请金祥国际的代表来到我们舞台上面，恭喜金祥国际获得这个值得信赖贵金属交易商的奖项。有请代表可以来到台上，我们一起来张合影。
Hong Kong Jinxiang International Limited has built a reputation as one of the most trusted names in precious metals trading. Congratulations. Okay. And one more. Thank you.
谢谢，谢谢。
And the next award, we're having the Excellence in Innovative Trading Platform.
That's right, the Excellence in Innovative Trading Platform 创新交易平台卓越奖 and the recipient is Aspire. Congratulations to Aspire. Could you please send a representative to come on stage to receive this award? And thank you, Elena, for presenting these awards to our recipients. Thank you.
Congratulations. Receiving this trophy and taking a nice photo. One more.
今天我们现场有不同范畴的展商在此， 也感谢大家的出席。Thank you, congratulations to Expire. And coming up next, it's the innovation in trading safety. 交易安全创新贡献奖。
And this honor goes to Breakaway Limited. Congratulations!
Congrats to Breakaway Limited. 有请我们的代表。May we invite a representative from Breakaway Limited.
So Breakaway Limited has been a pioneer in trading safety innovation, developing solutions that protect traders from cyber threats.
That's right, they can receive the Innovation in Trading Safety Award. Congratulations.
And next award we're going to present. This is the Precious Metals Trading Broker Hong Kong.
The Excellent Precious Metals Trading Broker Hong Kong, 香港杰出贵金属交易商。And let's give a warm applause to CA Markets.
Congratulations to CA Markets.
Congrats to CA Markets Global. Congratulations.
And may we now invite a representative joining us on stage to receive the trophy. So CA Markets has distinguished themselves as a leading precious metals broker in Hong Kong. Congratulations. Okay.
谢谢两位。And the next award is Global Outstanding Quantitative Education Provider. 全球杰出量化教育提供商。
And congratulations to KCA.
Congrats to KCA. Let's welcome our representative from KCA to come on stage. 有请 KCA 的代表可以来到舞台上面接受奖项。
So KCA has emerged as a global leader in quantitative education, equipping traders with analytical skills. Congratulations.
我们在这个 online trading 的网络上面，最重要的就是信任啊，就是有 confidence。感谢各位在领取奖项过后呢，我相信他们在这个交易平台上面那个认受性会更强。Okay, the next one, the next recognition
is the Excellent Fintech Broker Hong Kong.
香港杰出金融科技交易商 ，and the recipient is Grant Marcus. Congratulations to Grant Marcus.
Grant Marcus has earned this recognition through the innovative fusion of financial service and technology. Congratulations to Grant Marcus.
非常高兴，今天我们看见有那么多受认可的展商都出现在此，为我们的来宾带来不一样的专业平台服务。Thank you， 谢谢 ，Congratulations。
And next, we are going to present the awards that's for the excellence in innovative trading platform Hong Kong.
香港杰出创新交易平台。And let's give a big round of applause to 币王 BK.
Congratulations to BK.
有请我们的代表可以来到台上面接受奖项，然后有请两位可以看前方的摄影师镜头最后方的大会摄影师。
So BK has emerged as a leading innovative trading platform in Hong Kong, offering cutting-edge features. Congratulations.
谢谢 ，Congrats. And the next one is leading financial solution developer， 领先金融解决方案开发商。
Congratulations to TJ Tech Pte Limited. Congratulations.
Congratulations to TJX Capital Pte Limited.
So now we'd like to invite the representative to first receive the trophy and of course taking a nice photo to capture this memorable moment. One more.
非常感谢，也恭喜，非常恭喜你们。
And the next recognition is to recognize the excellence in innovative trading platform Hong Kong.
香港杰出创新交易平台。 And the awardee is GOC Prime. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congrats.
So GOC Prime has created a trading platform that combines innovation, reliability, and user-centric design. Congratulations to GOC Prime.
那么快，我们已经颁了40个奖项了。And coming up next, we still have 20 something. So let's continue to celebrate for them.
Next one, what's the award, Kenny?
Forex, the leading forex payment service provider Hong Kong. 香港领先外汇支付服务提供商。
And the honor goes to SmilePays. Congratulations!
恭喜 SmilePays 的所有同事们，感谢你们的努力。然后请我们 SmilePays 的代表来到台上面，在中间的位置，我们一同看向后方的摄影师镜头。
The team has established themselves as a leading payment service provider in the forex space. Congratulations! So next, we're going to have the award celebrate excellence in Cross-Border Payment Innovation Award.
跨境支付创新奖 and the award goes to Pass to Pay. Congratulations to Pass to Pay.
So I can see the representative is coming up on the stage to receive this award for Pass to Pay. Congratulations!
恭喜恭喜 Pass to Pay. And it has revolutionized cross-border payments with innovative technology, enabling faster, cheaper transactions. And we are very happy to see so many new innovations happening. And the next award is Risk Management System Innovator, 风险管理系统创新者。
And the award goes to Vitra. Congratulations!
Congratulations to Vitra. 恭喜我们的代表来到舞台上面接受奖项。来，我们一同看向最后排的摄影师位置。
The team has developed innovative risk management system that help financial institutions mitigate risk effectively. Congratulations!
恭喜恭喜
So for the coming next award, that's the leading corporate service provider.
领先企业服务提供商 And the recipient is Kangaroo. 恭喜 Kangaroo， 有请 Kangaroo 的代表来到舞台上面接受奖项。
Congratulations to Kangaroo. So Kangaroo has established themselves as a leading corporate service provider, offering comprehensive solutions. Congratulations to Kangaroo.
恭喜 Kangaroo。好，我们一同来张合影，感谢，谢谢两位。And everyone, our next destination recognizes Fintech and Solutions Innovator, 金融科技与解决方案创新者。
And this honor goes to HamiTech Limited. Congratulations!
HamiTech Limited, congratulations. And here we have our representative from Hami to come on stage.
So, HamiTech Limited has been recognized for their innovative fintech solutions that address real-world challenges. Congratulations to HamiTech.
感谢感谢两位，谢谢，恭喜。
And for the next award that celebrates excellence in Forex Trading Experience Hong Kong.
香港杰出外汇交易体验。So please give a big round of applause to OTG. Congratulations to OTG.
恭喜 OTG.
有请我们的代表来到舞台上面。
So OTG has earned this recognition through their commitment to deliver an exceptional Forex trading experience.
So let's capture this proud moment together with our representative here on stage. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
And the next award is Leading Fintech Fintech Broker Asia 亚洲领先金融科技交易商。
And congratulations to Magic Compass. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Magic Compass. May we invite a representative from Magic Compass to come on stage.
Magic Compass, okay, has successfully combined financial service with their innovative technology. Now the photo time. Once again, congratulations to Magic Compass.
谢谢，恭喜恭喜。
Wow. So next, we're going to present the outstanding Fintech Broker Global.
全球卓越金融科技交易商。And the recipient is IC Markets Global.
Congratulations to IC Markets Global.
We would like to invite a representative from IC Markets Global to come on stage here. Let us capture this well-deserved moment for you.
The IC Markets Global has established itself as a global leader in fintech brokerage. Once again, congratulations to IC Markets Global.
Thank you. Congratulations. So ladies and gentlemen, it goes to the Leading Financial Education Award 领先金融教育奖。
And this honor goes to TP Trader Academy. Congratulations to TP Trader. We've got so many fans here.
TP Trader Academy. May we invite our representative?
Wow, we got a full team. Congratulations. TP Trader Academy has made significant contributions to financial education, equipping traders with knowledge and skills. Okay, so let's look at the photographer in the middle with waving his hand.
We have a lot of brilliant minds here. And once they gather, a lot of inspiring insights coming up.
Yeah, the official photographer still waving his hand. Just to ensure they take a nice one.
谢谢，
Congratulations. Okay, so now we're going to present
the 50th award already. Yeah.
And that's for the Financial EdTech Innovator.
杰出金融教育科技创新企业。And the award goes to HM EdTech. May we invite a representative from HM EdTech to come on stage.
Congratulations to HM EdTech. They have been recognized for their innovative approach to financial education, combining technology with expert instruction.
It's a wonderful moment, and we can see a lot of teamwork. See.
Okay, we're going to take a few more photos. We got the one, our official photographer was raising his hand. Let's take a few more. And that's look perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations to HM EdTech. So the next award is the Excellence Precious Metals Trading Broker Hong Kong 香港杰出贵金属交易商。
And the award goes to Titan FX. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Titan FX. And we would like to invite the representative from Titan FX to come on stage. 有请 Titan FX 的代表，有请。
So Titan FX has distinguished themselves as an excellent precious metals trading broker in Hong Kong.
That's right.
Okay, let's move a bit to the left. And again, the photo time. Congratulations.
Yes.
So next, we're going to present the award for the excellent precious metals trading broker Hong Kong.
香港杰出贵金属交易商。 And the recipient is USK Markets. Congratulations to USK Markets. 有请代表来到舞台上面。
So USK Markets has earned this recognition through their dedication to providing excellent precious metals trading services. Congratulations to USK Markets.
好，有请两位可以一同看着我们后方摄影师的位置。 谢谢 Congratulations to USK markets again.
Wow, so next we are going to for the 53rd one.
Yes, the 53rd award already, and it's the Excellence in Forex Trading Experience Hong Kong. 香港结束外汇交易体验。
And the award goes to RS Finance. Congratulations!
Congratulations to RS Finance.
We invite the representative joining us on stage to receive the trophy and taking the official photo. Congratulations to RS Finance.
好，两位可以看着后方摄影师的镜头。谢谢谢谢 Congratulations to RS Finance again.
Oh, so now we're going to present the award to celebrate the excellence in leading innovative trading platform Asia.
亚洲领先创新交易平台 and the award goes to Bitget. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Bitget.
有请 Bitget 的代表来到舞台上面。
So Bitget continues to set benchmark for innovative trading platform across Asia.
非常高兴可以看到那么多的我们的掌声，我们的 speakers， 很多的交流在此发生，这是我们最想看见的。
Congratulations. Okay.
好，谢谢谢谢。
Wow, so next award, we are going to recognize the outstanding professionalism, reliable trading service, and a strong commitment to serving Forex traders in Hong Kong. And this award is Excellent Forex Broker Hong Kong.
接下来我们会颁发的是香港卓越外汇经济双奖 and congratulations to ZFAs. Let's give them a big round of applause to ZFAs.
Congratulations! ZFX has demonstrated outstanding professionalism and reliable trading service in Hong Kong. Congratulations to ZFX.
好，谢谢两位。And the exceptional customer service is built upon responsiveness, professionalism, and a genuine understanding of clients' needs. So our next award is Excellent Forex Customer Service Hong Kong. 接下来我们会颁发的是香港卓越外汇客户服务奖。
And the winner is Paliron. Congratulations!
Congratulations to Paliron.
We'd like to invite the representative of the team to come up on stage and receive the trophy.
好，得奖者是 Paliron， 有请我们的代表。
So the team has been recognized for their responsiveness, professionalism, for their understanding of the client needs. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you, Elena, for presenting all these awards for us. And this is the end of the award presentation ceremony. Let's give Elena a big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please be seated.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the Wiki Financial Expo Awards presentation ceremony. Congratulations once again to every winner. Our sincere thanks to our distinguished guests, partners, exhibitors, speakers, and everyone here for making today such an engaging and meaningful success.
Exactly， 今天的颁奖典礼圆满完成了，再一次恭喜我们所有的得奖者。我们也非常感谢在场的所有贵宾、合作伙伴、我们的参展商、我们的演讲嘉宾以及在场所有的来宾们，感谢你们。
So we also extend our heartfelt appreciation to our valued sponsors. Your generous support and trust have played an essential role in making Wiki Finance Expo Hong Kong 2026 possible, creating such a professional platform for knowledge sharing, industry connection, and business collaboration. Thank you so much.
我们特别鸣谢各位赞助商，因为有你们的支持和信任 ，WikiFinance Expo 香港2026得以顺利完成，让我们能够汇聚世界各地的金融专业人才，还有行业的领袖，共同去打造一个专业的交流学习和商业合作平台。非常感谢各位。
And with the special thanks to our global sponsor, D Prime, for its significant contribution and continued support of this international financial gathering.
衷心感谢我们的全球赞助 Global Sponsor D Prime 德普资本，感谢贵公司对本次国际金融盛会以及业界交流的大力支持。
We are also deeply grateful to our diamond sponsors, Air Prime, ATFX, Mega Fusion, 6M, GTCFX, Infonos, and Top Wealth Trading.
同时也要鸣谢我们的钻石赞助 Diamond Sponsors AI Prime, ATFX, Mega Fusion 安慧 CXM 西蒙 GTCFX, Infinos 以及 Top Wealth Trading 通富。
And for guests invited to the WikiFinance after party at 7 p.m. tonight, please make sure you're away to Pier 1929 in Wan Chai. Have fun there with our fellow industry professional while networking.
Wow, an after party！ 获邀出席我们今天晚上7点钟的 WikiFinance After Party 的嘉宾们，稍后请自行前往湾仔的渡轮码头，我们香港会展展览中心旁的 Pier 1929 Pier 1929，继续与业界朋友交流。
And once again, thank you for being part of WikiFinance Expo.
明天再与大家见面，谢谢。
Enjoy and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.